what Triple H is thinking. We don't know if Triple H has changed course. Everything's pointing towards Kevin and Sami against the Usos. Now, obviously, we've got to do a lot of stuff in order to get there, because currently Jey Uso and Sami are seemingly on the same page. Seemingly, there's a respect there. So we've got to do some work there. Obviously, we've not seen Sami and Kevin since the Royal Rumble. We've not seen Kevin at all since the Rumble. So we've got to do some work there. So these are the kinds of things that we're expecting to see tonight. These are the kinds of things that I think wrestling fans are anticipating. The only hope I have is that Triple H, as we said, potentially has seen the reaction to these segments. I mean, he's clearly seen the segments. Last night was insane. And there's actually reports that have come out that last night did not go the way it was meant to go. So that Sami segment last night apparently was meant to be different. And it was quite a surprise to those in Gorilla when the segment went the way that it did. They actually thought it was going to be different. It was a different promo that was planned. So it seems like Sami has gone out there, if reports are true, and he's basically felt the crowd, felt the atmosphere. He's allowed it to breathe, because he could have spoke at any time and they would have shut up and listened. He didn't. He just let them chant away and carried on, like, you know, allowing the segment do whatever the segment was going to do, and just let the atmosphere kind of speak for itself. It is an incredible moment. It's a fantastic segment. I think Sami made the right call if he did make that call in the ring to scrap, you know, some of his promo, let the crowds chant away. I watched the video of it again today. From the moment his music hits to the moment that he talks, it's around about 7.5 minutes. It's around that kind of a ballpark. So, I mean, I don't know what he was going to say, but in all fairness, he doesn't need to say anything. There's nothing else that he's going to say that's going to get him more over. He's as over now as he's going to be. And so for him to allow that to breathe, I think was definitely the right way forward. But just really interesting that the reports are that that did not go the way that it was planned originally. That coming from, I think it was Fightful that I read that on. And but the reaction was fantastic. One producer backstage called it special. And as we said, you know, is that going to be enough to change people's minds? We've got a poll going in the chat at the moment. Who will leave as Undisputed? So we'll have a look, see how that's going at the moment. 57% say Roman. Sami, 43%. I must admit, it's closer than I thought. I was expecting that to be like 80-20 Roman. But at the moment, 57-43. So this is one that has really caught the wrestling world's attention. It's going to be a big show tonight. I'm expecting this to do some decent numbers, this pay-per-view, this premium live event, even though it's a B show, and it's in an arena, it's Elimination Chamber. You know, this is not Royal Rumble, this is not WrestleMania, this is not SummerSlam, it's not Money in the Bank, and Survivor Series, if you want to count that these days. But it just feels monster, doesn't it? Doesn't this feel so big? Like, I seriously, like, I went to bed and I was lying there, no word of a lie, for about 45 minutes, just running through stuff in my head about, like, you know, the story and, you know, what the next steps could be and what's the right next steps, and just running through everything, just swirling around. It was serious. I put a tweet out saying me trying to sleep and, like, you know, had a picture of Bugs Bunny wide awake. It did actually go that way when I went to bed. Like, there was about 45 minutes I just could not get off. Like this, I would say that I've, you know, the last time I was this excited for a show, honestly, might have been Clash at the Castle. And I mean, I do get pretty excited for the Royal Rumble. We do all love the Royal Rumble. So maybe it was just the Royal Rumble not that long ago. But outside of the Rumble, definitely Clash at the Castle. And it's just got like this big show feel. So yeah, excited. I hope you're excited as well. Lots of comments and things to get to. We're going to get to them. We're going to start with Mitchell. Mitchell, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support, my friends. Mitchell said, okay. Good start. I like this. We're drawing straight away without reading anything else. I feel like, here we go. We're drawing a line in the sand. Okay. So if Sami wins, what does Kevin Owens, Usos, and Roman do? Is Sami more over than Daniel Bryan when he won the titles? Also, my change-up theory. Do we get Jay, Sami, Jimmy, Kevin Owens? Okay, well, I can answer this. So if Sami wins, what does Kevin Owens and Usos do? They face each other, right? Kevin Owens wants his pound of flesh from the bloodline because look how Royal Rumble ended. So Kevin Owens being in a feud with anyone other than, say, Solo Sikoa or the Usos wouldn't make much sense, right? So Kevin Owens can absolutely go after the Usos, or you can do Kevin Owens against Solo Sikoa, okay? I would probably go down the road of Kevin Owens against Usos. Now, a lot of people are saying that obviously Sami's going to be in that match, and that's seemingly the direction that we're going. But it doesn't have to be that way. Like, some people in this world have got tunnel vision. They don't seem capable of, like, looking past the plan, right? Vince was accused of this. Vince was accused of not listening to the fans, right? And being out of touch. And what we're seeing right now is the fans being very loud and very clear about what it is that they want. And so WWE have got an option of listening to that or sticking with the original plan. Now, I think the original plan is underwhelming, which is Kevin and Sami against the Usos. Banger match, fits into a story, but the end result is Sami would lift the tag title and still doesn't get revenge on Roman himself. If he falls short against Roman tonight and then beats the Usos, that doesn't resolve Sami's story. Sami's story doesn't come to a close because until he gets revenge on Roman, the head of the snake, head of the table as well, but head of the snake, to me, he's not closed anything. So, like, it's part of the story, but it wouldn't complete Sami's story. So, if that is the plan, I'm still going to be waiting for the next chapter. I'm still going to wait for what's going to come after that. So, I spoke to Austin and a few people on Twitter about this. I seriously would have Riddle come back. If you think that RK Bro got wiped out by the Bloodline, right? So we haven't seen Randy Orton since the Bloodline destroyed him, yeah? Put him on the shelf. And ever since that, you can make an argument that Riddle's career has gone downhill. When he was in RK Bro, he was massive. After that, not so much. Fast forward a few months, he's playing bongos with Elias. Add in the fact that before he goes to rehab, he gets wiped out by Solo Sikoa, beaten down once again by the Bloodline, right? This guy has had a problem with the Bloodline for a long time. He's been away for a while. You could bring Riddle back as a mystery partner. You could have Kevin Owens and a mystery partner taking on the Usos. That mystery partner, Riddle, bro. Have Riddle come back. He's got a history with the Bloodline, big history with the Bloodline. The whole reason, kayfabe-wise, why he was injured was because of Solo Sikoa. And so, as a result, bring him back, put him with Kevin Owens. Works from a storyline point of view. It allows Sami to stay at the top of the cards. It gives Usos something to do, Kevin Owens something to do, Riddle something to do for when he comes back. Tick, 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 tick. Right? I don't see any issues with this. I seriously don't. I'm not trying to put a round peg through a square hole. I just don't see any problems with that story whatsoever. And so it allows Sami to stay at the top of the cards. Is Sami more over than Daniel Bryan? No, he's not. No. Also, my change-up theory, Jay, Sami against Jimmy, Kevin Owens. Still not feeling it, to be honest, because it's still a tag match. For me, Sami belongs in the main event. For me, Sami was trying to please Roman. He was trying to be accepted into the bloodline. And the one person, the only person that can allow him in the bloodline or allow him to stay in the bloodline was Roman Reigns. Paul Heyman wanted him out. Paul Heyman couldn't get him out. Jey Uso wanted him out. Jey Uso couldn't get him out. The only person that can get Sami in or out of the bloodline was Roman. And ultimately, Roman is the one that made Sami choose. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to make Sami choose between the bloodline or Kevin Owens, but he made Sami choose. For me, this comes down to Sami and Roman. This comes down, the story hasn't been about them because we focused a lot more on Jey. I do understand that. But I just think that if Sami goes to WrestleMania, faces the Usos, he still doesn't get revenge on Roman. He angers Roman. He takes belts away from the bloodline, but that's not enough. That's not enough. Him losing tonight, and then, beating the Usos, fine. If you want to tell that story, fine, right? I'm not going to cry about it. It's not what I would do, but I'm not going to cry about it. But what next? Because that's not enough. We don't get to the end of WrestleMania and go, job done, do we? We don't get to the end of WrestleMania and go, well, that story's complete. What comes after that? That would be my question, if that's the path we're about to go down. So, hopefully that answers that, Mitchell. Shout out to you. I can see there was a few others that came through as well. Kieran, shout out to you, said Sami versus Roman will be my favorite fight tonight, says Kieran. Yeah, I think it's the one that everyone's obviously pumped for. I did see they just put a little tweet out teasing what fight's going on last. I think it was PW Insider or someone was revealed this is the match that's going to main event. I mean, honestly, if it's anything other than Sami Roman, I think they've just lost their minds. I don't even need to click that link. If anything other than Sami Roman main events tonight, I just don't even know what's happening over there. I mean, it's got to be one of the biggest no-brainers in the history of wrestling, hasn't it? Brandon Woodhead, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Hope you're excited for tonight. It's a little. We have got a little way off. I'm seeing a few people saying when's it start? We have got a little bit of time to wait. We like to start nice and early so that we can go through all the latest news, rumors, theories, thoughts, kind of break it all down, go through it all. And so we're doing that well before the kickoff show. I even started earlier than I was expecting to start, just because, oh man, why not? There's so exciting, so much to talk about. So we're nice and early. Mitchell said, if Sami wins, he faces Cody. You can't turn one heel. No, you don't want to split the audience too much. We got Styles Cena in the same light. Yeah. I mean, the one thing I would say is that if Sami wins, I would do a triple threat at WrestleMania. Now, I have said many times that I'm not a fan of triple threats, right? I'm not a big fan of them. I much prefer one-on-one matches. I still stand by that, right? I'm not changing my tune. I still absolutely stand by that. But we have to ensure that Roman is in the main event. You can't not have Roman in the main event of WrestleMania. That would be madness, right? Sami would be champion if he wins tonight. Cody won the Rumble, and you just have to have Roman there. I mean, he's the biggest star in all of professional wrestling. You'd be an idiot to not have him, right? So even though, for me, I would much rather a one-on-one match, I think you would have a triple threat, right? You'd have to. You'd just have to. You'd have to do it. So you do the triple threat. Now, I said before, I would have Roman, if he did lose tonight, I would have him freak out. We have seen a very calm Roman Reigns, a Roman Reigns that takes 10 minutes to walk to the ring, a Roman Reigns that, just pauses and waits and then acknowledge me, yeah, and then will wise man go into his promo and everything. I would have a Roman that is wrecking the shows, right? If he loses tonight, then we start the show tomorrow with Bloodline beating people up backstage, Roman Reigns coming out to the ring, angry, microphone, cutting it is carnage. Roman wants his rematch. He wants it now. He was robbed. Kevin Owens got involved or whatever, right? The whole crowd was against him, whatever he wants to throw out there, yeah? The referee was counted too fast, whatever. Everything was against him. He wants his rematch. He was robbed. He wants it now. And I would tell that story all the way to WrestleMania. So, Adam Pearce can quite quickly say, you can have your rematch, but it's going to be at WrestleMania. And, Roman can be like, not happy with that. He wants it now. He can continue trashing the shows, making life hard for Adam Pearce, attacking wrestlers. You could get a different side of Roman and make it really exciting. So all of a sudden now, WrestleMania is Cody trying to, complete his story, win the title his family has never won. Sami, who's got the belts now, he's the new champion. People are going to love him, but he's now got to try and find a way of leaving WrestleMania with those titles. And that's obviously going to be tricky because there's also Roman in the match who is peed off, to say the least, right? You thought Roman was dangerous before. Ooh, you haven't seen nothing. You haven't seen anything compared to how he's going to be if he loses the titles tonight. So that's the story I would focus on between now and WrestleMania, which isn't that long, in all fairness, until WrestleMania. It's 6 weeks or so. So, you've got a nice amount of time to tell some stories and to do the builds and make sure that you make this absolutely massive. All three going in with their own stories. Only one of those stories is going to be completed. Of course, we'd expect it to be Cody, but I think we expect it to be Cody whatever happens. If anything, you could make the argument putting in Sami makes it maybe a little bit harder for Cody. It's not just a one-on-one match. He doesn't have to worry about just Roman and the bloodline. He's now got Sami in there that he's going to have to worry about as well. And so, yeah, for me, I'd go that way. I really would. I'd have him win tonight, Sami, and then I would look to book that at WrestleMania. And that's the story I would tell towards WrestleMania. In regards to the Usos, Kevin Owens, I would do the Riddle thing. I think it's a great way of bringing Riddle back. It makes sense from a storyline point of view. Tick, 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 tick. I mean, honestly, Sami fans are going to be satisfied. Cody fans will be satisfied. Roman fans, you've just had 2 amazing years. Deal with it, right? So, it ticks, for me, a lot of boxes, that. But, listen, the truth of the matter is, there's lots of different ways you can take this, right? I'm sure all of you out there have got your own thoughts and feelings as to what you would do, right? And I'm sure there's some out there going, no, I wouldn't do that, right? Let's do the tag match, right? Or there's people out there going, no, let's have Sami win and we'll do Sami against Cody. It's no different than Hogan Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6. It's not like we haven't seen face versus face in the main event of WrestleMania before. We absolutely have. So, you could look at it and go down, that similar road, which, that split the crowds back at WrestleMania 6. It wasn't a big deal. It's maybe not the ideal situation. It's maybe not as, you wouldn't book it the same way that you would say Roman Cody. But, I mean, we've got to deal with the hand that we've been dealt. And the hand that we've been dealt is we've got Roman, we've got Cody, and we've got Sami, who is super over right now, bringing in mega ratings, right? And delivering mega segments. Fantastic. He's got himself to a Daniel Bryan-esque place. The only thing with Daniel Bryan was he was trying to win that title for a long time. So, we saw Daniel trying throughout 2013 and then being cheated a lot by Triple H and Seth and the Authority. And it was quite clear that they didn't want him to get there. And the fans wanted him to get there, and you could milk that week after week after week. We haven't done that with Sami. Sami has been a lot shorter. Obviously, the crowd have been with him, and they've loved him. But we've been just watching Sami waiting for the turn, and the turn happened at Royal Rumble. So we're having to fit a lot into a very short, intense period of time. Hence why this is a very short window for Sami. This is why I don't think we can revisit this. This is why I don't think we can do the match at WrestleMania and then get back to a Universal Undisputed Championship further down the road, because this story, this time is very special. It's very special. It's a very short window, like that Sami is going to be this red hot. Look at Becky Lynch when she was the man. Look at Daniel Bryan. I'm sorry, but Daniel Bryan was not as hot when he won the belt as when he was trying to get to the belt, because there's real value in the chase. Supporting someone. Go on. Get there. You're the underdog. Do it. That is very powerful. And that goes away once someone has done it. Once someone has achieved their dream, yes, you're pleased for them. But that intensity of, come on, it goes away because it's all about the chase. This window for Sami is very small. So you either do it tonight or you do it at WrestleMania, or I just don't think you do it at all. I think the opportunity is going to go. I think this is it. This is why it's so intense if you're a Sami Zayn fan, because it's sort of now or never. Even Sami said this is once in a lifetime, because I don't know that he's going to be able to get back here again. I hope he does. I just don't know that he will. Big night, though. Big night. What will Triple H do? He's got a big old decision to make, hasn't he? Big old decision. Aaron said, 1 year as member. Come on, Sami. Let's go. Bum, 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 bum. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. I want to get to these super chat. I want to get to as many comments as possible. Cynthia, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, my friends. Cynthia said, hi, Days. Hope you're doing well. I heard that Jimmy and Jay are allowed to go. Do you think they'll interfere? Jay turning on Sami or Roman? So, yeah, I heard this as well. Dave Meltzer reported that they are allowed in Canada, both apparently. Now, obviously, you know, look, no shade on Dave Meltzer. I really like Dave Meltzer, actually. I do think that some of his match ratings are not in line with my match ratings, but that's a bit of a weird reason to dislike someone. You know, their opinion's not the same as mine. But, you know, I think if you look at wrestling and there's someone that's been around since the late 80s reviewing all the major matches, right in the Observer, like getting inside scoops and everything, I sort of feel like, do you know, fair play. He's dedicated his life to this. He's clearly got sources. He's clearly got things right. So I don't think he just completely makes stuff up. But, you know, just naturally over that time, there's going to be things that don't go like quite well. Like some sources are going to prove to not be correct. And, you know, I think there's been a bit of that, which has kind of hurt his credibility. And also I think the fact he's loved or been in love with AEW and maybe given them some scores that a lot of people have looked at and gone, what? I think that's also hurt a bit of his credibility. But he is saying that they are allowed. He's saying that he has been told that they are allowed. So I'm just being honest. It's up to you. If you want to believe that and Dave Meltzer, that's fine. If you don't, it's Dave Meltzer, you don't believe him, that's fine. I know it's a very polarizing person, okay? But I would lean more towards believing it, to be honest. I would lean more towards believing it. And so if they're going to get involved, you have to think they're going to cost Sami. And then we go to the Sami Kevin Usos match, which, you know, okay. I mean, it is what it is. I can't really lose tonight, to be honest. I'm quite excited in the sense of if we get Sami winning, that's my dream outcome. That would be amazing. I'd absolutely love it. If we don't, and then we end up getting Kevin Owens and Sami against the Usos, it's not the way I would go. But as I've said before, it would be still a great match. Do you know what I mean? Be a great match at WrestleMania. There ain't no one that's going to say that's not a banger. And the build, I'm sure, will be really fun as well. You know, Sami's shown that he can cut some incredible promos. And so Sami talking about his time in the bloodline and, you know, addressing Jay and Jimmy and everything, it'd be fantastic. The build would be great. The match would be great. The only thing is I just couldn't shake that disappointment of we were so close to getting Sami to that world title. And as I said, I think it's a very small window. It's a very small window that I just don't know that we're going to get back to. So yeah, I'd have to think that if the Usos are there, it's probably going to be bad news for Sami. I mean, it would be absolutely incredible if the Usos come down and we're all sat here going, oh, here we go. Here we go. And then Kevin Owens comes out, wipes them both out, calls on Sami to hit the haluva, finish the job. Sami does that, picks up the win. I mean, oh my God. We're talking about, we'll talk about one of the most epic moments in wrestling history. But that crowd as well, in front of that crowd, everyone's expecting, well, I say everyone, the vast majority are expecting Sami to not do this. He's coming in as a plus 700 underdog, right? So that means that if you put $100 on Sami to win tonight and he does win, you would get $700 back and you would get your 100 back that you put down as well. Like, that's how big of an underdog Sami is tonight. So if they swerved it, brought down the Usos, Kevin Owens came out, wiped them out, screamed at Sami to finish the job. Roman's getting back to his feet. Bang, haluva. Beautiful. Perfect. Roman goes down. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. Oh my God. Be so good. But it's maybe one that is just not going to come at the right time, as we said. I think Sami, unfortunately, is a little bit of an inconvenience because we all know the plan is Cody. Like, Cody's the chosen one, and that's fine. I've got nothing against Cody, but it's just, if Sami doesn't do it, it just suggests there's nothing you can do. Do you know what I mean? Work hard, get yourself over. But realistically, there was no way that you could ever get to the title. There's nothing you can do. It just gets decided by people backstage as to who becomes champion. And that's it. And it doesn't matter what the fans are chanting and all of that. Like, it would have that sort of vibe about it. Sami is so over. The ratings are through the roof. I'm reading that merch sales are fantastic. You can look at YouTube views. Brilliant. I mean, from the metrics that we get to look at, he's killing it. He's killing it. And quality of the segments, from a quality of the show point of view, brilliant. I mean, I'm not hearing anyone say bad stuff about Sami segments, so there'd be a tinge of disappointment there as well. Not only would I be sorry for Sami, but I'd just be sorry for the fact of there's just nothing you can do. You know, this company has to work a certain way. Like, we have to keep Roman safe till WrestleMania. We have to have Cody be the one to beat him. Sorry, Sami. Good try, though. Next time. Aaron said, come on, Sami, let's go. Dave's thoughts. Do we get Jay turn on Sami tonight? That is the most likely, yeah. That's probably the one that everyone's keeping an eye on, is him turning. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you are going to go that way. If you are going to go that way, I don't know if they're worried about it being a bit predictable. I don't know if they're worried about that being what most people are expecting. And it's like, you know, in fairness, most people expected the Rumble winners. And, you know, I mean, it went that way. It was fine. So I don't know that that's something that bothers them, to be honest. But yeah, that's what I'm expecting. I wish I could hide my disappointment in it better. It probably will go though. It'll be great. No, it'll be really good. Oh, I can't wait. Can't wait to watch one of the most over baby faces in the company gets cheated, just so we can do a predictable screw job in Montreal. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Cameron said, did you see the interview with Sami's wife on YouTube? I didn't even know Sami had a wife. So, no, I haven't. I mean, to be honest, the personal lives like that, I don't really... I mean, obviously, you know, if it comes to something like two wrestlers starting to go out and then get married and stuff like that, yes, that's interesting. You know, like Becky and Seth or whatever. Carmella and Corey Graves or John Cena, Nikki Bella, like, that's of interest. But other than that, like if it's just they're married outside the business, not bothered. Like I would watch that interview though if she's got some like interesting to say. Imagine she does the interview, you watch it, and she's like decked out in bloodline gear. Roman. Let's go, Roman. That would be the best. Could you imagine if Roman's in the ring and the Usos come out? They get wiped out by Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens then says to Sami, "Go on, Sami! It's your time, Sami!" Sami's like, "Okay, here I go." And then out of nowhere, his wife jumps in, slaps him round the face. He's like, "What? What are you doing in the ring?" Bang! Superman punch. 1, 2, 3. Roman wins. If we're gonna have Roman win, at least do it in a creative way. At least do it in a way that no one's predicting. Have Sami's wife come in. Yeah, I'd do that. Cameron, shout out to you. I haven't seen it, but as I said, I didn't even know she was. I didn't even know he was married, but I will have to try and see if I can find that. Right, let's go down. Aaron said, "Is it okay if I'm not into Bray's character?" Yeah, of course. Do you know, actually, I'm going to say something a bit controversial. You've inspired me to say something a bit controversial. I don't think Uncle Howdy looks brilliant the way that he's standing in the background. I was watching the promo again. He delivers the Sister Abigail, and then he just sort of like stands there, and he's in like this kind of ill-fitting coat, and he doesn't look physically like imposing. Like it's not like he's like this monster. It's like, do you know what I mean? It's not like Brock is standing in the background. It's not like he's just sort of a guy in like a creepy guy's coat. Like if I look at Uncle Howdy, it looks like he, do you know what I mean, goes into newsagents and gets dirty magazines from the top shelf and takes them home. Do you know what I mean? He's got that sort of vibe about him. Just like a long leather jacket and like, I'd like this, please. I don't find him physically like imposing. I don't find the look, with the Fiend, for example. You look at the Fiend and he's got like the white mask. Bray's got a big size to him anyway. So Bray is like, whoa, looks really impressive. I think they've got Howdy wrong here. Howdy, when he was just on screen and we never actually saw him, like he was just like interrupting me, only would see his face. Even some of those masks were like, not sure about this. But I think since like we've started to actually see him, it's not doing it for me. It's not doing it. I like the fact that Bray has created a new character and it's seemingly something for Bo Dallas to do. I like all of that. I just think that I just don't think the look's quite right for me. I don't know. The look doesn't look quite right. But maybe I'm in the minority. But Aaron, shout out to you. Right, let's go up. Aries Marduk, shout out to you, my friend. Said, I want Usos to come down, pretend to turn on Sami, but then turn on Roman, cost him, and give Sami the win. I tell you, that'd be pretty fun because I think if as soon as the Usos come down, everyone around the world is going to go, here we go. Like, yeah, here it is. So then any sort of swerve, anything that catches the fans off guard, anything the fans go, what? Oh my God, Jay's just gone after Roman. Like anything like that would just be immense. It would be immense. But yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I actually really like the idea of face Usos. Forget the WrestleMania plan, right? Of Usos, Kevin, blah, 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 right? I don't care. Forget that. But just imagine a cool Usos. These Usos, since they turned heel, just remember when they were Uso crazy. I wasn't a big fan of that, right? On top. But they would come out and they'd have the face paint. Wasn't a big fan. It was all right. Do you know what I mean? It was like, I felt like it was a bit of something for the kids. Like, here's the face paint wacky guys. And Uso crazy. But anyway, they became day one-ish, yeah? And they turned heel. And oh my God, Uso Penitentiary, all of that good stuff. So cool. Really, the way they look, the way they dress, the way they carry themselves. They've been brilliant as heels. I am really interested to see this version of them as faces, because I think Jay is really likable. Really likable. I think Jimmy could be likable as well, but Jay in particular, I mean, look, when Jay stood up for Sami, that was like, rolled out the ring, and, you know, it shows there's some good in there, isn't there? There's some good inside of Jay. Like, rather than Jimmy turn Jay back heel, could Jay use the good that's in him to turn Jimmy face? Like, you could go down those roads. Yeah, you could go down those roads. It's just everything seems to be pointing the other direction. All the rumors and everything seem to be Kevin, Sami, Usos at WrestleMania. But honestly, I would not be down on that. I would be all right with seeing some face Usos and just seeing what that run would look like. Because we've done them as heels for a long time now. And so them being out of the bloodline and being faces, I'd be down for that. I'd be down for that. Right, scroll up. Gary, shout out to you. Universal Champion Heath Slater. It's really funny, actually. He's the only one in 3MB that hasn't become like a world champion. So Drew's done it, Jinder's done it. Heath Slater's the only one that hasn't gone on to achieve that. And he's not even with WWE. I really like Heath Slater. I wouldn't have him as Universal Champion, but I would have him around. I think he was always pretty good at the comedy stuff. I think that he had a bit of R-Truth about him. That, R-Truth is very good at comedy. And I think Heath Slater was as well. And so I think he was worth keeping around. That was one that actually really surprised me when he got released. I don't know if there was any, I don't think there would be backstage drama, but that one was just a bit of a surprise. He'd been there quite a long time. And even though he was, really low down on the cards, you kind of always need those people. Like, you're always going to need people at the top of the cards, like being main eventers, but you're always going to need jobbers. You're always going to need people that can job out and do comedy shtick. And do you know what I mean? As I said, your R-Truth types, your Akira Tozawa types, like those people, you know where they are in the cards. They're there to put others over. They're this generation's Brooklyn Brawler, Barry Horowitz. Like, that's what they're there for. So I was really surprised when they got rid of Heath Slater. I hope he's well. I don't know what he does now. He might be an Impact, but whatever he's doing, I hope he's still in wrestling. I hope he's well. Days, the only time we have seen Roman be savage and not calm in this character is when he wanted the championship. So we could see something similar if he loses, says United's We Love. Yeah, I like it. I really like it. I just think that it fits his character. I think if Sami wins tonight, the one thing that I could understand people criticizing is, well, you've just had the guy that's not lost for 2 years lose on the show just before WrestleMania. Like, well done. That's great booking. Well done, right? I can totally see people saying that. But as I said, you've got to deal the hands, play with the hand that you dealt. I would do it. I really would, even with that being considered, because I do think there's a story that can come after that will still have plenty of people interested and still ensure that WrestleMania is a massive show. Like, you can have Roman just destroying everything. Like, honestly, it can be carnage. Bloodline invading Raw, Bloodline invading SmackDown. You could even have Bloodline invading NXT and just trashing the superstars down there, sending a message down there as well. Like, literally just have them disrupting shows, causing carnage, matches not ending. You can have Adam Pearce trying to deal with them. You can have Roman just demanding that rematch. As we said, he gets it at WrestleMania. Roman can then go after Cody. He can go after Sami. We can have people brawling in the arenas. Like some of the visuals and the optics that we can have in the build towards WrestleMania as Roman just really starts to lose control. I mean, that's what it would come down to. The belts are control. If you are the champion, you are in control of the brand. Like everything revolves around you. Everything is set up to revolve around you. If you don't have those belts anymore, you don't have that control. And so an out of control Roman Reigns, I just think would be just as interesting as, what we're doing at the moment, which is champion Roman Reigns. So an out of control Roman Reigns going into WrestleMania looking for revenge, as I said, more dangerous now than he's ever been before. I just don't see the problem with that. I think that would be a really interesting period and build between Elimination Chamber and WrestleMania. Add in the fact you've got Cody trying to achieve what No Roads has achieved before. Add in the fact that Sami is going to be still massively over. People are going to, it will have settled down. If he becomes champion, what I said earlier is true. Come on, Sami, that goes away. So it will have settled down a little bit for Sami, but people will still love Sami and be warm to Sami and appreciative of Sami and supportive of Sami, and he'll still be, the champion. And, the promo, imagine the promo on Friday of the new champion, having been the one to do it. Sami would be a made man. We've always said, whoever is the one to beat Roman, they are a made man. That is such a gift that you can give to someone. I just don't think that Cody particularly needs it. Cody needs the belts, but he doesn't need to be the one that beats Roman. Cody just needs the belts. So, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those. We can sit and justify it and talk about it and explore different avenues till the cows come home. It's not going to change the fact I really don't think it's going that way, unfortunately. But, as I said, if it goes the way we're expecting, I ain't going to cry about it. I will be disappointed, and I'm not going to be able to hide that, obviously. But, look, that's wrestling, isn't it? You root for your favorites. You want them to succeed. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And this is one that, this story has been so fantastic. I will be the first to admit that they've absolutely got me. I mean, I think that's quite clear. They've absolutely got me. They've absolutely managed to convince me that this is the time. This is, it's very Daniel Bryan-esque. And so they've got me. The story got me. Sami got me. Yeah, brilliant. And we'll see how tonight goes. Joy Maurice said, good day, everyone. Oh, Struth, mate. Got my pizza. I don't know why I've gone Australian. I think it was the good day, which, just naturally. Good day, everyone. Got my pizza and potato wedges as snacks. I was shocked and happy when Sami used his old theme. Can't wait for the show to start. Yeah, we do need to talk about other things as well outside of Sami. Obviously, we've got 2 elimination chambers tonight. So the winner of the women's is going to be going on to face Bianca. So, feel free to let us know, who would you have win that match? Who would you have win the women's? I do love the idea of Asuka. I think this new Kana-esque Asuka is very exciting. The only thing I would say is, do I want to see Asuka, this new Asuka, go to WrestleMania and then lose to Bianca? I mean, to be honest, I don't. If she's going to win tonight, then I'm going to want Asuka to beat Bianca. I love Bianca. I think she's brilliant, but she's had a nice little run with the belt. She's had it since SummerSlam. Going from SummerSlam to WrestleMania, that's a credible title reign. Certainly when you think SummerSlam was actually earlier last year. Normally it's in August. I think last year it was July. So it was bang in the summer. It was SummerSlam. And so she's had that for quite a while. She's had it, 7 months, 8 months, something along those lines. So that's a credible title reign. It's not like she's only just had it. I think that Asuka and this version of Asuka, if we're gonna, there's not really another reinvention we can do for Asuka. I sort of feel like turning her more into Kana, which was her character before WWE, which is kind of what the face paint symbolizes. Doing that and changing up her music and changing the mask. I mean, she doesn't come out with a usual masks. Now she's got that animal mask and like a mane and everything. Changing all of that up and everything. This has been a big change for the Asuka character. And so for it to result in her getting to WrestleMania, that's good. But for it to result in her getting to WrestleMania and then just being fed to Bianca, I would be disappointed in that. I'd be disappointed. I love Asuka, and I really want the best for her, and she hasn't been as dominant on the main roster as she was in NXT. Just feels like she's just that level below the Beckys and Biancas and Charlottes. Feels like you've got all them, and then you've got Asuka that next level down. I'd love to see her step up and go into that next level above. So I've got hope with Triple H now booking that we might look to do that. And I think Asuka will be coming in as favorite. But my concern would be she wins tonight and then loses at WrestleMania. Liv, I know there's a lot of Liv fans out there. She absolutely could do it. I think what's quite interesting is they've had Liv look weak on the 2 shows going into this. And even though it doesn't really work that way anymore, it doesn't really work like if you stand tall on the go home, then you're going to lose at the pay-per-view and blah, 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 right? Even though she's looked weak coming into this, I can't read into that and say that means she's going to win now. But I think that she's going to have a good showing. I think they do like her. They just gave her a hell of a performance at the Royal Rumble. Obviously, she's someone that I think in the fans' eyes, I could be wrong here, but in my eyes, she's massively grown since where we were about 12 months ago. You know, you go back about 12 months ago and she always just seems like she's just so happy to be on the show, which part of me really likes. It's nice to see people enjoying themselves, but part of you doesn't want to look at them as like a fan that's just there and is just, oh my God, I can't believe it. You want to see a superstar. And I think it's been a bit of work for her to start to really kind of show that side of herself. Like she needs to believe that rather than just being like, I can't believe I'm here. Oh my God, I'm so lucky. We sort of need to move past that phase. We've needed to move past that phase. And we need to get to a phase where she is a superstar. Think about Charlotte. When Charlotte comes out with the robes and she presents herself as being the greatest, as being better than you, right? And that can rub people up the wrong way, but that's what a superstar would do. Like, you want to feel like you're watching special people do special things. And like, I think with Liv, she's the down to earth girl that's like, the girl next door. And I actually think that's been a bit of something that's held her back. I think that's kind of held her back. I think like she needed to have a run with the title. She needed to beat some credible people. She needed to grow further in confidence. And she needed to kind of shake off that, oh my God, look at this. It's WrestleMania. I'm so excited. Eek. Like she needed to kind of move past that a little further. You don't want to lose that connection with the fans. There's a lot of people that do love her for that. But I just think that that's also a bit of a barrier. I think you do need her to be a superstar. And I think where we are with her right now is really positive. I think we're in probably we're in the best place we've ever been with Liv. In my eyes, she's a solid mid-carder that absolutely you can use in a main event if you need to. If at Money in the Bank, for example, it was going to be, say, I don't know, Bianca versus Liv for the title, no one would bat an eyelid. No one would bat an eyelid. No one would be like, huh? Like, do you know what I mean? It's not like Dana Brooke. Like, Liv Morgan has established herself, largely thanks to winning the title, of course, but also some decent matches, continuing to improve in the ring, getting a little stronger with the promos, just getting more experience and exposure. She's proven herself now that she can hang at that level. And I think she's got a chance. I don't put her as favorite, but they could. Like, honestly, if it was going to be Bianca versus Liv, I don't think there'd be too many people that would be like, what? I think she's kind of firmly established herself. Carmella doesn't make any sense. Nikki doesn't make any sense. Raquel Rodriguez is very interesting. Raquel Rodriguez is interesting because she is big, right? Breaking news. She is someone that has got a great look. She's strong. She is absolutely a multi-time women's champion. I'm not telling you anything you don't know there. She's a multi-time women's champion. She's going to win that world title many, many times. It's just, when do we start that ball rolling? When do we get that ball rolling? Do we get that ball rolling soon? Or do we just build her up a little further? She's already won the tag titles with Aaliyah. So, and there is no women's mid-card belt. Like, they are the women's mid-card belts. So I think what Raquel would benefit from is a really good feud. She needs a really good feud. Do you remember Bianca had a feud with Bayley before she went to WrestleMania and then feuded with Sasha? I sort of feel like Raquel needs that feud with Bayley or someone like that before she then goes after the champion. So for me, this would just be a little too soon. But honestly, if Raquel won the women's title by the end of the year, by the end of this year, I wouldn't be too surprised. I really wouldn't. I think she's a multi-time champ. And I think she's an absolute credible person that you could lean on. And there's 2 women's titles. So, you know, if Rhea gets one, you know, you could quite comfortably see Raquel getting the other at some point. So, yeah, she's definitely an option. And then the other person in the match, can't remember who it is. So there we go. For me, it's Asuka, Liv. Oh, Natalya is the other one. And Natalya's only there because she's Canadian. Sorry. She ain't going to win it. So for me, it's either Liv, Asuka, or Raquel. And I've got to think Asuka's probably favorite. We need Aaliyah tag team back. That was funny. Yeah. She kept patting her ass, didn't she? In the entrance. And I actually thought they went together really well. I actually thought that it brought out Aaliyah's personality, because I think Aaliyah is a little bit like what I was saying with Liv. She's like still in that, oh my God, I'm so happy to be here phase. And that's fine if you want to be a tag champ or something. But you do need to move past that if you want to be like a legit champion, like at the top of the card. But obviously Aaliyah's only just arrived. So, you know, she is still happy to be here, and that's absolutely fine. But I thought those two being together was a nice partnership. I enjoyed that. And even though it wasn't very long, I thought they complemented each other very well. Reason why I would do it is because people like you and me and a few others were desperate for Roman to get to 1,000 days. And even we now want Sami to win. Just shows how good this story has been. Yeah, the 1,000 days thing is something that I have been saying I wanted Roman to get to. And I always knew that it would be difficult once we worked out it was going to be after WrestleMania. And, you know, to be honest, I think part of me kind of accepted that wasn't going to happen, because there's no way Cody's not going to win at WrestleMania. And I mean, if Cody doesn't win, it's not like they're going to have him win at WrestleMania Backlash, because it's too small. We would have to wait until SummerSlam. And I just don't see them doing that, to be honest. So the 1,000 days would have been cool. But I do think the Sami story is just, it's more important. What's more important? Is it more important that Roman gets to the 1,000 days? Or is it more important that we capitalize on this Sami momentum and this Sami moment? And I think for me, sitting here, the Sami thing is more important, because what does it matter? What does it matter if Roman's got a 900 and some day title reign or 1,000 day title reign? Like, it changes a number. The number looks a little better. Doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that this title reign has been like less impressive. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't. Could you make an argument? It's even more impressive once he gets to 1,000 days. Oh, maybe. But it's only a very small percentage, if anything at all, that this title reign is made more impressive because he reaches 1,000 days. I sort of feel like this title reign has been incredible. It's historic. It's absolutely when we look back on this time, like in 50 years' time, when we look back on this, I think we talk about the pandemic and the lockdowns, and we talk about this Roman Reigns title reign. Like it's absolutely in the bloodline. We already, it's there, it's cemented, it's done. 1,000 days would just be a bit of a cherry on top, to be honest. And I would much rather Sami beat Roman tonight than get that little cherry on top. Because spoiler, I don't even like cherries. So yeah, I agree. It's one that I have been campaigning for, but one that's honestly I'm not bothered about. It's not one that I wouldn't choose that over Sami. Catherine said, I agree. Liv's run as SmackDown Women's Champion was booked worse due to how she presented when she was champion. She beat Ronda twice, but the wins were flops, making her look weak. Yeah, she definitely did. I didn't like her title reign. I think as soon as that SummerSlam finish happened, she should have dropped the belt. I said it at the time, and I still stand by it. I really think, because what did we do after that point? What happened after that point that was of any value? She went to Clash at the Castle, had a so-so match with Shayna Baszler, which I didn't even think was that great, if I'm being truthful. And then she ended up going to Extreme Rules and dropping the title to Ronda. I just think that, I'm sorry to say, Triple H has not got everything right at all since he took over. He's got a lot right, and I think he's shown himself to be a good booker. But, two quick examples would be the Austin Theory cash-in, which I think is one of the worst cash-ins I've ever seen. And then that booking of Liv at SummerSlam, where she tapped out and Ronda's shoulders were down. And she then got chance of you tapped out on SmackDown from the fans in attendance that were like starting to turn on Liv. Like, the fans don't want a champion, and certainly not a babyface champion that's going to retain their title in that way. Now, if Liv was a heel, she absolutely could have got away with that. Used it. She could have been booed out the building. She would have loved it. That's the kind of thing that Roman would love to do. Not the kind of thing that you'd book for a babyface champion. So a very, very bizarre decision there by Triple H. There was other ways to get Liv through that match with Ronda and keep the belt on her than doing what he did. So yeah, that one was very strange. Very, very strange. So weird that at the time I said, I just don't think there's a way forward for her. Like, the crowd are starting to turn. Granted, they settled down. It's not like we were hearing you tapped out chants every week. So it was just that 1 week. But even so, it never felt right. It certainly, in my eyes, she didn't come across as being the rightful champion going forward. And I don't think I was alone in that. So I actually think it would have done more for her had she have come out and said, I can't wholeheartedly continue to carry this title. I worked so hard to get to it because I wanted to prove that I'm the best. And what you saw at SummerSlam shows that there's a question that I might not be the best. And so I can't carry this title going forward because it doesn't mean what I need it to mean. I only want this if I am the best. And I think if she had have cut that promo, she would have won a lot of respect from those that had turned on her. A lot of respect from people that had doubted her, because she would want to do it the right way. And I think that it would have been a good moment for her to have done that. But instead, we tried to carry on with the title reign and pretend like nothing went wrong. And it just ran out of steam. And then she ended up losing it to Ronda. And then, honestly, that title has just been passed around. It's been awful. She lost it to Ronda. Ronda then didn't do much with it. She loses it to Charlotte when Charlotte comes back on that December 30th issue of SmackDown, which was really random. And then, we haven't really done much with it since Charlotte had it. Honestly, the SmackDown Women's title has been horrific. It's been horrific. It's been really bad. You could probably say that since... I don't think it's unfair to say that since Ronda beat Charlotte at WrestleMania Backlash, since then it's done nothing. It's been awful. It's been awful. Like, it's been one of the worst book titles on the main roster, if not in all of WWE. Days, are you excited by how much talent is in the UFC heavyweight division? Am I excited by how much talent is in the UFC heavyweight division? I am. The only thing I would say is I feel like that division needs a bit of a wake-up because it just feels like we don't get exposed to some of that talent very often. What we tend to see is a lot of names further down the rankings, and those fights just don't feel that great. So you tend to see like some plodding heavyweights, like the big boys, the guys at the top of the cards. They tend to main event fight nights and main event premium live events. But like I just don't feel like we see them all that often. I feel like I watch loads of lightweight fights and flyweight fights, and I just don't feel like I see that many heavyweight fights. And then, as we said, when we do, they tend to be a bit slow, a bit plodding. They tend to have a nice finish, whatever. But I think, though, at the top of the cards is quite exciting. But as I said, like, again, we just haven't seen Stipe in forever. We're finally getting a chance to see John Jones. We've just had Ngannou leave the industry, which is really gutting. Derek Lewis is now in a decline. But I mean, I look at people like Garn, I look at people like John Jones coming back, I look at people like Aspinall, you know, I look at some of the kind of talent that is coming through up there. I mean, Tuivasa's up there, it's pretty cool. There's, you know, there are some names around, but I would have to say, I think that it could be a bit more active. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. I think talent's there, but I just don't feel like I see it that much. Stipe and Jones being gone for so long has been a problem, and Ngannou fighting like once a year has been a problem. Maybe that's it. Perhaps like in the other divisions, we just see like them fighting a few times a year, whereas with the heavyweights, it's like once a year, and you know, a lot of them have been missing a bit. Right, let's go to next one. Dizzle Dog, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you are well. Dizzle Dog says Asuka will win Elimination Chamber tonight, and it's going to be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I hope you're right. I really like Asuka. I genuinely don't mind if Raquel wins, but that would mean face versus face. But then it would mean that if Liv wins, I did say in my predictions, and to be honest, I watched it back and I thought, I don't know if I've been as clear as I wanted to be there. I was trying to make the point that Asuka is a face. People love cheering her. She doesn't berate the crowds. There's nothing really. It's not like she starts beating up on other faces or attacking them backstage. So everything seems to suggest she's a face. But equally, there's a bit of an edge to her that just sort of means you don't know. Do you know what I mean? I sort of feel like she's more out for herself. I sort of feel like she is... It's Asuka. I mean, it's just Asuka. She's not trying to, like, you know, upset the fans. But equally... She is dancing away to the ring, takes the mask off. She's a killer, right? And you put someone in front of her, she's going to kill them. She's going to think twice. If you put a baby face in front of her, she kills her. Right? She doesn't think twice about it. I just don't, I don't know. I think she's a little harder to read since she came back, but I feel like if we were to put her in a category, we would say she's a face. So all three favorites for tonight's Elimination Chamber are faces, if we count Asuka as a face. And as I said, I think if we're going to categorize her, I think we would. So Raquel, Liv, Asuka, all of them are faces. One of them seemingly is going to go on to face Bianca Belair, face versus face match at WrestleMania, which, as I said, I don't mind. I mean, you do split the crowds. It's not as ideal as doing monster face versus monster heel. But again, you know, if this is where we are and these are the hottest options that we've got, you know, we keep saying there are no monster heels. We need to build up monster heels. This is why I think they've got to get somewhere with Lacey Evans, because Lacey Evans is someone that the fans go, oh. But we need credible monster heels. And if she goes out and destroys people, Cobra clutches them, chucks them to one side, berates the crowds, she absolutely can get to a title opportunity at some point this year. And I think we're trying to do something similar with Piper Niven. Piper Niven got a good win over Mia Yim Meechin the other day. And so I think she's someone else that, you know, we've changed her name to Piper Niven, which is getting TV time. She's picking up wins. She's obviously got a good size to her. She's someone else I could see us moving on. It's just neither of them are ready for the Elimination Chamber and for this opportunity for WrestleMania yet. So I must admit, I was surprised. I thought they would just move on Lacey. I really did. It's not like we don't know who Lacey Evans is, and fans don't like her. So, I mean, she ain't going to take much work to build up as a heel for WrestleMania because people don't like her anyway. You've just got to build up her credibility, which you can easily do by just having her beat a load of baby faces that people like. Have a Cobra Clutch Liv Morgan. Have her take out the likes of Raquel Rodriguez with a Cobra Clutch. Like, that would be a big win for Lacey Evans if it was a good competitive match and Lacey Evans got the win with the Cobra Clutch afterwards. Like, you would just do that and build her up as she goes to WrestleMania. So I was surprised that she wasn't in the chamber. If she was in the chamber, I would say keep an eye on Lacey Evans because heel versus face makes a lot more sense than face versus face. But all of our best options tonight are faces. Melanie, shout out to you. Melanie said, I missed SmackDown last night. My internet went down. Ooh. What I would say is definitely, I mean, it looks like your internet's back now. Go and watch that Sami segment because I think there's so much in it that is just worth watching. I actually watch it from the point of view of how is he controlling the crowd? What is Sami doing? Like, I look at his mannerisms. I look at the fact that he, as I said, could have spoke at any time. So Sami could have easily put the microphone up to his mouth. He could have put his hands up. The crowd will do whatever he wants. If he wanted to stop them and talk, he absolutely could have, of course. He didn't want that. He wanted to let it stew. He wanted to let that atmosphere kind of, do itself, run itself. And just watching how he does that, how like when maybe one chant starts to fade, watching his mannerisms and seeing how he sort of encourages the next chant to start up. And I found that really interesting to watch. It's just, he is in control all the time that he's in that ring. He knows exactly what he's doing. And actually, the rumors, as I said, are that he went in with a completely different promo in mind, went in there and just went with the crowd and went with the flow. I mean, to be able to do that and deliver a segment that he delivered and deliver the key points he wanted to, hit his marks, deliver a segment like that. If it wasn't scripted and they didn't say to him, right, go out, tease the crowds, milk the crowds, get to a couple of minutes and then deliver these lines. If he had something else planned, but instead went out there and delivered that instead, that is impressive. That is impressive to be so in control and be so aware of so many different factors, because you've got to remember that time's ticking and the show's going to go off air at a certain time. So you're having to really think about how long have I got left in the show? What is it that I need to say? Because I can't say all of this stuff anymore. I can't say this, because I don't have time now. How long am I going to let them chant for? Like, all of that is going to have to be going on to some degree in his head as he's standing there just looking emotional, tear running down his face. He's got quite a bit going on upstairs. And I think to watch the segment, like, thinking about all of that and what must have been going on and listening to the crowd and just, it was so special. It was really, really well done. Very well done. It was a big segment. Got me proper hyped for tonight. And they could have done loads of stuff. I mean, they could have had Roman come out. There was no bloodline on the show. That's the other amazing thing. No bloodline, no Roman, no Usos, no Solo, no Paul Heyman. When was the last time we saw a SmackDown that had none of them on? Like, obviously we get shows that don't have Roman, but if we don't get Roman, then we always had Usos and Sami. I mean, when was the last time we didn't have Usos, Solo, Roman, Paul Heyman, none of them on SmackDown whatsoever, and there wasn't a single one on the show last night. Didn't need it. We were in Montreal. Montreal were very clear about who they wanted to see, but still absolutely brilliant segment. And as I said, I would definitely go and check it out. Check it out. French translation. Yeah, apparently he dropped an F-bomb, so he said something in French. So as soon as, they stopped talking, I heard him say merci, beaucoup, thank you. Really appreciate it, or something along those lines. Then he goes, during his promo, starts talking. He says something to Roman, and it was in French. And apparently he said, "This is my Roman. You're going to be stepping into my effing house." So I'm told in French he dropped an F-bomb, which, I mean, I can only imagine that was cleared before. I really don't think Sami's going in there and dropping an F-bomb in any language without getting it signed off. I mean, if he did that without getting it signed off, I would say that's really stupid, right? Really stupid. Because, I mean, you're going to offend advertisers in those areas, sponsors potentially, viewers, kids that are watching. You would need someone of authority to go, okay, you can do it, but only in French. Or something like this. So apparently there was an F-bomb in there, yeah? You're stepping, Roman, tomorrow night you're stepping into my effing house. But it was only in French, because then when he spoke in English, he didn't say that. And so, again, just another interesting little wrinkle to the story. Brad, shout out to you, said, Days, I'm looking forward to another stream. Can't wait for Elimination Chamber. Really hoping that Johnny Gargano is going to win the US title. Quick thoughts on that. So it's Austin Theory against Seth Rollins, against Damian Priest, against Johnny Gargano, against Bronson Reed, against some other people. But yeah, I think Seth has won it before. He doesn't need it now. Bronson Reed feels a little bit too new. Austin Theory makes the most sense to retain. Austin Theory has only recently won it. He won it at Survivor Series, which is mid-November. Here we are, 4 months later. I mean, he could lose it, but if you think that he tried to cash in for the United States title, didn't succeed, and then, a few weeks later, ended up winning it at Survivor Series. If we went through all of that for the title reign that we've just had, I would be very confused, because, I just don't feel like we've really done a great deal with Austin Theory's United States title reign yet. It still doesn't really feel like it's got anywhere. And, I sort of feel like he needs to continue to carry it. Defending it in Elimination Chamber, I mean, that's going to be good. That's something to brag about. He went into Elimination Chamber as champ. He came out as champ. You're giving him something there to shout about, something for him to get on the microphone and remind the fans about. So that I think would be really good for him. Johnny Gargano, I actually think is a bit of an outsider, but someone that I do like the look of. I think Triple H is going to move with him. I think Triple H will definitely want to do something with him at some point this year. I think he's been on the roster, a few months. We haven't done a great deal with him. He was involved in that Miz feud with Dexter Lumis. And then I think he had a bit of an injury. And so he's just been out the picture for a few weeks. I think he's back now, and we should be looking to do something with Johnny. Now, whether it's tonight, it might just be a bit soon to put the United States Championship on him, but I don't think it's going to be that far away. I think, as I said, he is someone that was a massive player in NXT. He is someone that Triple H has got all the time in the world for, and he is someone that I'm sure, got no doubt, Triple H is going to have big plans for. So, but this might be a bit soon. I think Austin Theory, looking at the odds, looking at the bookies, comes in as very firm, heavy favorite for this. I would go with that, to be honest. I would say that I probably am expecting the same. I am expecting it to be that he is going to get the job done tonight. And then hopefully go forward to get a tasty opponent at WrestleMania. Now, obviously, John Cena would be amazing. Don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. Reason why I say that is because just hearing more and more about John Cena and filming commitments and things along those lines. But I mean, John Cena, Austin Theory, I just think would be an absolutely fantastic match. But I just don't know that Cena's going to be able to do it. Retribution, shout out to you, said on Skybet, ZAYN, Theory, Asuka, and Balor Ripley all to win is 10-1. And for Reigns to win, the rest is at 15-8. That itself means that Reigns is going to win tonight, said Retribution. Dragon Slayer said, would you not do that if you were in Sami's shoes and it was as massive of a moment as it currently is? Would you not do that? Do what, buds? Do what? Would I not do that? Do what? If I was in Sami's shoes, what would I do? I'd try and win tonight, I can tell you that. David, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Godfather Host said, do you remember when Junkyard Dog would get down and bite the rump of his opponents? Grab them cakes. If he was to do that to Bayley, would you consider that an all-you-can-eat buffet? I would say it's an all-day buffet. I mean, look, I very much enjoy our regular Bayley rump analysis, and I would say Junkyard Dog would be a very satisfied individual. That's what I would say, and hopefully Bayley would as well. So, Godfather's Ho, shout out to you. Eat them cakes, says David. Maggie said, Sonny, I had serious back pains. It was horrendous. Maggie, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope things are better. Back pain. I've been able to avoid that. And honestly, it's something I'm a bit worried about. Hence why I was quite happy to get rid of the old sofa, get like an office chair, which has got like a really nice lumbar support. So I am quite literally sitting pretty now. So back pain is something that was definitely something that had crossed my mind. So hope all is good now. Planet Dan said, what if Sami wins? We celebrate. Oh, we celebrate. That's what happens. And Roman wants his rematch. We get the triple threat. Cody wins. That way it makes sense to do the triple threat. Yep. Love it. Yep. I got no problems with that. I think the only problem that I think people would have is that Roman has been undefeated for 2 years, and then he finally loses on the show just before WrestleMania. Now, WrestleMania is a massive show, right? It's so important that you are gambling. I mean, it is a gamble to have your monster heel lose. I mean, could you imagine Andre the Giant losing the month before WrestleMania 3? The whole story there was Hogan trying to take down the unbeaten Giant, and if that unbeaten Giant had been defeated a month before, like WrestleMania 3, would it have been as big? So, you can absolutely make that argument. My counter to that would be, this is not the same story as WrestleMania 3. Like, this isn't so much about can Cody take down the undefeated monster. It doesn't have to be that story. There's other stories that we can focus on. And actually, I think the Bloodline story deserves its proper end and deserves its conclusion. Now, this is where we got into the whole argument of, or the conversation of, do you do a screwy finish tonight and give Sami a rematch on night 1 of WrestleMania? That way, Roman still goes into WrestleMania as the undefeated monster, but Sami is still in the main event. Or do you do a screwy finish tonight, Roman retains, and you still do the triple threat on night 2? That way, Sami has got a chance of winning at WrestleMania. And then you've got Roman, you've got Sami, you've got Cody. What's going to happen? Roman's still undefeated. You could go that way. Again, to come back to what I said, I really don't have a problem with Sami winning tonight, because the way I would book it and the story I would tell isn't that Cody's trying to beat the undefeated monster. That is a story you can tell, but I wouldn't go that way. I would go the way of Roman loses his titles to Sami, and he is angry. He wants revenge. He is destroying everything and everyone as we build towards WrestleMania. And so then the story is an angry, out of control, unpredictable Roman Reigns going into WrestleMania, looking for revenge. You've got Sami, the new champion, who is, just living his best life. But, oh my God, what a challenge he's going to have. He's got Cody, who's trying to, win a title his family has never won. He is rightfully there because of his Rumble win. So Cody deserves to be there. Roman deserves to be there because it's Roman's rematch. Sami deserves to be there because he's the champion. It's the three hottest guys in the industry in one match, in the main event of WrestleMania, in this beautiful just explosion of just let's chuck them all together and just see what goes down. Like, honestly, we did a WrestleMania main event of Roman, Edge, and Daniel Bryan a few years ago. And no disrespect, this would absolutely destroy that triple threat. This would be way bigger than Roman, Daniel Bryan, and Edge if you did Roman, Sami, and Cody. So, yeah, I have no problems with the triple threat. The only thing with the triple threat is I have said that I'm not a fan of them because I prefer singles matches. But that's from a match quality point of view. That's from a, would I rather sit and watch a triple threat or would I rather sit and watch a one-on-one match? I would rather watch one-on-one rather than a triple threat. Adding more people to matches doesn't make the match better. In my opinion, it takes away. So from a in-ring quality, will the match be 5 stars? I actually think it's better it's just one-on-one. But that's not where we are. We've got 3 hot acts right now, 3 hot superstars. I have no issue with doing the triple threat whatsoever. So, yeah, I don't mind that at all. Justin said, give me a shout out. Justin, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Nando said, I don't care if Johnny doesn't win. I just hope he gets a great showing. I think he will. I really think he will. I expect him to have a great showing tonight. Planet Dan, read that. Shout out to you. I truly believe Sami will win tonight, but he won't win the title. Something will go down that prevent that from happening. Well, do you know what? That's really interesting, actually. That's really interesting because if Sami wins tonight by DQ or Sami wins tonight by countout, Sami gets a win over Roman, but Roman still leaves with the titles, and that's really interesting. That I don't know how I'd react to that because Sami has beaten Roman, but he's not won the titles. It would be bittersweet, wouldn't it? It would be bittersweet. He will have shown Roman that he can stand toe to toe with him and that he is, arguably better. But, Roman still goes on to WrestleMania, not been pinned or submitted. And, people will say, well, you can't have Roman lose just before WrestleMania. But my counter to that would be Roman actually lost to Seth Rollins at Royal Rumble by, I think it was disqualification. So he has lost. It's not like he hasn't lost. He's just not been pinned or submitted. And so, I just don't think that would be a problem. I don't think he would, if he did lose tonight by count out or DQ, I don't think that affects Roman. It gives Sami something, I suppose, but it would be very bittersweet because obviously he wouldn't get the titles. Whether that could be an argument for him to get a rematch, though, or get into the main event of WrestleMania, maybe. I mean, one of the things you could do, and we haven't really spoke about this, and honestly, I've not really sat and thought about how I feel about it, so now might be a good as time and any to think about it. But you could have Sami win tonight by count out or win tonight by DQ, right? He then gets added to the triple threat at WrestleMania. Now, that is definitely satisfying to me in the sense of I really want Sami to be rewarded for what he's done. And what he's done is he's given us one of the best stories in recent years, some of the best segments I've ever seen. He's improved the ratings. He's been one of the best things on TV. And I feel like that deserves to be rewarded. Now, you can make the argument that's being rewarded tonight in Montreal. You can make that argument, right? But I think we're so close to WrestleMania that, like, him being in that main event, I really feel very strongly about that he should be there and that he's earned that and he deserves that. Now, he could get into that match and then he could cost Roman, you know? He could cost Roman and Cody could get the win. Obviously, Sami will want to win the titles, but it could be that he, does something on the outside. Like, both of them get wiped out, or maybe both get wiped out in the ring. Either way, Cody grabs Roman, chucks him back in, or capitalizes. So it's just that Sami wasn't able to capitalize. So Sami could hit a haluva at the exact same time he's being Superman punched. Do you know what I mean? They could both end up taking each other out. Cody could come over, get the victory, pin Roman, get the victory. Roman is pinned, but it's largely down, and thanks to Sami that Roman has been defeated. Sami, I think, would be pretty disappointed at not winning the titles, of course, but I think he would also be really pleased for Cody. I think that he would also just be really happy that Roman is no longer champion. I actually think, Sami is going to play some part in Cody winning the title, even if he's not in the main event. I really think that Sami will come down and he'll deal with Solo Sikoa. He'll do something to help even up the odds for Cody. He'll do something. So I can see him, and then you can see Sami cheering Cody on at WrestleMania. I keep coming back to it. The truth is, there are so many different ways that you can take this story and that it can work. I don't know that there's necessarily a perfect way that everyone is going to love, right? I just don't think that exists. I don't even know if that exists in wrestling, to be honest, that there's a way that everyone would be like, that's it. That's it. We would all love to find that way, that answer. I just don't think it exists. I don't think it exists because I just think we've all got different opinions on Sami, different opinions on Roman, different opinions on Cody, different opinions on the Usos match, different opinions on how Kevin fits into, there's so many moving parts. I just think there's so many different opinions. I just don't think there's a one size fits all here. So in truth, there's lots of different ways you can go. And I think every single one of them has got their flaws for certain people. So, the bottom line is it'll come down to what Triple H wants to do. Wrestler Andy said, what if we get a cheeky Dusty finish tonight? Dusty finish could be pretty fun for Cody. I mean, if Cody's going to win the title, winning it by Dusty finish is kind of fun, isn't it? So I don't mind that suggestion. Hope you're well, Wrestler Andy. Shout out to you, my friend. Jojo said, thoughts on Bray against Bobby or Brock? Are you excited for Firefly Funhouse? I am excited for Firefly Funhouse. I'm excited for that because I always loved the Funhouse. Massively into that. We used to break down each episode. I love the fact that it was so different and so unhinged and didn't quite know. I mean, I remember us exploring, is it in his head or, what it was. I think it showed itself to be a real place and seemingly somewhere that the likes of Randy Orton was able to get to. So, yeah, it feels like it was something that was real. There was many questions around it, and I love that, chewing over that. So I'm excited for it to come back. I hope it's going to be a proper episode, not just a promo. I don't want it to be a case that he's going to come in and just basically say in the Funhouse what he could have said in a wrestling ring. If you're going to do a Funhouse episode, then give me something like Muscle Man Dance. Give me something where he's interacting with the puppets. There's a theme. There's a word of the day. All that stuff, Towards the end of the Funhouse, when it was more the traveling set, not rather than the big set, it felt more like it was just a way of him cutting promos. So I am excited for it. I hope it's proper episodes. I love the fact now he can cycle through lots of different personas. I think that's very exciting. And so, yeah, brilliant. Sign me up. How do I feel about Bobby Brock? My truthful answer is I'm pretty excited, but weird way to start a feud. I do agree. Like, he's got no... I mean, what's his issue with Brock? What's his issue with Bobby? Why would he be going after them? Like, what is it? Why has he looked at that match? What about that match means that he wants to go after them? I think Bray has always been quite good, and people have always enjoyed it when there's been like a real backstory to Bray's feuds, and there's a reason for him to go after people. I mean, if you think about the Funhouse pictures up on the wall and their eyes being crossed out, and seemingly he was going after people we felt that had wronged him at some point. Whereas now he's just like Bobby or Brock, whoever wins, whichever one of you wins, you'd better run. He's called them out, but we just don't know why. We don't know why he's gone after those. So that would be my only thing I would say, is that everything with Bray has been quite slow. And it's been quite methodical. And this one just hasn't been set up. Like, it just literally out of nowhere. Which part of it is really exciting. Part of it makes you go, didn't expect that. Didn't predict that. Didn't think we would go that way. I think they put a little spoiler out saying that Bray was going to be interrupting Hit Row. And people were freaking out, going, oh my God, that is not the feud Bray should be having. Thankfully, he did interrupt, but only so that he could have the ring to then cut this promo. So I don't mind either of those matches. I think the build will be fun. I think it'll be Bobby. Rather than Brock, because Bobby is a heel, Brock is a face. I think Brock, you've got loads of options you can do with Brock. Brock is very credible. Bobby, not as credible. Bobby is not Brock. Simple as that. He is someone that we've done a bit of work with. He's a good opponent. He's got a good size to him. I think him against Bray makes a lot of sense. Brock against Bray makes sense, but is Brock going to lose? I just don't think Brock would lose. And I'm struggling to see Brock faffing around with the likes of Uncle Howdy. Brock is no nonsense. I can't see Brock being... I can't see him being scared by anything that Bray's doing. And I can't see... can you see Howdy trying to stand up to Brock would murder him? I don't know. I'm struggling to see that. I'm struggling to see it. It's a feud that a lot of people have wanted. And I think if this was Bray on his own, and it was going to be Bray, and it was going to be The Fiend, yeah, you could see something along those lines. But, I don't know that I can see it at the moment with Uncle Howdy and all that kind of stuff. I can see Brock in the ring, and I can see promos on the screen. But if Howdy lights out, comes back on, tries to sneak attack Brock, Brock's just murdering Howdy. I can't see... I don't know. I think it's harder. I really think Brock's harder to book with Bray than Bobby. I think Bobby's a lot easier. Brock's credibility is a real problem because he's this big star that's multi-time champion. That's the most... they pay him $13.5 million a year, I believe. He's the most well-paid superstar, more than Roman, on the roster by a country mile. And I think they are going to want to use him for other things. I don't think it'll be Brock. I'll be surprised if it's Brock tonight. But Jojo, shout out to you. I hope you're excited for it as well. Right, next up, we've got OK Gamer Plays said, what will Jey Uso's role in the match be tonight? I think if we get Jey Uso, then I think we are going to have him turn on Sami. So I think if Jey is there, I think he turns on Sami. At no point have I said that I think Sami wins tonight. No point have I said that I don't think the Usos are going to get involved. I am 100% in agreement with the majority in that I think the plan is Kevin, Sami, Usos. I think the plan is Usos interfering. And so I think that's why we are where we are. And I think we are going to see that happen. And I think it will go that way. The only question I've got is, are they going to swerve us? Is there going to be a swerve? Has Triple H changed his mind? Have the fans changed Triple H's mind? Have the ratings changed Triple H's mind? I fully agree. The plan was to go this way. Has anything happened to convince him to go that way? I just don't know. I just don't know. I feel like probably not. I'm expecting it to be Jay costing Sami, screw job, disappointment, all that kind of stuff. That's what I'm expecting. But if Lashley wins, I think it'll be Hurt Business Wyatt 6. Do you? I'm struggling with that, to be honest. I'm struggling with it because I don't know that we're getting a Wyatt 6. This idea of Wyatt 6 has been around since Bray kind of came back. Now, we have had Howdy come in, and there are rumors of Dutch and Vincent. They've been down in NXT, of course, and it looks like Alexa is turning. So you can definitely look at Bray, Howdy, Dutch, Vincent, Alexa, maybe Braun, right, as a Wyatt 6. You can get there. I just haven't seen anything yet that has indicated that we're going there. You know, I know that he had a 6 on the side of his head at the Royal Rumble, right? I'm aware of that. And I'm aware that there's been teases, but teases are just teases. You know, Bray is aware that the conversation is Wyatt 6, who's in Wyatt 6, right? He can see people's thoughts, theories on social media, on YouTube. He's aware, right? He knows. So all you've got to do is put a 6 on something. You're going to have people talking, right? It's a great way to get buzz, right? That isn't him just putting some 6s on things is not enough for it to be no, it's happening because of this, right? If you want to grab people's attention, you just put a 6 on your ring gear, done, boom. People will, you know, do theory videos on it. It'll be the talk of Twitter. And all you've done is put just a little 6 on you. That's it, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that that is the direction that we're going in. It doesn't necessarily mean that that is what's coming. And, you know, Dutch and Vincent, they could just be a great team for NXT. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean they're coming in to go with Bray. They've teased things. They've put out cryptic tweets. But I think what some fans struggle with is they struggle with accepting or understanding that wrestlers will tease things just to trend, just to get that buzz, just to get that engagement. Like, they will do stuff, put out pictures of, I don't know, partial WWE contracts, right? They will do things just to get attention. And that, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that this is the world we live in. Clicks, likes, views, engagements, your brand, exposure of your brand. That is massively important in this modern world. And there is so much of that going on. So much. Look at what Kyle Scarborough keeps putting out, right? I don't pay attention to any of that. Look at what Code Orange did the other day. They put out a tweet that had like drawings, that had barbed wire and circles and all this kind of stuff. And of course, naturally, understandably, Bray fans looked at that and were like, it's got to be Bray related. There's the circle. There's barbed wire. There's this, there's that. My reading of it was, that's Code Orange trying to promote Code Orange. That's Code Orange trying to grab your attention to promote their single, promote their album, promote whatever it is they're doing. If it was anything Bray related, it would come through WWE channels. Like, same with Kyle Scarborough. No shade. No shades. Let's not get it twisted. No shades. Great at what he does. But if he had anything that was of significance, it would go through a WWE channel. It wouldn't come out on his Twitter account. I remember people were freaking out over this rabbit design that he put out. And then when you looked into it, It was a design from years and years ago. It was a drawing he'd done years ago. People thought he was teasing Ramblin' Rabbit being part of White Rabbit, right? Because he put it out at that exact same time. When you go back on his Instagram, it's a drawing from 2-3 years ago. It had nothing to do with White Rabbit. This is what I'm saying. He is clever. You go and get a picture of a rabbit that you did years ago that looks a bit spooky, drop it onto your Twitter account when everyone's scrambling around for White Rabbit clues. All of a sudden, this drawing was everywhere. His image, his artwork was everywhere. So you have to be so careful about, like, you know, all these little teases, the engagement, the views, all that kind of stuff. That is part of the modern wrestling world now. We have to accept it. This is what people are doing to grab attention, grab engagement, grab views, grab likes. And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing per se, but it is, I think, throwing people off in lots of directions, which are just going to be dead ends. Lots of dead ends, lots of things that just don't mean what they think it means. So to bring this back to like Wyatt 6, if I apply that logic to some of the stuff that, say, Dutch and Vincent have been putting out, you know, again, I remember seeing a picture of, I think it was Dutch standing there. He had a 6 written on the wall behind him. I just don't buy anything into that. Nothing has come out of that, and we're months and months down the road since he sent that out. So, like, I think you can put it to one side and put a big question mark on it, right? So put it to one side, big question mark on it. So Dutch and are they connected, Spray? Could just be that they're, you know, not. I mean, look at Liv. Liv went through a period of putting out loads of teases that she was connected with Bray. All these cryptic things people were reading in when I think she was injured at the time. She put out all this stuff, didn't lead to anything. And so, like, all of that was all dead end stuff as well. I remember doing theory videos on it because it was coming from a WWE superstar, and it was interesting and it was different. And I remember putting like all these theory videos, and as I said, all of that was dead end as well. So again, no shades. It's the modern world. Everyone does it. But you do have to just go take a lot of what you see, certainly on social media, with a big, big pinch of salt. So are we building to a Wyatt 6? I really don't know. I can't say that there's anything really substantial there that makes me think, yeah, it's that Dutch and Vincent are on the way, or Alexa's on the way, or I don't know that we are. I really don't know that we are. Could we get Hurt Business Wyatt 6? Absolutely, yeah. It's definitely something that could happen. Is it going to happen? Is it likely to happen? I gotta say, probably not. If I was to say likelihoods, I would say probably not. I think that Howdy and Bray are pretty much together, but with WrestleMania, you know, I mean, we would have to really start to make some moves to bring in some new people. I don't even know if other people have been teased, to be honest. I mean, there might be some stuff in the imagery, but again, they might just, a lot of that turned out to be stock footage. A lot of those images, you know, in the flashes, when you actually look into it, they've just been bought from stock footage sites. I mean, there was like eyes that were in there that people were getting excited about. That turns out it's just from an old Bray Wyatt promo, and so there was nothing to that. Then, because we were trying to work out whose eye it was, right? And again, this is what I'm saying, dead end. It was just from an old Bray Wyatt promo. And then you look at like some other footage. I think there was one of someone putting their arms out, and myself included, I was like, that's interesting. Why would they show a person like that? And then you look into it, and it turns out that it was just bought stock footage. So again, dead end. So I think I'm probably at the point where I've been down so many dead ends, and I've gone through this kind of cycle so many times that I'm just maybe now a bit more desensitized to it, where I need something. I like it. I like the stuff. I'm interested in it. I enjoy reading it and seeing where the conversation is. So it's not like a bad thing if people send it over, but it is definitely, there is a lot of dead ends. We saw it recently, actually, with a WWE sign during WWE Shop. I got sent that and did a video on it. And I said in the video, I've not seen this. I can't find this advert. I haven't seen it, but this is interesting. And it's a sign saying he's coming for you, right? When I actually saw the advert, you can see that the same person makes a sign for Becky as well. So they make a sign for the man, Becky Lynch, and then they make one for, I think, Alexa. So in that context, you look at it and go, oh, I don't think there's anything to this. Actually, now I've seen the advert, I think this is, they haven't really hidden it that much. It's not like it flashes up for a second. You can see it for a little while, and there's other signs being made. So actually, in the context, this looks like it's probably just part of the ad. It's just an idea they've had. How about we advertise people's merch by showing some fan signs and then showing the merch those fans can buy? Here's someone making a Becky sign. There's the Becky merch. Here's someone making an Alexa sign. Here's the Alexa merch. And that seems to just be a bit of a marketing idea they've had for that advert. So having seen the advert, don't think there's anything to that. But again, when you're sent these images, you kind of go, well, that is interesting. That is interesting. I think fans just need to be a bit careful when it comes to falling for some of these things, or maybe not questioning these things enough, because there's a lot of fake news out there as well. Not only have you got all of these teases, there's loads of sites just putting out categorically fake wrestling news and things that just aren't true. So it's an absolute minefield when it comes to knowing what's actually going on. As I said, as a result of that, I can't say I've seen anything concrete at the moment to suggest we're getting Hurt Business Wyatt 6. I think we read that one. Let's go down. I want to get to as many of these as possible, and I'm doing a rubbish job at it. Right, here we go. Delwyn, shout out to you. I don't know, Ashton, did I get to yours, bud? I don't know if I got to yours. It's not showing anymore. If I didn't, Ashton, put it in the chat and I'll read it, right? If you are just joining us, big shout out to you. We are live. We've been live for 1 hour 48. We always start early. Should know this by now. And we are at the kickoff show. We've got a kickoff panel of Wade Barrett, Kayla Braxton, Kevin Patrick, and someone that I didn't see. They're just breaking down some matches at the moment. At the moment, talking about Edge and Beth against Finn and Rhea. I think that's hard to call. I think that one's a bit tricky. I could see them going either way. I don't really want to see Edge and Beth beaten again. It's Pete Rosenberg, by the way. So I don't really want to see Edge and Beth beaten again. I mean, if they are, so what? Do you know what I mean? They'll go to WrestleMania and finish it there. But equally, it could be Edge and Beth get the win. Judgment Day are upset, demand the rematch, and then we get to WrestleMania that way. So this is what I'm saying, like, tricky, to be honest, as to which way they'll go on this. Do we go with Judgment Day? Do we go with Edge and Beth? Right, Darwin said, evening days, I'm really excited for tonight's show. Same. Fair play to Sami. It's incredible work with the Bloodline story. You will 100% see Roman walk entrance like what John Cena did in ECW One Night Stand. Huge heat coming tonight. Yeah, Darwin, shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate the support. I agree in the sense of it's going to be big heat. I agree that it's going to be, I would say it's just going to be a little different we spoke about it last night. It's going to be a little different to Cena, because Cena, when he walked out at One Night Stand, it was very tight. The venue was very small. He was like head down, belt up. Like it felt quite cramped. There wasn't really much room, and it felt a little more dangerous. It felt like that's the show where if Cena wins, we riot sign comes from. And you look at that show, and I just believe it to be true. I don't think that's a sign. I think that's a warning, right? I think that's an actual, just so you know, this is going to happen. I don't know that it's going to be as hostile. I think you're right. It's going to be an incredible atmosphere. It's going to be Roman will obviously have a bit more space to walk down. He's just going to be absolutely bombarded with boos, bombarded with obviously chants and negativity. I mean, they are going to make their feelings very, very well known. Hopefully anyone that wasn't at SmackDown last night will have seen that segment, will have been inspired by that segment. I put a tweet out saying, Montreal, if it is humanly possible, can you be even louder tonight? Not because last night underwhelmed, but just because, I mean, brilliant that you were that loud for the go home show, but you need to bring that and more for the actual show. So my hope is that this is just going to go to a different level here, but it's going to be incredible. It will be an incredible scene watching Roman come out. I think we're going to see Kevin Owens at one point. I think we see Usos. I agree with people when, we've got Sami as a big underdog coming into this. I don't think you can go into this with high expectations of Sami getting the win, but I have gone into this with that bit of hope. I have gone into this with that little bit of hopium that Sami can get it done tonight, but it's nothing more than hope, to be honest. But we'll see. I mean, it's a massive show. Yeah, it feels like a massive show. So absolutely credit to Sami, credit to the Bloodline, credit to WWE. This is a show which normally, to be quite honest, is an inconvenience. This is normally a show that's really hard to kind of make relevant because it's Royal Rumble is a massive show. And then this one just sort of puts a few little touches. Like normally this one, you kind of figure out maybe another challenger for one of the champions, but it's not got the prestige or the interest of a Rumble, you know? An Elimination Chamber is nowhere near as exciting as a Royal Rumble. And so it's very much a B show. Obviously the Rumble's in a stadium setting. This is in an arena. Blah, 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 blah. You don't need me to say, but this one feels different. This one definitely, just judging by Twitter, the excitement, the ratings and SmackDown, just the general buzz in WWE. Like, this one definitely feels like it's a big show tonight. Not WrestleMania, but it still feels like a big show. Bigger than a normal B show WWE, you know? So, yeah, the hype and the excitement is very, very real. Right, Ashton, shout out to you, buds. Ashton said, who do you have, Jones or Garn? Ashton, shout out to you, bud. I'm sorry if I did miss your super chat. Who do I have out of Jones and Garn? I have Jones. From what I've heard, he's meant to be training very well. He looks fantastic. He's meant to be carrying the weight well. He's meant to be very comfortable at heavyweight. Obviously, it's been a good while since we've seen him. I think inactivity is a genuine issue. I think Garn is a absolutely brilliant, credible top heavyweight. He's maybe just that one step below where you need to be champion. Maybe that's not true now that Ngannou has gone, though. So, yeah, I feel like this is going to be an incredible fight. I've got John Jones winning. Whether it's going to be John Jones that we saw before in light heavyweight, I really don't know. I mean, we haven't seen him, simple as that. But all the reports coming from those that have trained with him is that he's looking really good. He's looking really good, and he's carrying the weight well, and he's comfortable, and he's as good as ever, but at heavyweight. So, yeah, I've got Jones getting the win. Don't count out John, said Horror King. James said, who will win the Universal Championship? I think it'll be Roman will retain. Wrestling Days, Brian Keane, hello, welcome. Big Dude said hello to the chat. Off Tom said, who do you think will win the Chamber? I think it'll be Asuka, and I think it'll be Austin Theory retain. Gavin said, if Bray attacks Bobby and Brock tonight, WrestleMania, Bray and Howdy against Brock and Lashley. Tag match. Don't mind Bray and Howdy as a tag team. I think Bobby and Brock as a tag team would be a little strange. I don't think they would feel a need to join forces to take down Bray. Like Brock, I think, would just go after Bray. I don't know that he would need to join up with Bobby. That would have to be a hell of a story. Like, in order for Brock to admit that he can't do it on his own would be pretty wild. I honestly, I think Brock would rather take on the fight and lose rather than try and join forces with Bobby in some weird tag team. So I don't know. I would struggle to see it that way. I think what would be maybe more realistic, dare I say, is a triple threat. I have seen people saying, what if Bray attacks tonight, we don't get a winner, and then we get Brock versus Bobby versus Bray at WrestleMania. I think that's definitely an option. I don't know that it's the favorite option, but I think it's definitely an option. Ryan Gambler said, good evening. What do you think about Bray versus Bobby Brock at Mania? So this is one that's been brought up a few times tonight. My feelings on it are fine. I think Bobby is someone that is great look. I think that we've kind of misfired with him a few times. Just never feels like we've really comfortably figured out what to do with him. I think him in the Hurt Business was probably the best thing we did with him, and that's why fans are so eager to go back to that. I think that we've had, he's done some good feuds, some good segments. I think that he is better with a mouthpiece. I don't think he's the best talker. I think he definitely does need someone to do that talking for him. He's just like this monster, this just, amazing physical specimen. I think there's a lot about him that is positive, but he just struggles to be in that top tier. Like, I find that he is just that step below, I don't mean it as a disrespect, but like Brock feels like the bigger star. Roman feels like the bigger star. I feel like Bobby probably sits on a level, maybe dare I say, along with AJ Styles. AJ Styles has been away from the title picture for quite a long time. AJ Styles is the better wrestler, but doesn't have a look as good as Bobby, whereas Bobby has got the look, but is not as good a wrestler as AJ Styles. And AJ Styles' promos are so. I don't think people are, ever going to say AJ is a phenomenal promo. And the same can be said for Bobby. So I feel like they kind of sit on a similar level. Just that kind of step below your Roman Reigns' your Brock Lesnar's at the very top of the cards. So, I think Bobby against Bray makes a lot of sense. Bobby's a heel. I think Bray's obviously a face. Bobby he's a big challenge. He's a big guy as well. He's a credible opponent. Lots of ticks. I think he would also benefit by being in a very interesting feud with Bray. So I think it benefits Bobby as well. Brock, as I said, I find that a little harder to book. Brock is no nonsense. I mean, really no nonsense, to the point of he ain't going to mess around with Uncle Howdy, and he ain't going to engage in the puppets. I mean, he'll go to the funhouse and he'll just kick it down, burn it down. Like, I can't see him getting spooked, intimidated, scared. I just don't even think he would play along with any of that, to be honest. So I think building Bray and Brock, you would have to do it a certain way. And Brock would just not tolerate a lot of the stuff that Bray wants to do. I really don't think, burnt fiend and all of that. I just don't think Brock would want to engage in it. I just don't think Brock would want anything to do with it. And Brock's got a bit of power. He's got a bit of a say. I don't think he's got like total creative control, but we know he doesn't need this. He'll quite happily walk out. Like, he will just do whatever he wants to do. So I think Brock would do a feud with Bray, but it would have to be done in a good, credible manner. And I just don't know. I feel like it's going to be a lot easier to book Bray and Bobby. But I could have that completely wrong, couldn't I? Could have it completely wrong, and we could end up with Bray and Brock. But the only thing I would say is it kind of came out of nowhere. I don't think anyone was expecting this feud. I didn't hear rumors of this feud. I think it's kind of caught a lot of people by surprise. So that's the only thing is, where did it come from? when did this become a thing? There's been no teases or anything for it. So, yeah. Modern Mogul said, what do you think about Bray's music playing during Santos Ray mask exchange along with carrion words? I Don't really think much of it, to be honest. I don't really think that there's anything to it. It could just be a little production slip. It could also, I can't remember if the Bray segment before or after that. I don't think that, I mean, look, he's made his intentions clear. He's said that he's going after Brock and Bobby. It doesn't really make any sense as to why he would now start engaging in something else with, you know, Ray and Carrion are obviously doing their thing. Why would he go after them when he's already said, he's come out and said, so I'm going after these people. So, I don't know. I mean, it could just be a production botch. It could be that, I don't know where it was in the show. I feel like the Bray thing came before, but there was flashes throughout the show as well, where just briefly you would see Uncle Howdy. So it might have been, I'd have to go back and watch the show, but it might have been that they were just putting little things in throughout the show just to let you know that Bray was coming, right? Just to let you know that Bray was on the way. I seem to recall Bray being quite early though. So honestly, without going back and watching it, I couldn't say if that was what they were trying to do or not. But I do know that there was flashes of Uncle Howdy that interrupted the show before Bray came out. So it could be a factor of that as well. But I mean, look, Bray's made his intentions clear. I don't even think we need to read into anything. Bray has come out and said, Bobby or Brock, you know, whichever one of you wins, you better run. And so that looks like it's going to be his next focus. Modern Mogul, hope you're well. Hope you're excited. Negative Nigel said, Days, it would be fantastic if boos rained down on Roman. It would spread negativity. Shout out to you, Negative Nigel. Hope you are well. Great to see some old faces. Can't see your face. I'd imagine if I could, it'd be frowning. But great to see some old faces around. And when I say old, I mean literally old. I mean, I've always envisaged you being in your 50s, which is old. Modern Mogul said, could this be White Rabbit inclusion? Could it be White Rabbit inclusion? I don't know what do you mean by that. White Rabbit inclusion. White Rabbit's done, innit? I mean, White Rabbit was, you follow the White Rabbit to, you know, get to the answer or whatever it is. And boom, we got to our answer. You go down the rabbit hole. It led us to Bray's return. So the White Rabbit campaign is done. That's over. And, you know, the story moved on to Bray and Howdy, and Bray kind of resisting what, you know, all the different personas that were in him, trying to fight them away, not wanting to be the monster. And now, you know, he's embraced that. And now we're at the point where we've got Bray. He's got all of those personas. He actually said, you know, now I'm in control of my family, which is really interesting. He sort of refers to them as his family. So, yeah, that's something that could be expanded on. I felt like he was talking about his personas as being his family. And then you've got, obviously, Howdy by his side now. There's nothing White Rabbit kind of going on anymore. Like, that's been and it's gone. I mean, I don't see anything. I certainly don't think that it's teasing them being victims or teasing them joining Bray. As I said, for me, I mean, I'd have to go back and rewatch it, but for me, it could either be a production botch or maybe it was a way of just promoting that Bray is on the show and he's got something significant to say. So, I mean, maybe one to keep an eye on. But at this point, I think he's, as I said, we're not having to try and figure out what he's doing in regards to his next targets. We know who that is. It's either Brock or Bobby tonight. So, you know, if he hadn't have done that, if he hadn't have made his intentions clear, I would say, okay, well, maybe one of them is going to be his next victim. But it doesn't feel like that's the case, does it? It feels like he's just come out and said, like, you better run. We know who he's going after. So, I don't know quite what you mean by White Rabbit inclusion. Let's go up. Jake Campbell said, White Rabbit got killed by Brock. Yeah, this was mentioned last night. Again, I feel like I'm going to upset a few people. I just don't see that as being important. I don't see that as being a factor. I don't see that as being significant. I think that the people that created that little holiday thing just wanted a way of ending it, and they ended it with White Rabbit being killed off and Uncle Howdy arriving. Because if you remember, once White Rabbit was killed by Brock and the Tractor, he came back. I think he turns his head and he's wearing the Uncle Howdy mask. So it feels like they just wanted to find a way of killing White Rabbit to show Uncle Howdy, because that's what happened. I mean, White Rabbit ended and the story moved on to Uncle Howdy. Now, yeah, is it a fun coincidence that Brock was driving the tractor? Sure. But how else would you have killed White Rabbit? I mean, that the tractor was a massive thing that happened last year at SummerSlam. Like, it tipped the ring over. So I sort of feel like they wanted to fit the tractor in there somehow. And that was as good a way as any of doing it. I really don't think that it's foreshadowed this feud. I don't think that they sat there and went, oh, do you know what? Let's have Brock run over the rabbit, because at like WrestleMania, it's going to be Bray versus Brock, and this will be a little easy. I don't think that's what's happened. I really don't. But I mean, let's wait and see. I mean, if Brock wins and then we do get Bray versus Brock, the fact that Brock drove the tractor in that little holiday thing, well, it's fun, isn't it? To some people, it is going to be a connection. To others, it'll be a coincidence. I think for me, I'm very much on the coincidence side of the fence, but it's, as I said, to some, it will be seen as, oh my God, they foreshadowed it. Oh my God, Bray's a genius. Do you know what I mean? To me, it's just going to be a coincidence, though. Alexis said, Days, Jay costing Sami doesn't make any sense. Kevin Owens does. Well, Jay costing Sami would make sense because Jay was very resistant to Sami, and then he finally accepted him, and obviously Sami sort of let him down. Now we're at the point with Jay whereby he's got a decision to make, and actually SmackDown, not on Friday, the Friday before, Jimmy asked Jay, are you with the Bloodline? What are you going to do? And Jay said, I don't know. So right now, we know Jay has got a decision to make. He's at a crossroads. He doesn't know which way to go. Does he stay with Roman and stay with the Bloodline and go back to hating Sami, right? And go back to, you know, how it was, you know, you let me down. I trusted you. I stood up for you. Don't forget, Jay was made to look a bit of a fool by Sami because he was the one that prevented Solo from delivering that Samoan spike. Jay was the one that stopped Solo from attacking Sami well before the Royal Rumble. Had Solo had done that, had Solo have taken Sami out, we never would have got to that betrayal at the Royal Rumble. Sami wouldn't have been there to have betrayed Roman and hit him with a chair. So Jay standing up for Sami in that moment was a pivotal moment, was a key moment. And so he was the one that put up the defense for Sami. And so Jay has got a decision to make right now. If he comes walking out tonight, as is expected, he is going to have to decide, you know, do I still see things from Sami's perspective of Sami was, you know, just trying to fit him and, you know, did everything we asked and he was there for us. The only thing he couldn't do was attack his lifelong friend in that moment. Saying that, I mean, he still attacked his lifelong friend at Survivor Series. Just in that moment, his lifelong friend has already been beaten. He just couldn't bring himself to finish the job, right? So do I side with Sami on that? Or do I go back and side with my cousin, my blood, and the bloodline? And that is the decision that Jay has got to make. And I think a lot of people are just expecting Jay to go back with Roman, go back with the bloodline, and you know, for us to have a united bloodline as we go forward to WrestleMania. So yeah, that's how I see it, Alexis. I think that it can make sense that Jay has got to make that decision, But as you said, Kevin Owens is also someone that's been wronged by Sami, in all fairness. Kevin Owens could come down. But the problem is, if Owens attacks Sami, Owens is going to be a heel. That would be a heel move by Kevin Owens, even though it's weird, isn't it? But even though Sami has attacked him, it would be a heel move by Kevin to cost Sami in Montreal, taking on the monster heel. If he actually tries to get revenge on Sami and do that, it would turn Kevin Owens heel if he did that. We have got Austin Theory, so we are 20 minutes away from the start of this show. We've just been watching loads of video packages, but we do have Austin Theory talking to Byron Saxton. He's just breaking down his opponents tonight inside Elimination Chamber. They only know me as champion. Seth Rollins. It should be Seth past Rollins. He looks great. He looks great in his shades. He's got a chain, jacket. They're all lucky they get to experience Austin Theory live. So, very straightforward promo there by Austin Theory. Very straightforward stuff. Right, they really are showing video packages like Sami will win tonight, said Dylan. Justin said John Cena was standing right behind him, but you couldn't see him. Dortnight, hello. Shout out to you. Newcastle United Forever said, do you think Roman can beat Bruno Sammartino? And will you live stream English Carabao Cup next Sunday? United take on Man United. Really don't know about Carabao Cup because honestly, I just don't know what sort of football community we would have. I mean, that's a stream we could do because it's on a Sunday. But it's a stream that there might only be a handful of people that turn up for because we just don't do football. I mean, the thing with the World Cup is we were able to do a few matches every day and, we were here for the whole thing. Just a one-off random final. I really don't know. So that's something I'll have to give some thought to. I genuinely don't know. In regards to could Roman beat Bruno Sammartino? Could Roman beat Bruno Sammartino? That's a really interesting question because I think it really would depend on what's going on at the time. I mean, Bruno was a red-hot babyface and many red-hot heels tried to beat him. But the truth is, Bruno was a draw. He was a big draw. He was well over with the fans. I'll tell you the other thing as well that you've got to take into account, and we have spoke about this before. Back in the 1960s, I think there was an expose in New York. In the English-speaking newspapers, they actually exposed that wrestling was fake and they exposed that wrestling was scripted. They did that back in the New York area. I don't know the exact date, but I know there was articles written about how it was a load of rubbish, right? It's not true what you're watching, yeah? And this was like a big expose, right? The problem that generated was that you couldn't have predominantly English American speaking champions because that English American market knew that what they were watching was not above boards. And so you had to cater for foreign fans, basically. Hence why the Bruno was of Italian descent. And there was a big Italian community in New York. So Bruno, and they didn't get the same papers that other people were getting. So these exposés weren't reaching them. So they were able to capitalize on the fact that Bruno was born in Italy and spoke Italian. And there was a large Little Italy and Italian market in New York. They were able to capitalize on that. And so that benefited Bruno in the early stages of his run as champion the first time around. So it really would depend on when Roman would come in, because Roman at the start would not fit what they would be looking for because they had a problem with the media at that time. So it would really depend when Roman would be challenging Bruno. Obviously, as we get more towards the end of Bruno's title reign, conversation has long gone and moved on, and, you know, they're able to then go with an American champion. In fairness, though, they don't. The person that beats Bruno is the Russian bear, Ivan Koloff. So we go from an Italian to a Russian. And then the person that picks it up off him is Pedro Morales, who is, I don't know where Pedro Morales is from, but obviously more Latin than American. I mean, we don't have like a Bob Backlund. We don't have a good old American boy be WWE champion till we're getting into the 70s. And the media was a large part of that. So again, you know, if you want to say, can Roman beat Bruno? It's not as simple as who's stronger, who's better, whatever. You've really got to look at what's happening at the time in that market. And in the American market, the New York market, it wouldn't have been the right time for Roman to have been champion. So Bruno, I would say Bruno would win. I'll boil it down to that. Bruno, I think, would beat Roman if we went back to the 60s, certainly the early part of the 60s. If you was to bring Bruno in now as he was, I think Roman would probably win now, because I don't think Bruno would cater to modern tastes. Right, where are we? We've got 15 minutes to go. Godfather's Ho said, Days, I would like to see someone get injured like Joey Mercury's face at Armageddon 2006. What's the worst in-ring injury that's been caught on tape? That's tricky. That's tricky because I'm trying to, I mean, like, I've seen some pretty horrific stuff on the indie scene in WWE. I'm trying to think of broken bones. Trying to think if we've had any bones that have like come out. I mean, the one that keeps coming to my mind is obviously Owen. It's not an injury, but I mean, the guy lost his life. I mean, just to bring the mood right down, and that was clearly all caught on film. So I mean, we've had the ultimate of someone actually lose their life from injuries sustained within a W. I mean, he was absolutely fine, obviously, when he was up, and then the catch release came off, and then, like, you know, he smacks off the ropes and dies instantly. Pedro was Puerto Rican. Jim, shout out to you. Sid on top rope, WCW. Yeah, Sid's leg. That's a good shout. Sid's leg. Droz when he got paralyzed. Yeah, I mean, Droz. The thing I would say with Droz was, I don't think. Are we talking about? I think we're probably talking about look. Are we? I'm trying to figure out. I mean, like, the ultimate would be Owen because he lost his life. I think if we're talking about look, I'd probably go with Sid. I'd probably go with Sid. There's not one that I can think of worse than that. Big E, I mean, Big E, his wasn't that visually that bad, was it? I mean, it was a belly to belly on the outside. You can see that it doesn't go well, but it's not like he's got bones sticking out or anything like this. So, yeah, I don't think, I mean, it's bad, but I don't think that's what we're talking about. I think we're probably talking about, like, from a looks point of view. Looks wise, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll go with that one then. I don't could recall seeing any injuries barring Randy getting bitten by a snake. Big E's neck was brutal. Brady said, I would like to see WWE give out paper to the crowd that says F you Roman. Imagine how that would look visually. Apparently, well, I don't think they would do that, only because I don't think they're going to want to encourage F you Roman chants, because apparently there was some concern I don't know if you could hear them or not in America, the FU Roman chants. I don't know if they were doing something to them. We could hear them. I don't think they were doing anything to them here in the UK. On BT, the feed was coming over, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, it just, I felt I could hear them. I'd have to go back to, really listen to them. I don't think they did anything to it. If they did, it was only very subtle and not noticeable. But I'm pretty sure they were just chanting properly FU Roman. And apparently there was a bit of panic in Gorilla, that chant, because obviously it's not a PG chant. It's not something the networks are going to want on their network. The wrestlers can't come out and say that type of language. So the fact the crowd are doing it was a bit of a problem, to be honest. But Sami didn't encourage that chant. He just let the crowd breathe and they came round to it naturally. Whether Triple H might have had a word with him to say, as soon as you heard that, you should have cut it off. You should have spoke. You needed to shut that down. That'd actually be quite interesting to know if Triple H had that sort of conversation with Sami, because maybe there is an argument that Sami shouldn't have allowed that specific chant to have come through. Didn't offend me. I'm sure it didn't offend you. It may have offended the network. I don't know. So I think the last thing they're going to want to do is hand out bits of paper that say FU Roman and really encourage that to start back up. The only thing is, we're not on a network tonight. We're obviously on Peacock or the WWE Network if you're watching in the UK. So I suppose there is a little more freedom here. But even so, I don't think this is one that they would want to encourage. I was watching Fox a few times. All sound did get muted and the screen was blacked out twice. Oh, that is very interesting. I don't think we had that here in the UK. I was watching it and I do not recall seeing anything along those lines. So, yeah, I think that must have been an American thing. We're just seeing the Sami chants from last night. Sami. And the tear running down his face. That tear is money, man. Jason said large portions of the show were blacked out on Fox. That's really interesting, isn't it? Because I know that didn't happen here. That definitely didn't happen here. That it was just shown. In all fairness, here in the UK, I think you can get away with bad language a little bit more after the watersheds, which is 9. So once you get past 9 o'clock, it's pretty much fair game. And not only that, this was middle of the night anyway. So, do you know what I mean? It was not interrupted here. We got it in all of its unedited glory, but you can see those clips online if you haven't seen them. Anyway. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Cena nose break. Oh yeah, that's a good shout. It was kind of smushed all over his nose, wasn't it? I think Seth made did he make a t-shirt out of that? I seem to remember that image doing the rounds, and it might even have made its way onto a shirt. Can't remember. But I remember the image. Planet Dan, Bray's music playing was just him making his entrance for his dart match with LA Knight last week. You can always hear people making their entrances in the background of exclusive interviews on YouTube, says Planet Dan. Is that what it was then? Was this an exclusive interview or something? And Bray's music was playing, or was it? I don't know. I don't know. What would your reaction be if the crowd riots? What would my reaction be? I'd be like, I'd be freaking out. I'd be like, oh my God, the crowd are rioting. I hope people are safe. You don't see, there's going to be kids in that crowd. And we've actually had, we've had sporting events where there's been, obviously disasters. Hillsborough comes to mind here in the UK, where, crowds have been not rioting, but that was just loads of people getting crushed, and it was horrific. Lots of people lost their lives and everything. And yeah, as much as a crowd rioting, you could imagine we'd be like, oh my God, what's this? And it's all exciting and this shouldn't be happening. And I would be very worried about people's safety. Very worried about people's safety. Certainly when you think a wrestling crowd's going to have a lot of children in it. I mean, listen, the adults can fend for themselves. Save the kids. Yeah, save the kids. So hopefully that does. Hopefully we don't give the crowd a reason to riot tonight. William said, Liv is going to come up short tonight. She'll be second place. It's going to lead to her and Alexa teaming up in a Wyatt verse. She wants to work with Bo, says William. Interesting thoughts. Interesting. Brady said, I want to see something visual where the fans can throw something at Roman like paper that looks visually amazing but won't hurt physically. Nothing like a chair would. I think that's dangerous. Only because if you are allowing fans to throw something at the wrestlers, even if it's paper, fans won't get that message that this is acceptable, but a plastic cup full of liquid isn't, or a can isn't, or whatever isn't. Like, I think if you allow fans to do that, you're really sending a dangerous message. I understand what you're saying. If it was safe and it was only paper and it was just a way of the fans showing that they're angry, whatever. But to be honest, I mean, I think the fans booing him out of the building, leaning over the barricade, not overstepping that mark, but passion, clearly showing you're going down, Sami's going to win, blah, 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 blah. It's tried, it's chested, I think that's all fine. I don't think we need to take that next step, because if you was to do that and that became a norm, and even if it was treated respectfully and no one abused it and no one took it as a way to chuck something instead of paper, right? Then you would get people going, I wish we could just go that bit further. I wish we could just go that bit further. Like, you'd always want that. Oh, I'm used to seeing this now. I wish we could do the next thing. So I don't think we need to encourage that, to be honest. I don't think we need to go and amp it up. I'm calling for a dusty finish. Roman match tonight. WWE is going to have fans invested. It's going to be absolute strings. Retribution said, I'm depressed because this massive parlay I was going to place on UFC tonight, but didn't. They're all winning. I'm going to miss out on money. All clear favourites are winning. I won't worry about it. I mean, to be honest, if you was going to do it, you would have done it. If you really believed in it, you would have done it. So there was clearly some doubt there, or there was clearly a reason why you didn't do it. Maybe if it's a case you forgot to do it, maybe that's a different subject. But if you looked at it and you didn't fancy it, there's a reason why you didn't fancy it. If it ends up coming through, well, that's the risk in it. I wouldn't dwell on it. Here is Ariel Helwani. You're feeling the crowd right now. This is going to explode when Sami comes out. Ariel Helwani really doing a fantastic job here. He would be so good if he was a regular for him, We got FU Roman chants already. Sami chants breaking out. The show is just mere minutes away. And this crowd are ready. It's not just about 97. 97 was a dark day. Sami Zayn was up there. Aubrey Edwards, presented by Prime Elegy, said, go Sami. Believe. Believe. The problem is, the closer that we get to it, the more the crowd are going to chant about it, the more you lot are going to hype me about it, the more disappointed I'm going to be. I'm going to be inconsolable by the end of this. Because by the time we get to the end of this show, I'm just going to be like full-on Sami Zayn mode, aren't I? Going to be Sami flag, Sami shirt, Sami hat, Sami mask. I just can't see it happening. I can't see it happening, but I wish it would. I wish it did. It's just so special. I know we keep saying it, but it really is so special. He's been able to achieve this. It's when was the last time you saw this? When was the last time this happened? I mean, I feel like Becky and her moment was one of these moments. I feel like Kofi and Kofi Mania was one of these moments. I feel like Daniel Bryan was one of these moments where a superstar comes along, is part of a story, part of something, grabs the fans. And if it wasn't for Cody, I've no doubt in my mind that Sami would be the one that would be beating Roman Reigns. I've no doubt in my mind, because outside of Cody, there's no one else that's got this kind of momentum. There's no one else that's got this kind of fan support. The ratings are showing that Sami is a draw and this story is a draw. Merch sales are meant to be very good as well. Like, everything is pointing, every indicator that you would want is pointing towards, yeah, this is the guy. This is the time. Everything is saying that. Everything is saying that. It's just Cody and WrestleMania and all of that kind of stuff. It's all just around the corner, you know, and timing wise, it's just might not be the right time for him. And that's how it feels, isn't it? That's how it feels. But man, how devastating. How devastating if he is not going to be able to do it, and he's going to fall short, and and there was nothing he could do. Because honestly, what more could he have done? What more could he have done? He couldn't have done anything else. He's done everything he could do. He has done absolutely everything he could do. What more could Sami Zayn do? I don't think there's anyone that's saying, like, oh, if Sami had just done a little better here. If he'd have just done this. No, I don't think anyone's saying that. I don't think anyone can say that. What more could he have done? Every segment they've given him, he's smashed it out the park, man. And sit back, relax. I imagine that Sami Roman's obviously going to be our main event. We're going to have a little way to go until we get to it. And what will be, will be. What will que sera, sera. That's how we're going to have a look at it. But let's have a look at the chat, actually, see where we are with that. So nearly 3,000 votes. If you are watching and you've not subscribed, hit the subscribe. Drop a like. It makes a massive difference. Really appreciate it. We are here for Raw. We are here for SmackDown. We are here for NXT. We do all the watch-alongs. We start before the shows, blah, 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 blah. But nearly 3,000 of you, actually 2,700, but close enough, have voted, and 56% of you think Roman leaves with the belt. So there is actually, you know, a real, I don't know if it's just hope, but there is a real chunk of people thinking Sami can do it tonight. He is a big underdog. He is a big underdog. But we've seen big underdogs get it done before. I don't think he would be the biggest underdog to pick up a victory in WWE. And so, you know, it could be done. You've got to file it under unlikely. Hey, Days, I want Sami, but I'm thinking Roman, said Sean. Big Fight Feel, said Zoom Station. Does anyone know what time Sami's on? It's got to be main event. It's got to be. I mean, this story is what people are. No one's tuning in for the Austin Theory United States Elimination Chamber thing, are they? To be honest, it's a fine match. Chamber's fun, but there's one reason why people are tuning into this, and it's Sami and Roman. And that main event, it's got to be on last. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, says Retribution. Roman Cody is more appealing. Who's going to win the women's? I think it'll be Asuka. I want the old Elimination Chamber cage. And what do you like, old cage or new cage? What do I like, old cage or new cage? I don't think there's much in it, if I'm being honest. I think old cage was like circular. This cage is square. I think both are fine. I feel like the old cage might have had, because it was circular, a bit more space to it, a bit more room to it. I can't say that I see this cage as a big downgrade or anything. It feels, if anything, a bit more sturdier. It feels a bit more tighter and compact, and it's got the lights by the chamber, and I don't really mind, to be honest. I don't really mind. I think nostalgia would make you say old cage, but I couldn't really sit here and give you a good reason as to why the new cage is bad. Do you know what I mean? I think just nostalgia. Definitely blue cage, though, when it comes to cage matches. Yeah, definitely blue cage. Right, we are over at the show anyway. Hashtag WWE Chamber. We're going to be starting with an Elimination Chamber match. The chamber is being lowered in this match. 2 superstars will begin. I didn't catch if it was the women or if it was the United States. Superstar will come in. Let's go. It's the women. Here come the girls. 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 Here come the girls. Who's going to pick up the victory here then? Ladies elimination. Women's Elimination Chamber match. Yeah, I'm thinking Asuka on this one. I'm thinking Asuka. Put it in the chat. Asuka's CGI. They need to change that CGI. Still her old CGI, isn't it? I mean, she might still use those masks, but she's moved on to this one now. Right, does this, I don't know, does this mean that she goes into a pod, or is she, I don't think they've revealed who's starting. Asuka making her way out. You love that presentation, the slowly removing of the mask, the little smirk on the face. Asuka, obviously with Kana-esque paint, stepping inside the Elimination Chamber. Her paint body, she's got some tassels on her arms as well. Look at that. Yeah, usual attire. She just got some black tassels on her arms. She's got Kana-esque paint. It's white and purple, and I think she's going in a pod. Normally, they tend to put the first ones in, and she is stepping in. Jessica Carr on the outside, closing the pod doors. The Empress is locked inside. Here's Carmella. What is the point of the new look if she loses, said Danger Wings? That's a really good shout. Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I think if this is going to come as a shock to you, but we are looking at my pick to win this, said Corey Graves, just as Carmella makes her way down to the ring. Yeah, I completely agree. What's the point in the refresh if we're just going to have a lose? I completely agree. I felt the exact same way when I saw Viking Raiders lose last night. What was the point in their refresh if we just had them lose? So, yeah, Asuka is in one pod. Carmella is going over to another pod. And Carmella is being shut inside. So Carmella in the one pod, Asuka in the other. Now we've got Raquel Rodriguez making her way down. Raquel is, as I said, a little bit of a dark horse here. She is definitely someone that is going to be in main events, top of cards. She was down in NXT. She was quite a long reign in women's champion down in NXT. She has always been positioned as credible and strong, and she's got a good size to her. This just might be a bit too soon for her. Just might be a bit too soon. I expect a good showing for her here, though. I think Asuka's going to win, said Daniel. Pepe Laugh said, I wish they would let Kana be her deranged version. Keep Asuka for her normal version. Like Finn and Demon or Bray and Fiend. Okay. Yeah, I can understand that. Like have with a darker alter ego rather than just being that dark persona all the time. I can see that. Liv is going to win, said Michael. Okay, so Raquel is locked in a pod. So we got Carmella, Asuka, Raquel, and Nikki Cross is coming down. So does that mean that Natalya and Liv are going to be starting us off? In all fairness, what I would say to that is, makes sense that Natalya... well, I mean, would you have Natalya start you off? The only thing with Natalya is you'd imagine when she comes out of a pod, you would imagine a great reaction from the Canadian fans, the crowds, you know? I think I would have put Natalya in a pod, because not only do you get the big reaction for Natalya coming out, but then you would have got a reaction for her coming out of a pod as well. So I think I would have put her in a pod. I suppose in a way I'm quite surprised she's starting with Liv. Liv makes perfect sense. Liv makes perfect sense to start, because I think they're trying to make her, like, you know, credible. And we saw that at the Rumble, where she lasted just as long as Rhea Ripley did, and Rhea Ripley won. They started as 1 and 2. Right, here's Natalya. Natalya making her way out. I figured out the Norse god I worship is putting me through a test of faith, says Sonny. Okay. Bit rude of him. He could just give you gifts, couldn't he, in all fairness? It's nice. Look, Natalya giving some glasses out to a fan. She holds up the Canadian flag. So Natty making her way down. Getting a great reaction as she makes her way inside the chamber. So Natalya stepping inside. We got Carmella in one cage. Asuka in another. Raquel in another. Nikki in another. Natalya is going around confronting some of those in the cage. She's just going around staring at... look, Nikki has actually sat... Nikki has sat on the floor, crossed her legs, and is rocking back and forth. Natalya goes over, looks at her. She's gone over to Asuka right now. Look at this. Asuka puts her hand on the plexiglass. That's kind of fun. It's kind of fun seeing Natty go around, interacting with them all. I think Natty just said, kiss my ass, like that. And Carmella was like, oh, gladly. Watch me. Here's Liv. Interesting that you'd have Liv come out last. You would think they would bring out Natalya last. But they've had Liv come out last. A couple of signs. Live for life sign in the crowds. It's not a long walkway, is it? It's a very short walkway. It's not the longest entranceway in the world. It's literally, you come out, a few steps, you're in the ring. I think the final two will be Liv and Asuka wins, said Sonny. Natalya's going to get her nose broken again, said Maggie. Daniel said, is it possible to see some returns tonight? Well, I mean, I don't know if we class Kevin as a return. We haven't seen him since Royal Rumble. I'm not expecting anyone else. I mean, I'm not expecting the likes of Randy or Riddle or Big E, or I can't say I'm expecting along those lines. I can't see where they would fit in, to be honest, unless like one's going to interrupt during the men's Elimination Chamber, but that's probably unlikely. There was some thoughts maybe Logan could get involved. But to be honest, I think even that's probably leaning towards unlikely. Nice takeover there by Natalya. Liv goes down. Liv getting back up to her feet. Against the ropes goes Natalya. I like Liv's attire's like denim. She's wearing like denim, they're like Daisy Dukes. An interesting look. It's a good look actually for Liv. Against the ropes goes Natalya around the back. Nice little roll up by Natalya. And nice reversal. Kick out there by Natty as Liv is on her knees. What do you see in Elimination Chamber? What do you see to see all the girls, said Gaming. What do you see in Elimination Chamber? Don't know what you mean, but back elbow. We are starting with that match. We are starting with the girls. Zykami said, I think Liv and Asuka will be the last two, and Liv will win, said Zykami. Nikki Cross is playing her character so good. She looks like a 5-year-old, says Mayhem. Into the side of the chamber goes Natalya. She's bouncing off that chain link fencing. And she's bouncing off the ropes, bouncing off the fencing. Liv gives her a little kiss. Nikki is loving it. Double stomp there by Liv. Natalya down. Dino said the AEW video game has got longer entrances. Asuka for the win. Dino, shout out to you. Yeah, the only thing I would say is at least we are getting these entrances. We don't know when we're getting AEW Fight Forever. But yeah, hopefully not too far away. Right, we've got Liv charging. Ooh, Liv goes into the edge of the pod there. She seems a bit rocked. Picked up and hurled into the plexiglass by Natalya. So we've started off with Natty and Liv. Liv was in control, but Natty has come back now. Again into the side of the plexiglass. And Nikki is over there enjoying it. It's all playing out in front of her pod at the moment. One more time, I think they're chanting. Yeah, they wanted one more time. They wanted Liv to get hurled into the side of that pod one more time, and she was. Liv on the ropes gets thrown into the side of the cage, slumped over by the cage, got a countdown. Liv's head gets put through the cage. 3, 2, 1. Next person about to enter. Okay, it's gonna be Raquel. Raquel has come in. Raquel Rodriguez enters the match and goes after Natalya, who's in the middle of the ring. Liv is over by the side of the cage. Down goes Natty. I don't see the point in Sami winning. It seems like it's Cody's job to dethrone Roman. Sami would have a short run and dethrone Roman at 900 days, said Logan. I think my counter to that would be whoever beats Roman is going to massively benefit. It's very much like the person that was going to beat Undertaker's streak would massively benefit, and you can gloat about that, and you're sort of a made man. So Sami doing it tonight gets that. Not only does he get the belts, not only does he main event WrestleMania, not only do the fans get a shock moment, which the majority are not expecting, but he will have something that you cannot take away from him. He was the one that finally beat Roman, and that is something that he will be able to use going forwards, even though his reign would be short because he would undoubtedly lose at WrestleMania to Cody. It's not about the reign. It's not about Sami having a long title reign. Sami even being champion, I just really don't believe was ever in the plans. I just think that he got so over, he got so hot, the fans are desperate to see it, that, you know, there's a decision to be made now where, to be honest, I just don't think there was a decision to be made before. I think that you could do something shocking. You could do something historic and memorable. You could do something that completely changes the path of WrestleMania, catch the fans off guard, give Sami a big moment that you wouldn't take away from him. You can't take away from him. He was the one. He would go in the history books as being the one that ended Roman's title reign. So I think for me there's enough positives to make it worth it. And as I said, you know, it builds a massive main event. Yeah, Cody Roman is a massive main event, but chucking in Sami into that as well, I think would just be awesome. You know, it's just rewards for everything that's happened so far. all those great segments. Thank you, Sami. Thank you for, what you did. Bloodline stuff, Usi, Honorary Us, trial moment, the end of Royal Rumble, Survivor Series moment, like all of these incredible moments. Here's your rewards. I mean, his reward is to main event tonight. But is that enough? Is main event in this show enough of a thank you? I would like to see a bit more personally. Netbreaker here by Natalya. These two, so 3 in the ring at the moment as Natty goes over, tries to pin Raquel. Dino said Asuka winning by Tyson Fury costing Natalya and setting up for WrestleMania. Well, I must admit, I would not be predicting that. I think if Tyson Fury's getting involved tonight, the big question is, what song is he singing? Can only imagine it would be some kind of Canadian hit, maybe something by Drake. Started from the bottom, now I'm here. Maybe something like that. God's Plan. God's Plan. It'd be God's Plan, wouldn't it, by Drake? That's how we're going to end tonight. Sami and Drake are going to do God's Plan at the end of tonight's show. Nikki Cross has entered the match right now, so no one has been eliminated. Nikki, like a ball of energy, comes exploding into this match and collides into Raquel, collides into Liv, collides into Natalya. Raquel tries to drive her shoulder into Nikki. She ends up going into a ring post. Natty gets thrown to the outside. Liv, big boot, big kick. Step up Insaguri, just misses. And Liv gets thrown through the ropes. And Nikki steps through. Daisy, you sounded like an uncle trying to sound cool then, says Dortnight. Yeah, I'm cool. I know all his songs. Started from the bottom, now I'm at the top. I know that one. I know... I know all of them. All of his tracks. Big fan of old Drake. Into the side of the cage goes Raquel. I love Louis Theroux. Yeah, Louis Theroux's awesome. I've met Louis Theroux because he did a book signing in a shopping centre that I just happened to be in. And I was like, I'm so not going to miss that opportunity. So I bought his book, joined the queue, and I spoke to him about wrestling as well. Louis Theroux, I actually said to him, my exact conversation was, it's an honor to meet you. I just want you to know I absolutely love your wrestling episode that you did. And he's like, oh, you're a fan of wrestling? I was like, yeah. I was like, I thought it was really funny, but also quite insightful. And he just spoke a bit about Sarge and all of this. It was amazing. If you've not seen it, he actually went to the WCW power plant and got put through his paces. It was good. Nikki is on top of the pods. She's took her jacket off. She chucks it down. It's going to be splash onto the 3 women that are waiting. Crossbody. Down goes Raquel. Down goes Natalya. Down goes Liv Morgan. So Nikki jumping off the top of Carmella's pods. Carnage inside Elimination Chamber. Everyone's down. 4 women in this match. 4 women are down. So a Nikki crossbody. So Elimination Chamber match. Who are you talking about? That was Louis Theroux. He does documentaries. So he's done documentaries since the 90s. And I think it was Weird Weekends. Like it was back in the late 90s, early 2000s. He used to do like weird things. Like he went and met a load of people that swear they saw UFOs. Or he would go and do like meet porn stars. And one week he got into the world of professional wrestling. Yeah, if you're Louis Theroux. Kick out by Natalya. Here comes Carmella. Carmella is in. Days they could do ZAYN pins Roman, but one of the shoulders are up. Ref doesn't notice, counts the 3. ZAYN is awarded winner. Bloodline argue, match gets restarted. Screw job type thing. It's not really a screw job, is it? Really, it's really the right result if Roman's shoulder was up. But yeah, there could be something like that. You could also have the referee just call for the bell, do a proper screw job. You could do that and then have like Adam Pearce come out and say, this ain't going down that way. Restart the match. Oh, into the side of the pod goes Nikki. Nikki gets driven into the side of the pod. Carmella is trying to open a pod. She's locked herself in. Carmella has put herself into a pod. Corey's like, she's technically still in the chamber. So we're just seeing Raquel driving Nikki into a pod, breaking the plexiglass. I tell you what, it's a heavy collision. Raquel can't get the 3 count, though. Yeah, we almost missed the pin there. Michael Cole just had to apologize. He's like, sorry about that, folks. We almost missed that. We were watching the replay. She did get eliminated. One. I thought she kicked out. I thought Michael Cole said she kicked out. Okay, no, she was eliminated then. So Michael Cole having to apologize for that, for us missing that elimination. I swear he said that she kicked out. He then apologized for not showing it to us, and then when he showed us the replay, she got eliminated. Either way, she's gone. Nikki is gone. Little bit of a production botch there during the Elimination Chamber as they showed us a replay and didn't show us the elimination. Natalya is trying to... I feel like it's been a hot minute since we had someone join. I know Carmella came in. Shot coming in there by Raquel. Raquel kicking away at Natalya. We've still not had Asuka come in. We've still not had Asuka. Liv is up top. She jumps over. And Raquel is planted and kick out. Carmella was trying to get the pin. So Liv off the top of a chamber, jumps over, plants Raquel with like a sunset flip off the chamber. It looked all right. Here we go. Final woman about to enter. Asuka comes in. We just had, like, I think Carmella. Oh, big boot by Asuka. Carmella trying to get inside a chamber. She gets caught by Asuka. To the side of the cage goes Carmella. Asuka going absolutely bananas. Kicks coming in by Asuka. Corey Graves, look at Asuka. She's smiling away as she's got Carmella smashed up against the side of the cage. She's loving it. Back elbows, kicks. Look at the strikes. I mean, Ashton, you've just got to stand there and... Oh! Carmella moves out the way. She was just getting absolutely peppered, though. Kick coming in. Sliding kick by Asuka. Carmella in a whole world of trouble. Now she's grabbed Carmella. German. Yeah, Raquel getting up to her feet. Asuka. Big Asuka chance. Big Asuka chance. Shoulder charge there by Raquel. Raquel coming over. Asuka wrapping her leg around, trying to grab a hold of the arm. Look at that. Oh, so good. So good. Black Widow. It's an octopus stretch. Up on the shoulder of Raquel. Driving Asuka into the corner. Reversed by Asuka. Kick coming in. Raquel goes down. Missile drop kick by Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan going for the pin. 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. I did just wonder, are they going to give Liv revenge for what Asuka's been doing on the go-homes? But they didn't. Double knees. All the women are in this match with the exception of Nikki, who was eliminated. Natalya looking for a sharpshooter. Oh, Liv! Sharpshooter! No, they won't have Liv go out now. Surely not. Liv trying to get over to the ropes. Oh, dragged into the middle. She's holding on to her hands. She biting. Desperately trying not to tap. Desperately trying not to tap. She's screaming in pain. Asuka coming over. Asuka's going to put a submission on of her own. Pulling back on the arm. Oh, this sucks for Liv. Look at this. Oh, my God. This sucks for Liv. Liv Morgan is going to pass out from this pain, isn't she? She's going to pass out from this. The ref's going to have to call it because she's got her arm being pulled back by Asuka. Ref's checking. Liv passes out. Liv Morgan eliminated. Liv eliminated. Passes out from the pain. She was in a sharpshooter. Asuka was pulling back on the arm. And, I mean, it was going to take something big to get Liv out of there. And, you know, they've had to put 2 submissions on her. I am surprised they didn't have Liv go through to the end. I am surprised that Liv wasn't like, you know, one of the final 2. But they've made her look strong. I mean, if you're going to get eliminated, it's not the worst way to get eliminated. 1, 2, 3. Carmella catches Natalya. Carmella catches Natalya. Natalya eliminated. We are making Mania plans, says Corey Graves. We are making Mania plans. Scott, right, we're down to Raquel, Carmella, and Asuka. Michael said the match is predictable. D-Gamer said they put Liv out quickly. Liv is dead. Mella to win, let's go, said Luke. Boom, kick coming in there by Asuka. They're both going for the pin. 2, 3, it's down to Carmella and a super kick by Carmella. 1, 2. Oh. Wow. Wow. I honestly was not expecting Carmella and Asuka to be the final 2. So Raquel was pinned by Carmella and Asuka. Kick coming in there by Carmella. Goes for the kick. Ankle lock's been applied. Raquel Rodriguez is out. Yes. Carmella looking for the pin. Reversed by Asuka. 2. Reversed by Carmella. 1, 2. Nice reversal. Trying to grab a hold of the arm. Oh, Carmella in there. I sense that even Corey doesn't believe Carmella's going to do this. Oh, she's done it. Asuka's done it. Asuka wins. Asuka wins. Asuka with a submission. I think I'm really surprised. Why is Corey Graves not more upset? I mean, Corey Graves has just said, is the EST ready for Asuka? Like, his wife has just lost, you know, she got down to the final 2. His wife has just lost. I'm shocked that he's not, like, protesting, saying there was cheating, the ref was biased. I'm amazed that he's not done anything like that. It feels like he's been told not to do that. The action was fast and furious, said Corey. Yeah, that was crazy, man. They're showing a replay of that Raquel Nikki moment, which led to Nikki's. That was probably the best spot. Scott, what did you think about the match? What did you think about it? Put your scores in. What did you think about the match? Out of 5, what would you score it? It was the right outcome, but it could have been more interesting. 4 out of 5 said Zoom. 4.5 said CJ. Delighted for Asuka. Corey's not upset because even he knows that Carmella can't wrestle, says Maggie. Corey is scared of Asuka. That's probably true. That's probably true. I am just quite surprised that he's not ranting and raving. We've seen him do that before. We've seen him like making out. It's not like it's not like we've not acknowledged their relationship. 2.5, 3.5, 3.5 said Rare Breeds. 4, 4, 3, 3, 3.5, 2.75, 4, 2, 3. Emo Nikki Cross. 2.5, 8, 5, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, 5. Better than I thought, said Caleb. 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. Quick match, said Jaden. Quick match, I suppose. I mean, it was half an hour. I mean, I'm guessing they're going to go quite big with the main event. So, and I would imagine, you know, afterwards there's going to be a bit of time, whatever happens. You know, if Sami loses, then we're going to have him and Kevin embracing, and we're going to, do you know what I mean? Like, have like a moment after. So I think that main event, the entrances, the match, what happens after, I think they're going to give that some time. I think they're probably looking at about 3 hours tonight. You could even make the argument of, like, you know, do it starting the video packages for Sami and Roman with an hour to go. And like entrances, you know, that Roman's entrance is going to take a while. Even though the walkway is really short, they'll find a way of milking it. So 7 minutes in? Yeah, maybe it was a little quick. I think the men's will get a bit more time. Obviously, Bobby Brock, I don't think that'll be that long. Edge and Beth will probably get time with Finn and Rhea. Yeah, maybe a bit quick. Coming up next, more Elimination Chamber. Good, thank you. It's a weird thing to say, isn't it? The problem is, like, if you subscribe to Peacock, there's adverts, aren't there? So we actually have ad breaks now during premium live events, which really sucks. It really sucks. Michael Cole saying, coming up next, more Elimination Chamber. Well, yeah, that's what I'm watching. What a weird... it's weird, isn't it? Didn't used to get this. When did we get at WrestleMania coming up next? More WrestleMania. But now we've got to have Michael Cole saying these stupid things, because if you get... Is it the free version of Peacock or something, or the $4.99 version, then you have adverts? So now we actually have ad breaks during premium live events. God damn. God damn. We used to have it so good. The US title next. I don't know. I don't know that that's what he means. I don't know that he means another chamber match. I think he's just saying, like, join us after the break. Coming up next, more of the Elimination Chamber show. I think that's what he's saying. I would be surprised if it was the men's Elimination Chamber match next. You would think they would want to space them out rather than just going, let's do all chamber at the start. I'd be surprised at that. US title is such a low card title, said Corvids. I love Seth, but he better not win this, said Expose Him. Elijah said the next match is going to be the Brock match. GSP is backstage. What, George St. Pierre? Well, I suppose they are in Canada, aren't they? So, but that's interesting. But they've got to fix the pods. Asuka, that's a good point. Asuka, but in all fairness, they're going to have to do that anyway before they raise it back up, because I can't imagine they're going to raise it broken. So they've got to fix it now and then potentially raise it as well. But yeah, we haven't gone to like any backstage interviews or anything like that. Instead, we're just seeing, I'm guessing you're watching adverts if you've got the $4.99 version of Peacock, and we're watching a little thing on Ronda Rousey. Michael Cole saying more Elimination Chamber coming is like when Nicole Kidman was doing commercials for AMC Theaters and said showing inside AMC Theaters. Right, here we go. Coming up next, Bobby and Brock, is it? I think the chamber is still down, potentially being fixed. But I think it is Bobby, Brock, and obviously this is very interesting for Bray Wyatt fans. So if you are just joining us, Asuka has been victorious. She has won the Women's Elimination Chamber. She was favourite to win, so not the biggest shock in the world. Bray Wyatt wants to face the winner of this, said Jeremy. He does. Who will Bray get, Bobby or Brock? Well, I asked people who they wanted Bray to get, and Brock won. I think it was like 60-40 type decision, but I think that's because Brock's the biggest star, to be honest. And to be honest, I think there is a lot of people that have wanted Brock and Bray for a long time. I don't know that people have necessarily dreamed of Bray and Bobby, so I can understand Brock winning that poll. But Bobby is a heel and Brock is a face, and I think it makes more sense for it to be Bobby. But, you know, either way, to be honest, either way, I think it's going to be fun. Zoom Station said Liv won best dressed. If Bobby and Brock could be friends and form a tag team, then they would be known as Broccoli, said Corvid. Undertaker fans, Taker is fighting Brock. If Brock loses, that's confirmed, said Marco. I haven't seen that anywhere, to be honest. Brock Lesnar takes the dub, said Marcuston. Brock Lesnar versus Bobby Lashley next. Maybe at the end of the night, Cole will say, coming up next, no more Elimination Chamber. Yeah, that... Shout out to you, John. Shout out to you. Right, well, there we go. Sami has fallen short. Coming up next, no more Elimination Chamber. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Yeah. So random. Wrestle with Andy said Brock was up all night with Sable, and all he could do was think of Bobby Lashley. Bobby. Nice. Austin said, I want Bray Brock. I've waited 7 years. Gonna have to wait longer, aren't you? No, you might get it. I don't know. I don't know who's going to win. I thought this would be a draw, actually, and then we would go to WrestleMania where we would get the blow off there. But after Bray made his comments last night, now I'm thinking Bobby's favourite. It's going to be unusual, though. I mean, Bobby beating Brock will be wild. Really weird. I mean, surely in a fight, Brock's favourite. But I just don't think they're going to do Bray Brock. So, don't know. Let's see. Let's find out. Will there be any surprises tonight? Said Ross. Would you be surprised if Sami lost? Because if so, I think there's going to be a big surprise later. I do fear for Sami. I think they need to bring steel floors back. The mats have took an aura away. Yeah, the only problem is, though, apparently those floors really hurt when you don't have mats on them. So it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another, isn't it? It's like, I do agree, it probably does lose a little something, but apparently it really hurt. And the wrestlers really didn't like wrestling on those floors, and I think it was done to just protect them a little bit. So I think we just had it really good for a while. Elliot said, could we see Bobby win and then have him reform Hurt Business against Bray, Howdy, and 2 new members? Got to do Brock and Gunther, in my opinion. I I really don't know. I don't think we spoke earlier about like a Wyatt 6 and all of this. I don't know that that's where this story is going. We just haven't seen a great deal of stuff for Wyatt 6. It's been a few little teases and things, but if you think about how long it took to introduce Uncle Howdy and that part of the story, like, are we really going to bring some people in before WrestleMania? And like, I mean, I feel like this is a big story to reunite the Hurt Business and introduce Dutch and Vincent, and that's a lot of moving parts. I feel like that's quite a bit to do before WrestleMania. So I think it's probably going to be Bray with Howdy taking on Bobby. Bobby will think he can do it on his own. Post WrestleMania, maybe that's when we start seeing the Hurt Business. Don't know. It's definitely been teased. We've seen MVP in the background talking to Cedric and Shelton. We've seen MVP at ringside with Cedric and Shelton. We've seen MVP talking to Bobby about potentially getting the band back together. So it's definitely something that's been teased. Hurt Business. Whether that's going to result in Hurt Business against like some sort of Wyatt family or Wyatt 6. The jury's out on that one for me. Here is Brock. Dun, 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 Brock stepping out. Big reaction for Brock. This is going to be two big boys going at it for the prize of facing Bray Wyatt. Bobby put a tweet out last night. He said, as soon as I put Brock to bed, I'll come after you next, you little creep, or something like this, in response to Bray's comments from SmackDown. Mariam said if Bray and Uncle Howdy team up, they would be unstoppable. They should have Brock versus Gunther in a best of 7 like they did with Magnum TA in the NWA, said Inside Out and Again. Days Lashley, Amos, Cedric, Shelton, managed by MVP, back in business, says Defcom Eric. If Brock loses tonight, then does he need to win at Mania? Nah. Brock doesn't need anything, does he? I mean, Brock's Brock. I mean, Brock's eaten quite a few L's against Roman, and, his music hits people still poop themselves with excitement. Brock is Brock. So, no, I don't see that as a problem. Right. One of these men will be the alpha male after tonight. Now, there really could be a mess. I don't think there'll be an attack, but whoever wins, we could see lights go out and we could see a little message sent from Bray. Bray's made it clear that the winner of this is who he's got his sights set on. So, it could be a message sent into shoulder charges there by Brock, belly to belly, and Bibbs is thrown across the ring. Right, we are underway with match number 2. Nearly 50 minutes of this show has gone by. Big knee strikes coming in there by Brock. And Bobby goes down. Brock backing up a little bit. Bobby over by the ropes. Brock charging over, clothesline. Bobby goes over the top to the outside. And big roar there by Brock. Bobby on the outside. Brock going through the ropes. Looks nice. I like these Elimination Chamber graphics. Into the ring goes Bobby. Brock looking out at the fans. Brock getting back in. Bobby going against the ropes. Bobby with a spear. And Brock goes down. Bobby 2. Shoulder up by Brock. Shoulder up. I mean, it's really going to take a lot to get Brock down. I mean, if you think about how much it took Roman to beat Brock at SummerSlam, it's going to... Oh, another spear by Bobby. Bobby with a second spear. Brock goes down. Bobby is ready to apply. That's Hurt Lock. And we know that Brock struggles when he's in it. It's been applied before. He's trying to get it on again. He's got the hands up to here. Bobby trying for the hurt lock. And Brock screaming, trying to find a way of preventing it. He turns it. He gets up. F5. F5. Big F5 by the Beast. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Bobby. So Bobby was trying to get that hurt lock on. Brock just managed to slip out, go straight into an F5. And gets a close 3 counts. F5. Roman is a big boy as well, says Maggie. Macca said Asuka has to win at Mania for revenge for 2018. Well, I love the match. I think Asuka, Bianca, it's not a match I was expecting. I'm really pleased that Asuka has found herself into that position. Another F5 coming up. Another F5. But Brock is down. He's not able to capitalize. Finally gets the pin. And Bobby kicks out. Bobby kicks out. Bobby managing to get his shoulder up. There's a dude in the front row that's wearing Bret Hart shades. Green shirt guy is there. I think the crowd are chanting one more time. Crowd want to see another F5. Yeah, they want another one. This is a lively crowd, which is good sign. Crowds are vocal. Crowds are making noise. That's obviously, as we said, a good indicator for later. On the shoulders, Bobby reverses, ducks underneath, gets the rope. Spear by Bobby. Spear by Bobby. Bobby is round the back of Brock. Brock getting back up to his feet. Brock taking some deep breaths. Feels like Bobby is going to get this hurt lock on. Bobby round the back of Brock. Brock trying to defend it. Ooh, are they? Oh, it's really close. I think, is it on? It might be on. I think he's got it on, you know. Brock is struggling. Brock is struggling. Hurt lock is on. Yeah, hurt lock is on. Brock is struggling. Look at Brock. When do you see Brock in this position? We saw it at Crown Jewel when Bobby had it applied. Brock is trying to get out of it. He's struggling at the moment. He's really fighting. Oh, that was dirty. Oh, it's going to be a DQ. Bobby's going to win by DQ. Bobby wins. Bobby wins. The hurt lock was on. Brock kicks him. Low blow by Brock. Bobby Lashley wins. It's going to be Bobby and Bray. Come here. Come here. He grabs the ref. He grabs the ref. The ref's going to get F5'd. He might get suspended for that. Brock was like, come here. Come here. That poor ref. That poor ref. What, me? Yeah, come here. Just want to come here for a second. Bang! Referee gets wiped out. Now Lashley on the shoulders. Bang! F5 to Lashley. So Brock loses by DQ. Yeah, I mean, that hurt lock is goated, isn't it? It's goated. Brock is done for, said Trick Shot. Well, I mean, look, there's going to be a suspension, I'm sure. There's going to be a fine. On the outside, Brock's not done with Bobby. There's a commentary table being stripped. So we've got a post-fight beatdown. And he's going to F5 him onto a commentary table. F5, bang! Through the commentary table goes Bobby. Bobby looking at the WrestleMania sign. Holy chance. I don't know why. I mean, he F5'd him through a table. It was fun, but... Oh, no, he's got the ref! Now he's got the ref! What's he doing with the ref? The ref's going to get F5'd! Oh, man. The ref... Look at Corey. Look at Corey! Corey's backed into a corner. He's like... I think Corey Graves was legit scared of Asuka and legit scared of Brock. Brock walks off. That poor referee. Do you know what? I mean, Bobby got F5, but at least landed on a table, which kind of broke his fall. He just had a nice little look at someone's belt. I think someone's got I think it's a Brock Lesnar like commemorative belt. It's a lovely belt. Looks nice. Looks really nice. Just momentarily, as this guy was holding it up, like, I think it's the Brock one. The ref got smashed. Yeah. So Bobby got planted onto a commentary table. Table broke. Poor ref. He gets planted. There's nothing to break his fall. The table's already destroyed. Wow, there we go. Imagine Adam Pearce telling Lesnar he's suspended. Oh, I'd get Sonya to do it. I'd be like, Sonya, do you remember when you was an official and then you're not an official? You're an official now. For one day, you're an official. Can you go and tell Brock? You tell Brock this. Also, tell him I'm on holiday. I'm not in the building, yeah? Thank you. What happens to the Bray challenge? Well, it's going to be Bray Bibbs in it. He said the winner, whoever emerged victorious, and Bibbs is victorious. Do you remember Brock F5 in Michael Cole and leaving his shoe in the ring? Yeah. Austin said 1 out of 5. Brock versus the ref at WrestleMania. Makes sense. I heard that was going to be Brock's last match. Oh, Seth as the Joker. Oh, that's sick. That looked great. Seth getting into... is he going to be dancing? Ah! Seth dancing as the Joker in the alleyway. Oh, that is great. They said they'd done some of these for WrestleMania because obviously WrestleMania is Hollywood. Oh, this is great. Seth dancing in the alleyway with the face paint on. That is perfect, isn't it? That is perfect. Perfect. Brilliant. Joker. Becky? She's doing a deep Batman voice. What was that? I can't stop thinking about WrestleMania. What's with the face paint? It's exfoliating. He said, I'm going back to the man cave. And Seth was like, I didn't know we had a man cave. And Becky's like, you wouldn't because I'm the man. WrestleMania goes Hollywood. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. That is so good. Apparently they've done other ones as well. So that's not the only one. It's so good. It was shot so well as well, and it so suits his character. I can don't even need to know. I mean, there'll be so much love for that, and rightfully so. Right, we are at commercial break again, of course. I'm going to put a little tweet up about that, just saying, oh, man, this was gold. Fantastic work, WWE. Beth as the Joker. Boom. Brilliant. Brilliant. Right. 2 matches down. We've had the Women's Elimination Chamber match. Asuka's won. Fine. I thought the Chamber was okay. I don't think there was many big moments in it. I thought it was all right. I like Asuka winning, though. Bobby Brock, I didn't think it was that great of a match, but then I didn't expect that great of a match. It was just 2 guys. It was, fairly short. They've not been delivering big, exciting matches anyway. So, it was short. 2 guys smashing into each other. Weird finish, but to be honest, I think that Bobby Bray is the way they wanted to go. And if you're going to have Brock lose, it is tricky to figure out how to do it because it's going to take so much to put Brock down. As we said at SummerSlam, look at how much he had to go through. So how do you, if you're going to have Bobby win, right? How do you have him beat Brock? Quickly? Because you don't want it to outstay its welcome. You don't need a long, lengthy match. So it's one of them, isn't it? He put the hurt lock on. Brock couldn't get out. He low blows him. And so as a result of that, he gets DQ'd. It does make the hurt lock look amazing. It does get the hurt lock over. So I don't mind that. But the match itself didn't have much to it, did it? There was loads of F5s, spears, hurt lock applied. Simple stuff. It was what it was. But 2 matches down and an hour gone. Seth should have Joker attire for Mania, said Bembo. I'm sure there'll be plenty of film-inspired attires at WrestleMania. Maybe it'll be Joker. Maybe someone will come out like Avatar. I have no idea. But I'm sure there will be plenty of attires. I mean, there's so much you can do with a WrestleMania in Hollywood, so I think we could get some really exciting ones. That'll be something to look forward to. Right, we are in the Bell Center in Montreal, home of the Montreal Sea Dogs. There's Ariel Helwani and George St. Pierre. UFC Hall of Famer, regarded as potentially the GOAT. GSP. Look at Ariel Helwani hyping him up, man. Ariel Helwani is such a good hype man. Right, we got Skillet providing the official theme for Elimination Chamber. Brock match was short. Ariel Helwani, very unprofessional. Very unprofessional of Ariel Helwani to be there. I don't know about you, but I am livid. Right, Edge and Beth versus Finn and Rhea coming up next. Just got off work. Who won so far? Asuka has won the Women's Elimination Chamber match, and Bobby beat Brock by DQ. Rick said, GSP, I've not seen him in years. Who won, Bobby or Brock? Bobby. Trini said, now GSP will feel the wrath of Tony. Very unprofessional, GSP. Very unprofessional. Call yourself a journalist. You're about as much a journalist as Tony Schiavone. Tony Khan was unprofessional, said Travis. Now that I think about it, it makes sense that Brock got DQ'd. Bobby 2-1 said Theodore. What do you say about Balor against Dragunov? I say that match is amazing, but I don't think you're going to be able to get it for WrestleMania because Dragunov he's down in NXT. We haven't even seen much of him in NXT because he's been over in NXT UK. So, man, the amount of work it would take to, introduce him. I mean, I promise you could bring Dragunov out to an arena and there would be a lot of... Who's that? So, it would take a while to build him up. Match-wise, though, really like it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Dragunov. That set a matchup for Taker because Taker lost his first ever feud to Lesnar, and that's Taker's last match now. What a match if it will be, said Marco the Beast. I haven't heard anything about Undertaker wrestling at WrestleMania. The one thing I would say, I've not heard anything about it. Had you have said to me last year, will Undertaker compete this year? I would have said no, no way. But the one caveat I will put out there is that Vince is trying to sell the company. So putting on big matches like Undertaker and things like that, it does actually make sense. Undertaker might not be physically able to do it anymore. And I'm absolutely not saying that an Undertaker match is happening. But I'm just saying that if Vince wants to get as many eyes onto the product as possible as he's trying to sell it right now, putting an Undertaker match on wouldn't hurt, would it? It wouldn't hurt. So I don't think there's going to be an Undertaker match. But equally, actually, now, because of the landscape, I wouldn't say that it was completely impossible. But, yeah, I mean, he just might not be even capable of putting on a match anymore, you know? We were having to hold him together with Blue Tack and Hope and Prayers a few years ago. I mean, where are we now, you know? A few years down the road with him not being active. Right, here's Judgment Day then. CGI. We're going over to Judgment Day making their way out. Tim said, I'm always late to the party. It's very fashionable. Days, who takes the pin here? I think this is one of the hardest ones to predict. I really do. I think that you can make an argument for either side winning this. Edge and Beth have been beaten down loads of times. So, you know, they more than deserve to pick up a victory. Equally, I don't think this feud ends here. And I could see Edge and Finn or something along those lines happening at WrestleMania. So you might have Judgment Day win here and then it finishes at WrestleMania. You could have Edge and Beth win here and it finishes at WrestleMania. I think the one thing I'm pretty confident on is that Rhea is not going to be pinned. I can't see Rhea taking the pin. I think if Judgment Day are losing, then I think Balor could be pinned. And Edge could say, look, I pinned you and we beat you. It's not enough. I want you one-on-one. I've earned that right. I pinned you at Elimination Chamber. So it could maybe go that way. But equally, it could be that Rhea pins Beth and looks like a monster going into her match with Bianca. I'm your mammy. So we got Dominic, we got Rhea. We got Finn Balor in the ring. Finn Balor, I should imagine he feels like a third wheel. He's a bit of a hanger-on, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? We got the lovebirds out there, and then you got Finn Balor just having to stand in the background. Bit awkward. Finn's going to take the pin. Edge and Balor, Hell in a Cell, said Cam Vlogs. That'd be good. We have seen a Hell in a Cell, obviously, we've seen it a few times. You saw it between Undertaker and Triple H. We've seen it between Undertaker and Shane McMahon at WrestleMania 32. So we could get a Hell in a Cell at WrestleMania. Okay, so Judgment Day have made their way down. Rhea going over, standing by Big Dom. We've got Rhea in the ring. Here comes Edge and Beth. Obviously, it's going to be a great reaction for Edge. I see clearly. Goes over, look, Edge comes shooting out. There's a lot for these Canadian fans to cheer, isn't there? I mean, they've been able to cheer Natalya in the first match. Now here they can cheer for Edge. In our main event, they're obviously going to be behind Sami. In the men's elimination, is there a Canadian in that? Is there a Canadian in the men's? Either way, they've got plenty to get their plenty to cheer. Look at that. That's really cool. So Edge and Beth have both got these great entrance jackets. I can see Mattel making those as figures. They look really great. Matching entrance jackets for Edge and Beth. Nice. I love Beth, but what's with the poop face she makes? She doesn't have enough tough. It makes her look constipated. Triple T, shout out to you. Hope you well. I did catch that extra episode of the WEP that's just magically appeared out of nowhere, which was very fun. It was really good. Oh, listen to this reaction for Edge. Dave said, what would you do with Liv at WrestleMania? She keeps impressing. She deserves a good spot. I mean, I think I would put her in like some sort of an extreme match. Either put her in like a tables, ladders, chairs type thing, or I mean, she would be great if we still had Money in the Bank at or some sort of ladder match for a title, a mid-card title. If there was a women's mid-card title and there was a ladder match for it, like Liv would be a no-brainer for that. Money in the Bank, if that was still there, she did win it last year though. That's the only downside. But we have seen people win it like a few years in a row, so that wouldn't be unusual. I don't know if you put her in some sort of a match with the stipulation TLC, as I said, and like lean into the extreme thing. I think that would make sense. Or do you ever go after like the tag titles and do something along those lines? I just sort of feel like she's a credible single star who's really knocking on the door now of like, you know, starting to get her way back to the main event. She was champion. She lost the belt, and now she's kind of on her way back to that main event scene again. I don't know that moving her into a tag division would be a good idea, because you're kind of refocusing her like somewhere else. I sort of think like she is getting somewhere in this division. It just took two of them to get her to not even tap, but pass out. She passed out. She didn't tap. So I think I would put her in like a TLC match. I'd put her in a match, in a feud with someone, don't know who, some heel, and like put a stipulation in there, make it tasty. Right, here's Rhea pushing Beth. Beth pushing Rhea. So Rhea and Beth in the ring right now. Can we see Sami win and then have the bloodline run out and attack Sami, and then Kevin comes out and saves him with a chair, and then that sets up the tag title match for Mania? I mean, you could get that. I don't think you would get that if Sami wins the belts, because obviously Sami's going to have to be in the main event unless you have him do the tag match night 1, be in the main event at night 2, but I don't know that they would do that. Eat this. They both collide into each other. They're both unloading here. Big like clotheslining each other, trying to knock each other off their feet. Eat this. Oh, she can't. Beth tries to come over, gets caught there. She goes down. Dominic's up. Dominic's got the game plan. Dominic whispering advice to Rhea. Bit of motivation, bit of tactics. Rhea coming over. So, I mean, look, that's it. I mean, Rhea was doing well anyway, but now she's been given some good advice by Dominic, and it looks like it's going to be a test of strength. So, Rhea putting her hand up, wanting to test the strength of the Glamazon. And here we go. Linking up arms at the moment. And, oh, look at that. Proper old school as well. Proper linking up, test of strength. When do we see a test of strength? We never get this spot anymore. This is so old school wrestling. I love it. I love it. This is right in my wheelhouse. Proper test of strength, colliding chest to chest as well. It's like proper grappling, that is. Oh, that's a real little treat. Going for you see the Warrior do that a lot. That was a favorite of the Warrior because he couldn't wrestle, so it meant that he could kill a bit of time by doing a test of strength. where like he would propose it and the heel would think about it and it would just take time out of the match. Beth chasing after Big Dom. Chop coming in there by Beth. Another chop coming in by Beth. Beth with Rhea into the ring steps. Goes Rippers. Rippers goes down. Dominic over by the commentary table. And into the ring goes Rhea Ripley. Beth comes in as well. Match continuing. Kicks coming in there by Beth. Poor Asuka. She'll lose at WrestleMania, said P202848. Big Dom's getting FU treatment, said Chris. William, shout out to you. United We Love said, could it not be a triple threat? Bray, Brock, Bobby. Bobby won, but Brock walked out live. According to Bray's, Brock walked out alive. Dominic running away. I mean, I suppose it could, but I don't know. I mean, Bray said that whoever the winner was, and it's Bobby that's won. I sort of feel like Brock has attacked the referee. I wouldn't be surprised to see this play into a storyline where he's potentially suspended and Edge clotheslined Finn. Dominic did escape. Hey, hey, goodbye being chanted by the crowds. Down goes Beth Pheonix. We're 1 hour, 15 minutes into this. Dominic's come back out again. Loud boos for Dominic. Shot coming into the back of Beth. Amazed that Edge and Beth have not factored for Dominic. I'm amazed that there's no one that's at ringside for them. I think there's FU Dominic chants. FU Dominic. A whole arena of people chanting FU Dominic. Dominic playing up Dominic. Not wanting to listen to these disrespectful fans. As Beth is trying to go over, make the tag to Edge. Middle of the ring. DDT there by Beth. That's got Rhea in all kinds of trouble. Who's gone under the ring? Finn's gone under the ring. Finn just went under the ring. I don't know why we've done that. He pops up the other side. Grabs Edge just as Beth was about to make the tag. Plants Edge. Andrew said, this is how all wrestling crowds should be. Big love, Canada. Big collision in the corner. Man, I should imagine Finn under the ring was like having to try and crawl over commando style as quickly as he could so that he could get there before Beth did. Around the back goes Beth. She's managed to grab the arms of Rhea. Rhea into the corner. Beth over there. Rhea is in control at the moment. And right now it's all... I tell you what, the women have really had a spotlight in this. Glamazon is on the middle rope. Couple of back elbows coming in by Beth. She's unloading on Rhea. Beth goes down. She lands on her feet. Edge is still down. I bet she's looking at Edge going, oh, God, he's useless. Absolutely useless. He doesn't do the dishes when he's at home, right? He constantly leaves things around the house. And now I need to tag him in. He's lying on the floor. Honestly. I knew I made a mistake. She's having to do this on her own. As they're up top at the moment. Dominic's like, no. Beth's going for a superplex. Top rope. Ripper's in trouble. Oh, my God. Monstrous. That was a massive superplex. Looks so great from that camera angle as well. Really good. Look at this. Look at the snap on that. The height. Oh, beautiful. God, isn't it amazing how you don't need to do like a million moves and no-sell them all? Like, just one superplex can look so impressive. You build up for it, you tease it, you execute it perfectly. It's absolutely... Well, Rhea Ripley gets knocked into Balor. Edge is back up. Edge, shoulder to charge. Down goes Finn. Clothesline. Edge is fired up. Plants Finn again. Kick to the midsection. Working on the arm. Down goes Edge. Double stomp misses by Balor. Down goes Finn. Steps through. Oh, lovely. Submission hold applied. Oh, down goes. Ripper's trying to come in and break up this hold. So we've got 2 educators applied. And Rhea Ripley is saying to Finn, don't you dare! Don't you dare! Dominic's trying to get in. Dominic's distracting the referee. They had to know he was going to do that. Headbutt by Rhea Ripley. Brass knucks. Oh, shot to the back of the head. Brass knucks. Dominic distracting. Finn Balor. 1, 2. Oh, I think Beth was meant to make the save. It was... I tell you what, I don't even know she did. I think I'd need to watch that again. Referee was like 1, 2, and she wasn't going to get there. Edge just gets his shoulder up. I think Edge saves Beth. Beth was too late. I think Beth was too late. But I think Edge saved it. 1, 2. It would have been a 3 if Edge hadn't got his shoulder up. So this is continuing. We had some brass knucks. Dominic gets hurled into the sides. There's so much going on. Some of the camera angles are not brilliant here. You just sort of see Dominic get hurled into some ropes, but you don't actually see the full extent of it. Some of the cameras, there's so much going on. We got fighting on the outside. You got Dominic, you got Rippers, you got Beth, you got Edge, you got Finn. Edge and Finn in the ring right now. Both climbing up. Edge probably still dazed from the brass knucks. He's grabbed a hold of Finn. Now Rippers has come in. She's going to look for a powerbomb. Beth has come in. So Rippers is going to powerbomb Edge. Beth is going to powerbomb Finn. Bang, bang. Both guys go down. So both guys get powerbombed by the women. Girl power. Edge is so lucky. This is awesome, said Stephanie. Boom. You're right on that 3 count, said Alex. What a match this is, says Camvlogs. In this Attitude Era, the camera angles were better. You could see it all, said Brettles. Double powerbomb, said Rory. They're trying to turn Dominic into Eddie so bad, it's gross, said Kraken. He'll never be Eddie. We got chairs being introduced on the outside. So a couple of chairs on the outside, Rippers on the outside. Beth roll into the edge of the ring. Beth comes out, Rhea looking at these chairs. Dominic moving around some stairs as well. We've got a lot of furniture being rearranged. Got Finn Balor's mask on the outside as well as Beth gets smashed into those ring steps. Rhea Ripley with a chair. She's going to smash Beth. And Finn Balor is making Edge watch once again. She goes up. Oh, Beth moves out the way. Face first. Rhea Ripley goes into the ring steps. Got her up. Beth in control. Slamming her down and in the ring. Ah! Lovely work by Edge. Edge in control. Edge against the ropes. Through the ropes. Takes out Dominic. Dominic goes down. Finn Balor is down. Edge is fired up. Crowd are loving it. Lots of moving parts in this match. Charges over. Sling Blade by Finn Balor. Sling Blade by Finn. Or Ale Gamer. Ali Gamer. Ale Gamer. Gamer 417. Shout out to you. Spear by Edge. I feel like we're getting towards the end. Shatter Machine. Edge. 1, 2, 3. Edge pins Finn. And Edge and Beth pick up the victory. Edge and Beth pick up the win. Edge pins Finn. Put your scores in. Rhea on the outside, in the arms of Dominic, slumped on the floor. She was like, she's got some sort of bad taste in her mouth, and it could be the results. Is it blood? She said something to Dominic there. She's complaining about something. And not the results. Seemingly something like with her nose or something. It's called defeat. That's what it's called, Rippers. That's what you're tasting. Defeat. Gamer 417 said, can you send me a greeting? Yeah, I don't know if it's Ali Gamer or Ale Gamer, because we spell Ale, A-L-E. But I'll go Ali. Ali Gamer 417. Shout out to you. May WWE continue to grow. Well, they're doing all right at the moment, aren't they? Certainly things are in a good place right now. Great match. Put in your thoughts about that match. Finn Balor is livid. Rhea is shouting at Beth as well. I'll get you. Bye-bye, says Edge. Bye-bye. Pathetic. Pathetic. Rhea Ripley screams. Bye-bye. So, Finn Balor screaming, I'll get you. Crowd are loving it. Loving the stream, Matty. Shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words. When he threw the brass knucks, it hit her in the nose. Is that what it was? Is that what it was? When he threw the brass knucks, it bopped her on the nose. I hope that's true. Bop. Beth is still better than 85% of the current women's roster, says I Like Turtles. Days Beth Pheonix with the Bull Nakano tribute she has in the match. Yeah, with the face. I think she's done the veins before. Yeah, cool. Love it. Love Bull Nakano. Big fan. Miz. I thought this was going to be another one of those Hollywood things, but it's for the Miz. Another one. No, it's just the Miz. I thought it was another one. I think there will be another one. I have heard that they filmed a few of those. I think we might see Shinsuke on Monday or Friday. That would be good. I miss Shinsuke. Roman doesn't have help. That's original. Dave's big up to you, Ribby. Shout out to you. Tommy said you need to see it. Yeah, I need to check that out. I really like the FU Dominic chant, said Alfreds. I thought Bray wanted the winner of Bobby and Brock. That's who he's called out. Edge versus Damian at Mania, Hell in a Cell, maybe Last Man Standing. I really hope Johnny wins the United States title. He deserves it, said Finley. Stupid, there's a lot of talented women on the roster, says Eric. Keaton said it's halftime. It probably is, in all fairness. Yeah, but what, an hour and a half in? I can see this going. I reckon the men's will go for a little while, and then that'll, 45-minute for the men, 45-minute for the main event. Can see that making sense. Yeah, do you want to put in your scores? What did you think of it so far? Do you like it? Are you happy? I don't think it's been the strongest offering. I thought that the women's Elimination Chamber was all right. I thought Bobby Brock was short. It probably did what it needed to do, but it's not a match that I think you can score highly as a result. It did what it needed to do, but I don't think it's one that really blew people's minds. I thought that last match was the best match. It had lots of moving parts, lots of fun moments. There's a few sort of, dare I say, botches. I mean, Beth obviously not breaking up the pin, but I mean, Edge thankfully still got his shoulder up. If Edge hadn't have done that, that match, would have ended with a very different result, wouldn't it? Rather than Edge just winning, they would have lost and it would have ended shorter. So they dodged a bullet there, in all fairness. There was a few little moments where maybe a little clunky, but no, I think it's the best match tonight by quite a distance. There's a press conference tonight with all these people. Probably doesn't have all these people involved, but Brock, Bobby, Asuka, Theory, Carmella, Seth, Sami, Roman, Edge, Beth, Rhea, Finn, Damian. I can't imagine all these are going to be involved. I think it's just a way of advertising the press conference. There we are seeing Roman. Roman is drinking some C4, who are sponsoring the show tonight. There's nothing zany about Montreal. So, Paul Heyman. Loud boos for Roman. Thank you, my tribal chief. I get the feeling, and I mean this, I think that was only there so that they could advertise C4. I think what we're doing is we're doing some, Roman drinks C4, subliminal marketing. Wow, if Roman drinks C4, and look at all the cans he had behind him, I could be like Roman if I drink C4. I think that's the only reason why that was there, to be honest. What I will say, though, I will take that over Beyblades being played as Austin Theory makes his way to the ring, or a big Mountain Dew logo being slapped in the middle of the ring. I'll take that all day long. So I don't mind that at all. But it did feel like it was maybe just there as an advert. RJ Madma, Days, nice to see you doing your thing. I've returned from rehab. Hope you're doing well. RJ Madma, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome back. It's a good time to join us because it is the men's Elimination Chamber match. So, as I said, good time to drop by. So, yeah, RJ Madma, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are enjoying the show this evening. Elimination Chamber. Here we go. C4, A-Town down. A-Town down. Austin Theory making his way out. The United States champion. Ben said, do you think we see Cena tonight for Austin Theory? I would love it if we did, because that's a match that I would really enjoy seeing. I really don't know that we will, though. There's rumors that Cena is filming at the moment, so I don't know that he's free, to be honest. But even if we don't see Cena tonight, it doesn't mean that match is a no-go. It just might not be possible for us to have Cena tonight. I mean, he's a pretty busy boy, isn't he? So, but yeah, I think it'd be pretty cool if we did. So that'd be quite the moment. Because I think Theory retaining, it's not flat, but it's equally maybe not the most exciting thing in the world. So, but it's not flat. But it's what I would do. I'd have Theory retaining. But I kind of feel like if you have him win and then Cena's music hits and then Cena walks out, I mean, that would be a great moment for the ending of this. But I don't know that that's what we're going to get, unfortunately. Andrew said, it's better than I expected. Love you, Days. Andrew, appreciate the kind words, dude. I'm glad you're having a good time. Andrew Park. Appreciate the support. Yeah, it's just, I mean, look, we're here to have some fun tonight and enjoy the action. And I think there's been some good stuff. I think there's been some, I don't know, I can't really say bad stuff. Stuff that you could take, stuff that you could leave. Here's Montez. Definitely excited to see what his performance is going to be in the Elimination Chamber. A lot of people have got high hopes of him as a solo star going forward, He comes out and he looks great as well. Look at this. Look at that ring gear. He looks great. Montez Ford coming out. Street Profits music. He's got red Solo cups there raining down. So the red Solo cup's coming down. I love the crown that he's wearing. I love his ring gear as well. Looks really smart. It's dark, but it's highly detailed. It's got Bianca written all over it. Well, it's got Ford written all over it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Bianca had played a part in the creation of that. So he's jumping up and down as he's bouncing his way to the chamber. It's a great jacket. That jacket is sick, man. That jacket is so nice. He looks great. He looks really great. He looks like a star, doesn't he? Yeah, love it. Love it. Boom, he goes over to all four sides, puts his arms out. He's very charismatic. Very charismatic. And the crowd are loving him. William said, check mine versus Sonny's scores on Tapology. William, I wish I could, mate. I wish I could, but I don't have Tapology fired up. And I don't even know if Sonny is on the Tapology thing anymore. I think she got removed. So I can only imagine that you are killing it, mate. I will be reviewing it later, though. Here is Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed making his way down to the ring. Bronson Reed coming down, and this is a bit of an unknown entity. He's very credible. He's a big guy. Yeah, look at him. He's a big guy stepping inside, pointing at Austin Theory. He's very much unknown. He's not been in WWE or returned to WWE for very long. Montez solo gear is something I was hyped for, said Modern Mogul. I think he's killed it, mate. I think he's absolutely killed it. He looks like a star. He looks so good. Dare I say, it's got a bit of like African vibe to it. Like it's black, but it's got like yellow, reds. I think there's like some greens in there. It's got those types of colors, and it just looks classy. It looks right. He looks very impressive. I love his gear. Here's Damian Priest. Damian Priest coming out. He's got a crown as well. He's got a crown. He's got a great size to him. WWE really do have some very impressive looking performers. You know, Bronson Reed has got a nice size to him. I think Montez is looking amazing in his ring gear. Damian Priest, he's got quite a size to him. He's obviously got those long, like, dreads as well. Obviously, Bobby, Brock, Roman, the list goes on. But this is a real good look of at the mid-card, dare I say. A couple of people missing from this match that you'd maybe expect, like, well, I suppose like Finn Balor was in a feud with Edge and whatever. AJ Styles, of course, is the name that comes to mind, but he's out injured at the moment. I'm sure if AJ was around, I would think he would have made it into this. Miz, maybe a bit of a surprise the Miz hasn't been included in this. Kevin Owens, I would imagine he's probably just selling what happened to him at the Rumble. I think we'll see him later. I think there's probably a few injuries and storylines, which is why we've ended up with the field we've ended up with. But, you know, you could go down the list and go, where's such and such? Where's such and such? Where's Karrion Kross? Where's Rey Mysterio? Where's Kevin Owens? Where's AJ Styles? This is a look at the mid-card with some of them big hitters, kind of for whatever reason, really moved out the way. So Damian Priest has come down. He goes into a pod. I think we've got all 4 pods. And here's Johnny. Yeah, the new music's just not as good, is it? Johnny coming out. I think it's still Rebel Heart, but it's just remixed and it's not quite the same. Okay, so Johnny making his way down. It looks like Johnny's going to be starting us off in this match. Damian Priest is in a pod. Bronson is in a pod. Montez is in a pod. Theory is in a pod. So that means that we're going to have Seth Rollins and Johnny Gargano starting off the match. Lovely. Lovely. Wrestler Andy said, I wonder why they changed the music. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I loved it. I thought the female vocal was brilliant. I don't know. Perhaps they wanted something a bit, I don't know, more manly. I don't know. AJ being out probably is why Montez is in, but this is a good thing. The stars have just aligned for him, just like Kofi a few years ago, says Andrew. It's a really good shout. Here's the Joker. Comes out, is in white attire. So Seth making his way down to the ring. Seth freaking Rollins. Whoa. Burn it down. Yep, right. Seth Rollins making his way down to the ring. Yeah, they've put that whole video up of Seth and Becky now. So a couple of minutes long. It looks absolutely brilliant. And Seth Rollins is making his way into the chamber. I reckon we've got about an hour and a half left to go. Maybe not quite that. We're going to do this chamber match. Then we're going to do this chamber match. And then, of course, we've got the main event. I don't think there's any other matches tonight. Crowd is almost annoying person in the room with that chant. The crowd is the most annoying person. Okay, Johnny and Seth are going to start us off here. Johnny and Seth are going to start us off. Oh. So the crowd's still singing away. Right, the Elimination Chamber is being locked. Hashtag WWE Chamber. #1 trend in the United States right now. Okay, crowd singing away as Johnny and Seth are about to get us started in this. I mean, what a fantastic one-on-one match this would be. Johnny Gargano against Seth. This would be fantastic. These two circling around each other. Johnny, they're still singing away. Joker Rollins would be awesome for an alter ego, said Big Dudes. Love when the crowd delays the match by singing, said King JJ. There's more than an hour left of the pay-per-view, said Theodore. Moolah said, I've got a bad feeling it'll come down to Seth and Theory as the last two, and Gargano could be the first elimination, and then it could be Montez. Seth will win, then it'll be Logan versus Seth for the title, said Stacy. Glad to be here. Just got here. What has happened so far, said Dad Stuff. We've had Asuka win. We've had Bobby win by DQ. We've had Edge and Beth victorious. And that match was all right. It's pretty good. And now we've got the men's elimination chamber. Of course, this whole show is about Sami. Right, we've got Gargano in the center. We still haven't really got going with this yet. Two of them locking up as the crowd are singing Seth's theme. Against the ropes goes Johnny. Over the top goes Seth. Johnny round the back. Goes for a kick. Stomp coming in there by Seth. Over the top. Roll up there by Johnny. Seth looking for the pin. Lovely reversal. This one going back and forth. 1, 2. Rolling over. Seth getting up to his feet. And Johnny is on the shoulders of Seth. Couple of back elbows coming in. And we got a shot coming in there by Johnny. Johnny through the ropes. He gets caught by Seth. Double underhooks. He's got him. Looked like he was going for a pedigree, but couldn't hit it. Got a lovely shot there by Seth as Johnny stumbles back. And there's a spear by Johnny through the ropes. Seth goes down. Why is Elimination Chamber so short? It's not short. I mean, they aim for like 3 hours on their pay-per-views. Right now, we've already been live for 1 hour 45. We're just about to get our first person entering this. I reckon we're a good half an hour we're going to have this match. That means, 45 minutes for the main event? Yeah, I think we'll be clocking in around the 3 hour mark. Theory coming in. Big boot there by Theory. Shot coming in as Seth stumbles back. Seth gets thrown into the side of the cage. Clothesline. Seth going into the ring. So Austin Theory is the first person coming into this match out of a pod. And Johnny was being smashed up against the cage. Crowd a little quiet. In all fairness, they're probably sung out. They've just been singing Seth's theme. Theory coming in. Inside, out, and again said Montez Ford is going to win this. Sad to see Theory beating up Gargano, said J14. Owen, the Tribal Chief fan, said, let's go. Oh, into the side of the pod goes Johnny. Johnny going into the side of the pod. Theory not messing around, hurling him into the side of that pod. Boos raining down for shot coming in there by Theory. Seth goes over to the corner. Theory hurling Seth over to the other side. Picked him up looking for backbreaker. He goes over and smacks Johnny. Geo Beast, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. Great that so many people are joining us as Austin Theory mocks the fans. As he goes over to Seth, he gets nailed. He goes over to Johnny, he gets nailed. He goes back to Seth, he gets nailed. He goes back to Johnny, he gets nailed. Austin Theory is just getting smacked around. And Austin Theory ducked down, thinking that Johnny was going to hit him, and Seth just slaps him across the back. I bet that stung, you know. I bet that stung. They are singing away. Sami wins tonight, gives a belt to Kevin. What do you think? I don't think you could do that. I think fans don't really like it when the belts are just passed around. Like, you got to earn a belt. You know, what has Kevin done to earn a belt? Like, for him to just be given a title, like, people would be saying he needs to win that. Like, if you're going to... And I would imagine, actually, if Sami's going to forfeit a title, then it's forfeited. I mean, we saw Andre, the Giant, win a title and try to hand it to the $1 Million Man back in the 80s. And the official ruling was that if he's going to surrender that belt, well, he surrenders it. You can't just hand it to another superstar. So I don't think that he would get away with that, to be honest. Plus, even if he did get away with it, I don't think the fans would be crazy about the idea of someone being handed a championship. We've got Johnny and Seth locked inside a pod there, pounding away on Austin Theory. So Johnny and Seth working together, trying to beat up Austin Theory. But now we've got someone else coming in. So our next entrant, our next pod is about to open, and it is Damian Priest. Damian Priest charges into Seth, kick to the midsection of Johnny. Johnny in the ring, big boot. Johnny goes down. What if Sami wins and Cody turns heel? No, I can't see it because Cody is trying to complete his story and talking about doing it for his dad, and his journey is quite a face journey. I don't think they'd look to turn him heel. Johnny gets planted. Big kick to the midsection there by Seth. Seth looking for a pedigree on Damian. No joy. So Austin Theory is still down in the pods. Johnny coming over. He gets caught with a boot. Picked up, planted down. 1, 2, shoulder up. Jey Uso will get involved. I think Roman wins. He beats down Sami and Jey saves him, says Bobby. We all know that Cody will win at Mania, said Stanley. Johnny punches like a Girl Scout, said Mark. I have honestly never been punched by a Girl Scout. But Mark, feel free to share that story. It sounds fascinating. Big kick coming in by Damian. Do you see Austin winning? I think Austin will win this, yeah. Josephina, shout out to you. Appreciate it. Jey Uso will get involved. Why are you so much Sami? Why am I so much Sami? I just think Sami's provided us some of the best segments. He's been part of one of the best stories. I think Sami is someone that's never really been given much in the way of opportunity. I think Sami has always had a bit of a glass ceiling. He's always had potential because we saw that down in NXT. And so for the longest of times, we've been waiting for Sami to get given something of credible note to do. And it was just never happening for him. And to be honest, when from the interviews I've heard, the idea of him being with Roman was Sami's idea. So this wasn't the brainchild of Vince or Triple H. Like him being in the bloodline was Sami's idea. They went with it, and he's knocked it out the park. This is absolutely a prime example of a wrestler being given an opportunity and killing it. Absolutely knocking it out of the park. And I just think that is so special because we just don't see superstars getting this over, getting these kinds of reactions, having these kinds of impacts on ratings. This is special. This is something that we just don't see very often. As I said, I would compare it to maybe Becky when she was the man. I would compare it to Daniel Bryan. I would compare it to Kofi Mania. I think it's up there with those kinds of examples. And all of those examples resulted in those people winning championships. If it wasn't for Cody, I have no doubt Sami beats Roman. I have no doubt. If it wasn't for Cody, I think Sami Roman is what we would be looking at. Because this story is red hot. It's the hottest thing going. He's the most over wrestler in the world. And for me, that's why I'm like, man, I just feel so sorry for him. He's got himself over, and it still might not be enough. It still might not be enough. There's something really disappointing about that. About working so hard, getting yourself over, and still falling short. There's something really disappointing about that. In life, if you work hard, you should get your rewards. And you can make the argument main event in this pay-per-view is that rewards. Just doesn't feel quite enough to me. Bronson collides into Seth, and Johnny Bronson has just come into this match. So Bronson is in there now. We still haven't seen Montez. Chop coming in there by Bronson Reeds. Bronson grabbing Seth. He's got Seth up on his shoulder. Goes over. Johnny is on top. Look at this from Bronson. Bronson has got two guys on his shoulders. He's got Seth and he's got... Look at the strength. Look at that. Oh! Samoan drop. He had Seth on his shoulder. He had Johnny on his shoulder. Walked into the middle of the ring and delivered this big Samoan drop. If you don't know much about Bronson Reed, and I could understand you not because we haven't seen much of him, that is quite a moment to introduce yourself to the fans. You can also see a handprint on Bronson Reed's chest. He must have been chopped at some point because you can see the finger marks. Forearm strike there by Damian Priest. Priest going on the ropes. He gets caught by Bronson. Look at the strength. Damian Priest got onto the middle rope. Bronson just grabbed him, just plucked him into the air. Damian Priest is no small man. Charges over, collides into Priest. The pod didn't break. So Priest goes down. I don't know if that pod was meant to break, but it didn't. And Montez is watching on. Montez is going to fly off the top of the pod, said Knight Rider. Every man in the chamber has won an NXT title except for... Who was that? Montez. Oh! Down goes Theory. Days Seth final 2. Logan costs him. Thoughts? It could go that way. Yeah, could go that way. I don't know if Logan's going to be there, but Logan getting involved is certainly a possibility. Right, counting down. Bronson's going over. Bronson has laid waste to everybody. And the door opens and Big Chop coming in. Crotch chop by Montez. Crotch chopping away. He gets caught by Theory. Lands on his feet. Gets the ropes. Montez. Down goes Theory. You can have a crotch chop as well. Kick to the midsection. Great work by Montez. He's come exploding out. Theory picked up. Spine buster. Love the work by Theory there. Theory absolutely dazed. Bounces off the middle rope. Comes back. Gets picked up. Bang. Spine buster. Are we getting a people's elbow? Against the ropes. He was looking for like a people's elbow. He didn't go for it. Instead, he undid his wrist tape. Went against the ropes, but got caught. Theory trying to pick up Bronson Reed. Oh! He's got him up! He's got him up! He's gone! That was sick, man. That was sick. And I love how difficult it was. He had him and he was like, and you're like, he ain't going to do it. And it was a real struggle. But he did get there. Such a shame he couldn't finish the move off. Shots coming in. Reverse Rana by Johnny. Bronson Reed dumped on his head. Montez, 1, 2. Two count. Woo. Jake Paul fixing to take over the game in boxing, MMA, and pro wrestling, said Michael. Oh, God, that reverse Rana. You choose a good night to miss UFC. It wasn't the easiest watch, said your lizard. Blanchfield completely dominated Jessica Andrade. Is crazy, though. She's got a hell of a future. I say a future. I mean, she's the here and the now, isn't she? Clearly, Blanchfield. So, yeah. And Jessica Andrade looked really good recently. So, that's a hell of a result. Bronson might have got injured there. That did look super scary. Yeah, it did look scary. We've got everyone down at the moment. We got everyone down. Montez going against the ropes. Collides into Damian. That is a monster clothesline. The sound of that impact was horrific. That was horrific. Damian Priest has got Montez. Looking to pick him up. He's got him up here on the shoulders. Montez clinging onto the side of the chamber. Kicks Priest climbing up. He's climbing up. He's climbing up. He's climbing up. Oh, this is pretty sick, man. Do you remember, was it Kalisto that climbed up the roof and then, like, launched himself crossbody off the roof? We've seen that before. Oh, Montez is going up on the roof. Oh, look at it. Montez is up on the roof of the chamber. He's managed to spin himself round. He comes crashing down. It's a pretty cool spot in it. We have seen it before. I think it was Kalisto that did it. Crowd, we haven't seen it in a while, though, and the crowd are loving it. Holy shit. These matches are just too dangerous, said JP. Seen this? Michael Cole says he's never... Yes, you have, you liar. Oh my God, WTH. Came crashing down on the other 5 guys. There hasn't been a single elimination yet. Couple of super kicks coming in. Now we've got, boom, Seth, Johnny, Montez. Over the top into a DDT. We got 3 guys trying to take out, Cub. Guys trying to take out Bronson. Big frog splash. 1, 2, 3. It took 3 guys. Took 3 guys to eliminate Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed eliminated. I love dangerous matches. WWE has got soft, said Moolah. Reed is out. Bronson is gone. Good showing by Bronson, though. I mean, it took 3 people to do it. So, he doesn't lose anything. Crowd are chanting, na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Na, 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 na. Right, we've got shots coming in by Seth. Johnny throwing in some shots to the midsection as well. Big clubbing blow coming in by Damian Priest. Kicks coming in. Damian Priest is having to deal with a couple of people, but Austin Theory takes Seth away. So it's Theory and Seth, Johnny and Damian. And we've got Montez down on the outsides of the ring. Still in the chamber, of course. And they're singing Seth's theme. Down goes Seth. He's going to get slingshotted. He gets slingshotted into the side of the chamber, but like a cat, Seth clings on, starts climbing up. So he's going up. Theory's going up. So we got Theory and Seth on the side of the chamber. Over on the other side, we've got Johnny climbing up. So Johnny kicking out. So we've got Seth on top of a pod. We've got Johnny on top of a pod. Shots coming in. Smashing Damian into the side of the chamber. So right now, look at this. We've got Seth and Johnny both sat on top of a pod. They're just sharing a slight conversation at the moment. They're going to have to start fighting. Chop coming in. Chop coming in there by Seth. Now they start fighting. Spanish fly, do you think? Shots coming in. It's going to have to be a big spot from here. I can't see them just climbing down. Johnny getting smashed against the plexiglass. Thankfully, it's holding. And Johnny slumps down. I did wonder if they might go for a Spanish fly. He's got, what's he going for? Powerbomb. He's picked him up. He's going to look to hurl him like a buckle bomb, but off the top of the pods. No, reversed. And it's Rollins that goes off the top. Rollins goes down. Usi. Oh my God. Austin says, wow. Holy. This match is insane. Johnny seems to be in a bit of pain though. So head scissor reversal, like Hurricanrana, sent Seth off the top of a pod onto the people below. Bang, and down go a load of people. So we got, this is awesome chants. We got bodies everywhere. Damian Priest getting up to his feet. The thing with this match is you can't, I mean, oh man, there's just so much that goes on. It's like, right, that's done. We have to go back, though, to the action because Damian is standing over Johnny right now. Damian with Johnny. Forearm coming in by Johnny. Duck underneath Johnny. Super kick. Super kick. Up against the chamber. DDT. It's a good showing by Johnny so far, isn't it? It's a good showing. Johnny with a super kick. Another super kick there by Johnny to Montez Ford. Johnny fired up, shaking the ropes. Johnny stepping inside the ring. Johnny going over to Austin Theory. Goes over the top looking for a DDT. Beautiful. Beautiful. Stacy said Raw or SmackDown. Stacy, why choose? Don't need to, do we? Don't need to. Top rope Inzaguri. Over the top. Oh, gets caught by Damian Priest. Johnny was looking pretty good there for a hot minute. We've got about, I reckon, about 55 minutes left of this show. Razor's Edge. 1, 2, 3. Johnny's eliminated. So Bronson Reed is gone. Johnny gets eliminated by Damian Priest. I am surprised that they didn't have him last a bit longer. But again, you know, he looked good. He looked good. So we are down to Seth, Austin Theory, Damian Priest, Montez Ford. We are down to 4. Shot coming in. Seth goes down. Great performance from Gargano said WWE fan. Pheonix said, that's a shame. That is a shame. Razor's Edge, forgot about that move. Great move. Great move. Damian Priest used it quite regular. I'm surprised he hasn't changed the name of it or they haven't called it something different, but I'm sure Michael Cole still calls it the Razor's Edge. Going over to Rollins. Rollins against the ropes. Kicks coming in there by Damian Priest. Bang, another kick coming in. Seth grabs the leg. Damian Priest bobbing up and down on one leg. Seth looking to throw in a shot. Strike comes back, kick to the midsection. Seth going for a pedigree. Reverse, Priest kick to the head. Seth felt that. Seth in the center of the ring. Montez climbing up. Montez gets caught there by Damian Priest. So Montez is over in the corner. Damian Priest is climbing up. He grabs Montez, looking for a choke slam from the top. We've got Montez on top of a pod now. Seth has come over. He's going to go for a power bomb. Power bomb on Damian Priest. Beautiful. 1. Montez pins Damian Priest. Was that a Ford Buster? Ford eliminates Priest. Do they just call it a blockbuster or a Ford Buster? I thought I just heard Michael Cole call it a Ford Buster, but it could have been me. Either way, a page out of the Street Profits playbook. And that's a big elimination. Damian Priest has gone down to Seth, Montez, and Austin Theory. Seth, Montez, and Austin Theory. Ford Buster. Theory is going to retain, said J. Ray. Okay, 3 left in, and we've still got Sami and Roman coming up. Montez mocking Seth as the crowd sing. Montez in the ring. Shot coming in there by Seth. Strike coming back there by Montez. These two swinging shots away. Man, Montez, I mean, you just can't, how long are we going to keep him in the Street Profits? I would in the short term, because I think we need to build the tag division a little, but everything about Montez in this match has screamed superstar, single star. Montez on his feet going against the ropes. collides into Austin Theory. He rolls into the ring. Against the ropes goes Montez. Over the top, collides into Seth Rollins. Montez going cray-cray. To the outside goes Austin Theory. Montez is going to deal with both. And he does. He does. Montez, great performance, said Van Vlogs. Did they do Bobby Brock already? They did, yes. Upon the shoulders, Theory has got Montez. He was looking for A-Town down. No, Montez plants Theory. Uranagi by Montez. Montez going up. He's going to go for the frog splash. This could be interesting if he connects. Oh, knees up. Knees up. Knees up by Austin Theory. Montez gets curbed. Gets curbed. Theory. 1, 2, 3. It's a great showing by Montez. But the dream is over. Montez eliminated. Wow. Brilliant showing. Brilliant showing. He gets... Oh, man. He gets curbed on the outside. Theory capitalizes. We're down to Seth and Austin Theory. You suck, chance. Brilliant. Brilliant from Theory. Kick coming in. Looking for... I thought he was going for the pedigree. Looking for a buckle bomb. Oh my God. 1, 2. Seth with a monster powerbomb. As I said before, if WWE plans to put the United States champion on Logan, it means Seth will win this, says Corvid. Oh, God, let's hope they don't. We've got some officials coming in. Montez is struggling. Is he all right? Montez is struggling here. Montez has not got up and got out. Montez is doesn't know where he is. I think that curb stomp seems to have really caused some problems. We're seeing a replay. Is he just selling this? Yeah. Corey Graves said, can we not show this? Yeah, I completely agree with Corey there. I mean, can I tell you, Corey is applauding on commentary. I can see in the background, Corey is applauding. This doesn't feel like it's a script. You hate to see this happen, said Corey. Montez being helped out. He slumps down. That's going to be a downer in it. I mean, that does not feel like it is scripted to me. If it turns out to be scripted, I mean, fair play. He's sold it like incredibly, but that feels genuine. Pedigree. Seth going back looking for showing the replay, though. I mean, if that is a genuine moment, I agree with Corey. Logan is here. Logan Paul takes out buckshot lariat by Logan, takes out Seth. Logan has come in. Logan jumps into the Elimination Chamber, nails Seth Rollins. And a curb stomp. Logan closes the door and starts shouting at Seth. So Logan Paul is on the side of the chamber. Seth is down and here we go. A-Town down. A-Town down. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Did we get Montez away or is he... where are we with Montez? I got to tell you, the Montez thing, I think, is a real problem in the sense of it's a problem for him. And it's really took the focus away from this match. I don't know where Montez went. I don't know. I mean, the last we saw, he like collapsed. I don't know if he got loaded on a stretcher. I don't know where he went. Right. Crowd is stunned and annoyed. Perfect timing for the big moment of the year coming next, said Rock and Sock. Keep running your mouth. A-Town down. It was scripted to get Logan into the match. Montez was excellent. Montez with the start, making performance. People are full of praise for what Montez was able to do. I just wondered if there was any footage of what they did with Montez afterwards. I don't feel brilliant about it. Yeah. I agree that the door being opened allowed Logan to come in. So I do agree. But Logan could have come in at any point that door was opened. I don't know that we necessarily needed that injury. Don't know. Hopefully it's a work and he's all good. Corbett said it was an angle. Definitely a work. You never help anyone up without a stretcher, said Xavier. Montez fully deserves a singles push, said Josh. Montez injury was a work to get the cage to stay open for Logan to come in, said Chris. Anything goes in a chamber, said Smurfy. Watch for the hand squeeze about 4 times, said SP. If they book Logan to beat Seth, then it's stupid. I hope Montez is okay, said Ghost. Stacy said, is it serious? Don't know. I don't know. I think that there is a chance that it is a work. I agree with people because there's a chance it's a work because of bringing in doctors, allowing the door to stay open, allowing Logan to come in. I totally get the logic. Equally, I must admit the curb stomp does look pretty brutal, and I totally can believe he got knocked silly as a result of it. Really, I mean, it looked great. Everything about it looked great. So I could believe that there was something that, he did get knocked a bit silly in there. And as I said, like, I could easily believe as well that Logan was going to go in. I don't think you necessarily needed Montez to be injured for that door to be. I mean, they've got to open the door. They've got to open the door for Montez to get out anyway, So I don't know that we needed to go that far. I actually think if it is a work, I actually think that it was maybe a slight miscalculation. I actually found it a distraction. I'm sitting here going, I hope Montez is all right, rather than focusing on Logan and all of that, So, and I would imagine that there would be other people react in a similar way as well. Like, my takeaway from that match is, yeah, theory retains, but I hope Montez is all right. So, don't know. We'll have to see. I hope he's all right. With that being said, I hope he's all right. Score your match. What did you think of that match? What did you think about it? What did you think? Did you like it? Did you hate it? Did you love it? How did you rate it? What would you score the men's Elimination Chamber match? Right. I think we've got one match left to go. Adam said 2,000 people in the chat, only 850 likes. Come on. Yeah, if you're watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. It is time. We are moving on. We've got, about 40 minutes left in this show, probably. This is gonna be sick. This is what we're waiting for. What we've been waiting for. WWE Studios presents WrestleMania Goes Hollywoods. 825 out of 10. 425. Coming up next, there'll be Montreal Screwjob Part 2, said J. Ray. Who do you think needs the win, said Marcella. What, in this next match, who needs the win? I think Sami needs the win. Because, as I said earlier, I think Sami is red hot right now, and I think that's a very short window. I don't know that we can go back to Sami at SummerSlam, because I don't know how we creatively get from here to SummerSlam and keep Sami red hot. That is a booking nightmare, to be honest. If you was on a booking team and they said to you, right, Sami is red hot right now, I need you to keep him hot until SummerSlam, you'd be like, oh my God. I mean, like, that would take a lot of work. That would take a lot of thought. You are going to need some great segments, cool moments, great promos, fun feuds. It's going to be hard. I mean, it's just going to be hard. It feels like this is trying to catch lightning in a bottle type moment, and we've done it. We've actually done it. We've got lightning in a bottle. I think Sami needs it more. Does this not make Theory look weak? Doesn't really matter, does it? It's a heel. Doesn't really matter. Read this. Marcella, shout out to you. Dean Netria scored that last match 4.5. German Popal said, now it's the match we've been waiting for. The tear. The close-up of the tear. Oh, Triple H. Please, Triple H. I know you won't have changed your mind, but please. Please, Triple H. Sami was put in a joke match at last year's WrestleMania, and he killed it. People loved that match, found it really entertaining. And then he had to work so hard to get put in the bloodline. It was his idea. I'm the tribal, he's the tribal chief. I'm the locker room leader. Let's do something. Yeah, all right. Okay. Chuck him in. Okay, this is all right. This is working. Triple H takes over. Now we start using him on screen with Roman. Goes to another level. Usi moments. Honorary Us moments. Survivor Series. Trial of Sami. Royal Rumble. Oh, man. There's been so many great moments in this journey, you know? Come on! Come on, Sami! Right, let's click on this. What do you lot think? Who will leave as WWE Undisputed Universal Champion? At the moment, 56% say Roman, 44% say Sami Zayn. So 56-44, which I am stunned at. That is over 5,500 votes. And it's 56-44. I mean, I find that really surprising because, I don't know, I think there's a lot of hope in there, to be honest. I think there's a lot of hope. I think it's probably like 90-10 Roman. And even that 10 is being boosted by hope. Come on, Vince was always accused of never listening to the fans. I mean, I don't know how much louder the fans need to be, Triple H. Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying. Fans have been pretty loud, Triple H. Look at your ratings. Listen to the fans. Actually listen to them. I've still got it ringing in my ears from last night. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Whatever we get, it's going to be a moment in it. Heather said Sami will win. Theodore says, come on, Sami. Kashawn said Sami win. Giovanna said, I don't want this extraordinary storyline to end. It must continue. Mohan said Roman will win. Eric said Daniel Bryan was booked stronger than Sami is now. I mean, I would agree that Daniel was more over than Sami, which it's maybe hard to believe if you weren't around during that Daniel Bryan thing. But I feel like the yes movement was just all the time. I mean, whether Daniel was there or not, it was irrelevant. There was yes chants, Daniel signs. We don't necessarily hear the Sami chant when Sami's not around during other matches, but you would hear the yes chant. And it just sort of took a life on of his own, to be honest. So I would agree that Daniel was more over than what Sami is, but I think that what we've seen here is still very, very special. Very, very special. As I said, I would still compare it to like Kofi Mania to Becky Lynch when she became the man. I think it's still got shades of Daniel Bryan. This is someone that wasn't meant to be in this position, that have got themselves into this position. They're boosting ratings. Fans are chanting their name. It's so... Oh, man, it's just what you love about wrestling. It's someone not meant to be there, getting there. And now this is, what an opportunity. Just seeing some shots of last night, of course. Let's keep dreaming, said Ramesh. I hate to break it to you, but Roman is going to win, even though I'm not a fan of Roman, said Moolah. Finley said, if Roman wins, we riot. Meave said, Sami win by DQ. Listen, if Sami wins by DQ, I think there's a real argument that he gets added to the WrestleMania main event. If Sami wins by DQ or count out, oh man, here we go. Here we go. If Roman wins, we riot. They've got the signs. They've got the signs. I can see 2 in a row there. If Roman wins, if Sami loses, we riot. Right, Roman's coming out. Here we go. Everything you've seen up until this point, irrelevant. This is it. This is it. Roman Reigns making his way down. It is time. It is time. It is time. It's time for his reign to end. The Roman reign needs to end. In Montreal. Roman, CGI on screen right now. Here, boos. Loud boos as Roman comes out. Middle fingers are being stuck up. Paul Heyman coming down. Loud boos. Loud boos. Obviously no sign of Solo. No sign of the Usos. Paul Heyman standing next to Roman. Roman holding up that Universal Championship. He's got the WWE Championship around his waist. Loud. Loud boos. I think Roman will get a cheap win, said Retribution. Sami will get the last laugh and the support and adulation of the fans. Let's go, said Stacey. Bruno Sammartino getting a shout. We the ones, said Ghost King. If they riot, WWE should stop going to Montreal and everyone should go to jail, says Eric. Well, yeah, you're probably right in all fairness. Rioting cannot become acceptable. It would be a very bad example to set, wouldn't it? The ECW Cena treatment, said CJ Aisbit. Well, it's a shame he hasn't got a shirt. Roman sucks shirt. Someone's got a Roman sucks shirt in the front row. Lots of thumbs down, lots of booing, lots of noise. You Roman. F you Roman chants. Roman Reigns climbing up the steps. F you Roman. I mean, they are louder than his entrance music. You can easily hear what they're saying. Roman, acknowledge Sami. Sign in the crowds. Do you know what? There's loads of signs. We don't normally see this many signs. There's more signs here than we normally get. Cameron said, I can't wait to see the crowd go bananas if Sami wins. Yeah, I mean, this crowd will go bananas anyway. This crowd are going to go bananas when Sami comes out. But they've made their feelings known to Roman. This place is sold out. You can even see the hard cam sides. People absolutely everywhere, as you can imagine. Sometimes on the hard cam side for like Raw and SmackDown, you see images on Twitter where there was no one there. This is capacity. This is a sellout. This is going to be absolutely incredible. Atmosphere is fantastic, as you can imagine. Loud boos. Lots of signs. Anti-Roman signs. I do love that Roman acknowledge Sami. We don't acknowledge you, Roman. Sami Zayn sign. Pyro shooting up. Roman holding up those championships. Let's go, Sami, let's go. Raymond said we've got to wait and see what happens. They booed him at Clash against Drew, and he still won, said Tori. That was a bad call. Drew should have won then. Well, I tell you what, I think we've asked the question. We've got our answer. We're going to end the poll. Nearly 6,000 votes. And it hasn't really moved too much. So let's get a nice big chat going for this main event. Roman Reigns, 56%. Sami Zayn, 43%. Nearly 6,000 votes. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you, said, could this be Roman's final title defense? Sami, 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 Sami. Roman in the middle of the ring. Loud Sami chants. Loud Sami chants. Loud Sami chants. Loud boos for Roman as well. They're circling through a few chants. Oleing now. Ole, 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 ole. Roman looking out at the crowd, shaking his head. Not impressed. Not impressed. I don't think he'll be racing back to Montreal anytime soon. You can't believe the disrespect that is being shown. Corey Graves is cleared to wrestle again, is he? Is he? Wow, that would be great. Right, here we go. Sami's music hits. Big roar, of course. Let's go! Dun, 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 dun. Sami's music playing. Just waiting for that. As soon as he steps out. But there he is. Crowds singing along to his music. Sami steps out. Sami Mania sign. You're looking out. I mean, what must be going through his head? He's got a whole match planned. Whatever that finish is going to be, I mean, Sami screams out. The place erupts. Oh, my God. This is so good, said Austin. If Sami loses, we riot. Sami walking out. Oh, my God. I mean, it's just incredible. Forget where we're going, right? Forget everything, right? Just look at where we are right now. Look at this moment. Just look at this moment. Like, this is absolutely why we love professional wrestling. Oh, it's just like the atmosphere is incredible. He's going around, he's hugging. I mean, I should imagine his family are there, friends are there. There's a technician on his hands and knees trying to get out the way. We got people on their hands and knees scuttling, trying to get out the way. Sorry, Sami. Sorry. Puts his arms out. Big roar. They're still singing his theme song. I mean, look at the smile. He might cry again. He might cry again. Sami has got to be feeling it, says Knight Rider. This place has got to be sold out. Meave said, this is amazing. Do you know, every time he does that, I just think, don't throw your shoulder out. Don't throw your shoulder out. When he first debuted on the main roster, look at the smile on the face of Roman. Smirk on the face. Roman doesn't look intimidated. Doesn't look concerned. Sami is telling Roman, you're going to have to take me down. You're going to have to take all of these with me. Bell has sounded. We've got Paul Heyman, Roman Reigns standing in the one corner. We've got Sami Zayn standing in the other. It's absolutely a big fight feel. Oh, so good. It's Montreal versus Roman. I hope it's coming across where you are. Nolan said, where can I watch? It's Peacock in America. It's WWE Network in Europe, or certainly in the UK. Maybe watch wrestling, I don't know. I have no idea if that's live on there. It'll probably go on there after if it's not. Roman blew a kiss. Look at Sami. Sami trying to get over at Roman. Referee coming in, holding him back. This crowd is incredible, said Rory. Right, Roman getting his intro. Roman trying not to break character. Brad said in Canada, it's WWE Network. Dad Stuff said, I think if Sami wins, it finishes the story. It makes it hard to develop the Jay character. I think Sami needs to lose to develop that. I think the Jay character can evolve even with a Sami win. I expect Jay to get involved in this, but listen, I mean, Jay could get involved and cost Roman. I don't think that's what's going to happen, right? But honestly, I cannot see any credible reason as to why we wouldn't put the belt on Sami tonight. The only thing that people could say is, so you'd have Roman lose this close to WrestleMania? And my answer to that is yes, I would. Because this is very special. This is very, very special. This is not something that we see all the time. It's something that comes along once in a blue moon. And I mean, look, here it is. You know, I think rather than being put off by it, embrace it, use it, go with it. This is lightning in a bottle. But I just don't think they will. I just don't think they will. Right, doesn't matter. Let's see what they do. Look at these sweeping shots, man. We've got the camera panning as the crowd are laying away. The bell sounds. We are underway. One of the biggest moments, one of the biggest matches this city has ever seen, says Michael Cole. Roman standing back in one corner. Paul Heyman on the outside, looking up. He's got his hands together. Sami chants break out as Sami and Roman are just stood back. There's a smile on Sami's face. Roman's not smiling. So Roman back in one corner. Sami just pointing out the fans. Fans are quite happy to fill in the noise, fill in the silence. There's no action at the moment as these two stand opposite each other, waiting to see who's going to make that first move. They're just milking this. They are just milking this. And as I said, the fans will quite happily fill in the gaps. So Roman stood right back in the corner. Sami, big Sami chants breaking out by the fans. The fans getting on their feet for Sami. Roman acknowledge Sami. Sami's house. People banging on the barricades. People on their feet, signs waving around. I mean, it's just a carnival atmosphere. When do we see this? When do we see this? The bell sounded about 2 years ago. We've had no action. We haven't needed it. The fans fill in the gaps. Yeah, Michael Cole said it's very rare. On a few occasions do the stars align like this. It's one of the greatest reactions I've ever seen. I mean, honestly, it's mental. It is mental. Montreal, you did yourself more than proud. More than proud. You couldn't have done much more for this. We still had no action. Roman smirking out at Paul Heyman. Sami pacing around. Neither fighter has engaged in the other yet. Boos raining down for Roman. Corey Graves talking about this amazing story, this amazing journey. And Roman pacing around. They're making fans react to the post on social media. You Roman chants. F you Roman chants. F you Roman chants. You Roman. This is going to be one of the biggest match we have ever seen, said Jonathan. Austin said, I can't tell, but is this crowd against Roman? They don't like him. No, yeah, it's strange, isn't it? This is bigger than Brian, said Skitsy. Right, these two pacing around. Sami shouting at Roman. Roman is walking around on the... again, they're olaying away. It's loud. Roman looking around, processing it. Loud Olay chants. Roman, you can see, right, starting to get ready now. Roman pacing around. This, they're going to engage in a sec. Roman stepping back, steps forward, locks up with Sami, and we are underway. Sami and Roman. Sami gets caught in a headlock. Against the ropes goes Roman. Roman against the ropes. Down goes Sami. Roman goes over, puts the wands up. I mean, we know that Roman's going to have a strength advantage. That's not going to come as a surprise. Roman looking out at the fans, telling them to stay quiet. Telling them to stay quiet. Good luck with that, Roman. I hope that goes well for you, mate. Sami back up on his feet. Everyone's laying away. Dad Stuff said, do you think they prepared for two possible endings? Triple H making a last-minute call. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what's gone on in his head. I mean, the only thing I would say that if I was booking, if I had a plan for WrestleMania, I would have questioned it. If the plan for WrestleMania was Sami going into a tag match against the Usos, what we have seen would have made me question it. I mean, I think that's clear. I've said I'd have Sami win here, but I can't speak for Triple H, can I? I just don't know. I don't know what Triple H is going to do. Against the ropes goes Sami. Sami goes against the other side. Back elbow. Sami goes down. Boos raining down on Roman. Roman just teasing the crowd as he keeps winning these battle of strengths. Roman walking rounds. Kevin Owens to make a save in an El Generico mask. You Roman chants breaking out again, and Roman showing that it does bother him. Roman showing that it does bother him, and Sami has been overpowered a couple of times already. Sami might need a new approach here. Trying to lock up with Roman is not proving too successful. He goes for it again, and again he loses. Sami, you need a new approach, mate. Against the ropes goes Roman. Sami goes down. Roman over the top. Sami helps Roman to the outside. And that's going to give something for the fans to cheer. Sami going against the ropes. Over the top, comes down onto Roman. I tell you, Sami, oh God, this must be so difficult for Sami. I would imagine it's easier for Roman. He's being booed out the building, right? I'd imagine there's adrenaline, but the adrenaline going through Sami's veins right now, when he's doing stuff like going over the top rope like that, you think, oh my God, he could absolutely get caught on a rope or, do you know what I mean? Like the adrenaline's going. This isn't just a normal match for SmackDown or even for a premium live event. Like, if you're feeling the crowds, what must he be feeling with his friends and his family, and he's unloading on Roman in the corner? So you do worry. I worry for Sami and his adrenaline dumps and the way that it could result in a botch or something. We saw him slip as he climbed the ropes on SmackDown, actually. When he came out, he climbed up the ropes. He had a little slip then. Just want this, oh, come on, Sami. I just want this to go so well for him. Sami has managed to get in control of this. Paul Heyman on the outside, just having a quick word with the referee. Not happy about Summit as Roman gets smashed into the corner. Sami jumping up, middle rope. Coming down, gets caught by Roman. Sami gets caught by Roman as he jumps off the corner. Scream your hearts out till when Sami wins. Scream your hearts out till your throat burns, says Koku. Carmen Live, shout out to you. Went and saw some wrestling, very good. Who won the US Chamber match? Theory. To the outside goes Sami. Sami on the outsides. Roman stepping through the ropes. Going round after Sami, grabbing a hold of Sami. Looking to hurl him into the edge of the ring, and he does. Roman in control. Drive by Roman. There was a guy in the crowd going like this to Roman. Roman was like, yeah, you want some of this, do you? Right, he grabs Sami, hurls him into the ring. Roman jumping up on the edge of the ring, stepping through the ropes. Let's go, Sami chants. Let's go, Sami chants. Smile on the face of Roman. Cameron said, I'm boogsing out right now. Rick Boogs, man. Right, down goes Sami. Don't forget, we are going to be back on Monday with our Raw stream. We do all the Raws. We do all the SmackDowns. We do NXT as well. So if you are new to the channel, shout out to you. Is that all you got? Is a couple of Sami chants? Is that all you got? A couple of Sami chants? Roman provoking the crowds. Walking around on the outside. Roman is having a ball, said Moolah. Usos have been cleared to go to Canada, according to Dave Meltzer, said, I'll stream that. Paul said, this WWE main event is going to end very badly for Sami. Yes, chance coming in, said Marcella. Is Brock heel now? I don't know if he was heel. I mean, it depends if you were as upset by him beating up a referee. Right, Roman is in control. Sami is down. Roman coming over. Sami is struggling here, and Roman is being very slow, very methodical. F you, Roman chants again. Sami over against the ropes. Sami is trying to get up. He grabs a hold of Roman, but he slumps down. Roman is in control here. I wanted to help provide for you. I wanted you to be he's talking to Sami's family. I wanted you to be a part of my family. Is that Sami's wife? She looks horrified. Is that Sami's wife? Sami's wife at ringside with Sami's kids. He just looked over at some woman. She's got some kids. Roman was saying, I wanted you to be part of my family. I wanted to provide for you. Sami gets thrown to the outsides. Goes into a barricade. And I think that must be his wife. Is that his wife? She's saying stuff to Sami. She's really like giving him advice here. Sami, look at this. Sami is over on the barricade, is right in front of his wife. I wanted all of us to be together. Is that Sami's kids? One of the kids is crying? One of the kids is crying? We loved you. I think one of them just said we loved you to Roman. We loved you. Oh my God, this is all kinds of feels, isn't it? Sami being beaten up in front of his wife and kids. Sami is down. Roman talking to some of the fans. Roman has got kids crying. Sami slumps down. Sami getting chucked back into the ring. So interesting that they've introduced these extra characters into this game. I mean, you feel like his wife might play a part later on. It's very slow, methodical. The thing is, though, when Sami comes back, this place is going to go bananas. I mean, it's already been bananas. It's going to go more bananas. I don't even know if there's enough bananas for how bananas it's going to go. But it's been very slow, methodical. Roman has been in charge. Shot coming in by Sami. Kick coming back there by Roman. Sami goes down onto one knee. Grabs a hold of his midsection. Roman is just in full control right now. Sami hurled against the rope, springs off, goes over the top of Roman. Lovely big big moment for Sami. That was sick. That was sick. Sami going against the ropes. Whoa. Jump backwards, went over the top of Roman. Roman looking a bit confused. Hang on, that wasn't meant to happen. Roman coming over, blocked by Sami. Big right hand by Sami. Sami again with a big right hand, unloading on Roman, driving Roman back. Sami going against the ropes, I thought he would duck underneath, but he went for a crossbody. Roman goes down. Roman against the ropes, clothesline. Roman to the outside. Sami in control. Sami in control. Sami digging deep as Roman is over against the barricade. Sami jumps out to the outside. Goes over, grabs a hold of Roman, smashes him into the barricades. The crying kid is cheering now. Go on, Dad! Sami in control. We got Olay chants breaking out again. Sami grabbing Roman, hurling him into the ring. He goes over, grabs his wife, gives her a kiss. I hope it's his wife. Sami jumps up on the edge of the ring. Sami climbing up. Oh my God. Gets caught by Roman. Gets caught by Roman. Sami up top gets caught by Roman. Wow, look at poor Heyman. Loving what he's seeing at the moment on the outside of the ring. What if Sami's wife forces the ref to end the match to save Sami, says Niall. Oh, God. Oh, God. I feel like she is going to play a part. Yeah, that's not a bad shout, actually. We get loads of moving parts. Sami survives it all, but he gets locked in some. He refuses to give up, and his wife kind of does it somehow for him. Shots coming in by Sami. Big clubbing blows coming in by Sami. There ain't no way Sami's tapping. There ain't no way Sami's tapping. If he's losing this, it's going to be a pin, and he's... Oh! Powerbomb off the top, 2! Kick out by Roman. Kick out by Roman. 2.9999999. Almost. Sami has got a bit of belief. He's got a bit of momentum. 2.999 there for Sami. And crowd obviously getting right behind Sami again. Sami back up on his feet, little bit wobbly, goes over. We keep getting shots of his wife. They've really included her into the narrative of this. She hasn't been part of the builds, but they've included her into part of the match. And elbows coming in there by Roman. Roman elbowing Sami, side of the heads. He's managed to absolutely drives him down. Roman to shoulder up, shoulder up. If Roman wins, we riot, said JM. Sami, let's go, said Gliponio. Sami. Oh, John said, am I the only person in the stream that wants Roman to win? I think there's probably some others that want Roman. Roman's very popular, bloodline and everything, but I don't know. I think the majority are with Sami. Certainly Montreal is with Sami, as Sami is over in the corner, Roman over the other side. We are, 2 hours 54 into this. Roman looking over at Sami. Locked and loaded. Roman looking for the finish. Charges over. Sami grabs him. Exploder into the corner. He's going to go for the haluva. Oh, Sami goes over. Superman. 1, 2. Sami kicks out. Oh. Jeez Louise. Bang. Sami. The match continues. Goes down to the tribal thief, said Summit. Legend Killer says, what a match so far. Daniel said this crowd is going to be hella disappointed. Right, look at Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman's like, please, can we just win this match, Roman, please? Oh, Roman, please. He's grabbing hold of his heart. We got Sami over on the other side. We got Roman looking out at the crowds. Roman's on his feet. Sami over in the corner. Boos raining down for Roman. Roman, he does such a fantastic job of ensuring the crowd are still in this. And obviously they're going to be. But just, taunting them, involving them. Charges over. Sami jumps over the top of Roman. Roman in the corner. Sami trying to roll at Roman. 1, 2. It ain't going to end that way. We get a shot of Sami's wife. He grabs Roman, hurls him into the corner. He's set him up for a haluva. He didn't connect last time. He's sure to connect this time. No! He's going to go for a Superman! Superman by Sami! Sami going for the Superman punch. Connects! Back in the corner! Haluva! Connects! Sami! 1, 2! Triple H! Haluva! 0.999999. All the nines! No, 9 in every sense of the word. 9 as in German for no. Sami. Oh my God, that was sick. Superman into haluva. It's like poetry. He set him up again. Roman rolls out the ring. Oh my God. Sami on the outside. God, we haven't seen this in forever. Through the ropes into a DDT when he gets caught. Do you remember when Sami used to do that? Go through the ropes, grab them into a DDT. Got caught. Well scouted by Roman. Roman on the outside. Sami on the outside. Roman in control. Roman pacing around. Paul Heyman just trying to get out the way. Paul Heyman moving out the way as Roman's running around. Looks like he's going for... Oh! Tries to collide into Sami. Tries to get Sami into the barricade. Barricade goes down, but it's Roman. Roman in the ring. Sami. Superman punch misses. Going up. Blue Thunder Bomb. Oh my God. Oh my God. Roman goes into the barricades. Gets brought into the ring. Blue Thunder Bomb. Oh. 2.99. Oh my God. Oh my God. Sami Zayn on his knees. Jen and Lorelai, shout out to you. My heart, says Jen and Lorelai. Never has someone been more deserving of this moment. Come on, Sami. Brackets, please, Triple H. Please, Triple H. Look at the mark down Sami's body. There is a mark. He's been caught with something all down his body. He's grabbing Roman. Roman grabs a hold of Sami. Oh, my God. Both of these in the middle. You feel like Sami. Referee gets knocked into. Referee in trouble. Oh, God. Referee down. Helluva connects. Helluva connects. The referee. Helluva connects. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 20, 30, 50, a million. Referee is down. Referee is down. Screw him. They're gonna screw him. Oh, it's happening. Oh, the referee flops down. You useless man. Useless referee. Sami. Oh. Jimmy Uso, super kick. Jimmy Uso. And another super kick. Jimmy Uso grabbing Sami. Another super kick. Sami goes down. Jimmy Uso climbing up. Jimmy Uso. Gotta think that Kevin is going to come out. Gotta think Kevin's coming out. Kevin, I think Kevin will come out and help. A new official. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by Sami. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Another official comes down. Sami gets his shoulder up. Jimmy Uso can't believe it. Can't believe it. Oh, my God. You can't tell me if this title reign of Roman's ends tonight that people will have a problem with this. I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I can't believe it. If it ended, I just don't believe that anyone's going to go, well, I mean, bit of a flat way for it to end, wasn't it, really? Oh, my God. Oh, man. He just got battered by Jimmy Uso. Cody will come down. Kevin Owens is going to come out. Crowder laying away. Shot there by Sami. These two on their knees. Unloading strikes back and forth. Against the ropes goes Roman. Grabs a hold of Sami. Headbutt comes in by Roman. Sami goes against the ropes. They are exhausted. I mean, even though the pace of this might not have been, the quickest at times, there's been so much that we've put in. So many big moments. Shot coming in there by Sami. Sami on his feet. Oh, Roman goes for the Superman. Kick coming into the midsection. Jey Uso is still out there. Kicks coming in by Sami. Roman goes down. Roman going out the ring. Oh, Sami having a look, charges over. Helluva to Jimmy. Jimmy goes down. Jimmy goes down. Spear by Roman. Spear by Roman. 2. Kick out by Sami again. Sami survives. Sami survives. It was a beautiful spear. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. Look at the joy. Look at the unbridled joy on that child's face. Oh my God. Sami is alive, said Mustafa. Oh my God. Sami, this is incredible. It's incredible. The reactions of Sami's family. Roman has got his head in his hands. I mean, it is incredible. Oh, laying away again, the crowds. Roman, I tried to help you, says Roman. I tried to help you. I tried to help. You would not be here without me, says Roman. Sounds like Roman's voice is a bit raspy. Sami on his knees. Roman is Sami collapsing down. I mean, Sami has given so much here. He has given so much. He has given the performance of his life. Slaps coming in by Roman. And again, Sami saying something is on his knees. Roman standing over him. Sami getting up. Big slap coming back there by Sami. Roman charging over. Superman punch. Another referee goes down. Superman punch by Sami. Superman punch by Roman. And you get a Superman punch. And you get a Superman punch. 2 referees are down. Fans are looking in the entranceway. Probably looking to see if Jay will come down. But right now, our second referee is down. Sami is down. Roman down. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Come on, Sami, said F-City. Paul Heyman on the outside. Paul Heyman going underneath the ring. Paul Heyman grabbing a chair. Paul Heyman has got a chair. It's absolutely gripping. It is gripping. Roman just with a chair now. There's no referee. Owens? Will Owens stop this? Sami ain't going to stop it. Feels like someone needs to stop it. There's a cheer. Oh, God, it's Jay. It's Jay. It's Jay. Jay is in Canada. Jay is standing between Roman and Sami. Oh, God. He's standing in between Roman and Sami. Is this the betrayal? Is this where Jay remembers blood is thicker than water? You're choosing me or him, said Roman to Jay. Pick a side. Pick a side. Roman giving Jay the chair. Look at this. Oh, my God. Look at this. Call back to Royal Rumble. Roman giving Jay the chair. Jay doesn't want to do it. Sami is down. Come on, Jay. If Jay doesn't do this, all of you saying, like, what about Jay's story? Jay will be a made man. The fans will love him if he doesn't do this. Don't do it, Jay. Don't do it. Jay standing behind Roman. They're going to... Oh, God. I think he's going to hit Sami. It's flashbacks to, like, he stood behind Roman. It's exactly the same as the Rumble, but I think this time he goes with Sami. Oh, I just don't like any of this. I don't like any of this. Jay in the ring with a chair. Sami down. Roman's like, come on, please. Jay, please. Come on, Jay, do the right thing. Do the right thing. He couldn't do it. Roman takes the chair off him. Oh, he pushes Jay. He pushes Jay in the face. Pushes Jay. It's exactly like the Rumble. It's exactly like the Rumble. Oh, no. Sami spears Jay. Chair shot to the back. Sami down, and now Roman's unloading. Jay didn't turn on Sami. He wouldn't do it. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. But the thing is, Sami did spear Jay, and Jay might think that Sami did it on purpose. Oh, God, there's so many layers to this, and I don't like any of them. Sami over in the corner. Roman looking to finish the job. Spear. Sami down. There's still no referee, though. There's still no referee. Oh, here he is. 1, 2, 3. It's done. It's done. They didn't change direction. There was no Jay betrayal. There was no Kevin Owens. But Roman Reigns retains. Damn you, Triple H. You cowards! You cowards! Look at the sad faces. Oh, I know how they feel. Oh. Oh dear. I don't think this is quite finished. Jimmy jumps in. Oh, well, the positive is that Sami can go after the tag titles now. So, I mean, there's always that, isn't there? Do you know what I mean? No. Guys. Here's Owens. You're too flipping late, you idiot. No point playing his music now, is there? Why was he in the flipping bathroom? What the hell's going on? I'm sorry, am I meant to applaud this? Am I meant to be cheering this? Am I meant to be like crazy about the fact that Kevin Owens came out 20 years too late? Kevin Owens unloading on Roman. Kick to the midsection. Stunner. They screwed Sami. Dub match. L ending. Amazing match. Brilliant match. So good. So good. I mean, absolutely top tier. Fantastic match. Down go through the table goes one of the Usos. I think is that Jimmy. Sami is still down in the ring. Kevin Owens grabbing a chair. Dub for Roman. Great match. 5 out of 5. Days, read this. Who do you want Solo Sikoa to fight? I don't know, but it probably needs to be against someone who wins. Paul Heyman getting in. Yeah! Look at Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman trying to stop Kevin Owens. You effed up, chance. KO will be banned from Montreal. Bullets stay, said I'm heartbroken. Year-long story to end with tag titles. They didn't even turn on Sami. I mean, the only thing I can hold on to is the fact that Jay didn't turn on Sami, but I mean, Sami did accidentally spear Jay. Jay might think it was on purpose. I don't know. We've got Roman in one corner. We got Sami in the other. Crowd are olaying away. Dallas Cowboys fans said it's predictable. Kevin moves out the way. Sami delivers a haluva. Oh, I can't even. There's no way of hiding any disappointment, is there? There's no way of hiding any disappointment. Absolutely fantastic match. Brilliant work by Sami Zayn. But Triple H, you are a coward. You are a coward. One of the most emotional nights. So music's playing. Sami looks at Kevin. Kevin on the outsides. You came out way too late, Kevin. I mean, I really don't know how I'm supposed to feel. I'm just meant to. I don't know. I just don't know. Am I meant to feel like, oh yeah, this is so great? What took you so long, Kevin? I know. If anything, this was a flipping heel turn for Kevin. Kevin walks away. I can't imagine when they were told these plans that they loved them. I can't imagine when they were told these plans, they're like, oh, that is so good. That is such a great finish. I mean, the one thing I will say is it didn't go completely the way I was expecting. But it ain't a million miles off, is it? Days, come and riot with us. Yeah, guys, if you are doing a riot, just let me know. I'll come over. We'll have a good old riot tonight. Hit the streets. Have a good old riot. Good old riot. KO was taking a dump. Sami is gutted. There's his wife saying that she loves him. She probably loves him a bit less now, in all fairness. I'm distraught, said CJ. Heartbroken. Oh, I know how you feel. I'm sad Sami lost. And there we go. I've thrown trash in the... I would have thrown trash in the ring, said Kurt Angel. Feel free to put your thoughts, your scores on... don't give me a score on the show, because I don't really care. Right? Not about your thoughts, but I don't really care about the show. What did you think about that match? What was your thoughts on that match? Whilst you're doing that, I'm going to do a quick video. Let's do a quick video. Absolutely incredible main event and incredible scenes. I mean, this is one of the hottest crowds we have ever seen. Sami was down. The referee got knocked down twice. Jimmy Uso came out. He tried to lay out Sami. It didn't work. Jay came out. And look at this moment right here. Jay standing between Sami and Roman. Roman with a chair. Roman told Jay to use that chair on Sami, and he didn't do it. That is a big talking point because a lot of people, myself included, thought Jay would be the one that would cost Sami this match. He doesn't do it. Sami does accidentally spear Jay. He was trying to get Roman in this moment. Basically, as a result of that, Roman picks up the chair, starts unloading on Sami, and as a result, Sami Zayn loses. This is the moment where Roman goes for the pin. Referee races down, and Sami Zayn just falls short. There's a moment in the match where he almost gets the win. He would have got it if the referee had been in there. It's an incredible match as well. I mean, honestly, from the crowd reactions to seeing Sami's family at ringside to a Superman punch that Sami does into a haluva kick. I mean, some of these spots are absolutely incredible. I mean, if people tell me this is a 5-star match, you would get no complaints from me. I mean, if you compare this to Sheamus and Gunther from Clash at the Castle, I think this compares very favorably. I have no issue with this being regarded as a 5-star match. Not a fan of the finish, of course. I really wanted Sami to do it. I think if he goes for tag titles now, it's a step down. I've been saying this for a long time. I still feel that way. I feel that way more than ever after what we've just witnessed. Tonight, Sami just falls short, and a lot of hearts are broken. My heart's broken. People putting in their scores. I seriously think that this is... I seriously think this could be 5 stars. I seriously do. I think, as I said in that quick little video, if you compare this to Sheamus and Gunther from Clash at the Castle, which is a match that got 5 stars from Dave Meltzer, if you compare this to that, I think this compares very favorably. Very, very favorably. And I seriously have no complaints with anyone giving this 5 stars. Roman Reigns retains against Sami Zayn. Right, we'll put this up. Keep getting your thoughts in. I am going to go scroll back and I am going to scroll back and have a look at what people have scored it. In fact, I probably could put a poll up, couldn't I? We could put a poll up and see what people put in a poll. We'll do that. Let's do that. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Oh, Triple H, you absolute cowards. I'd love to meet Triple H and slap him in the face. I'd love to do that. Because I hate him. Do you remember when Vince used to book? That was brilliant. I don't want anyone saying anything bad about Vince McMahon ever again. I mean, in all fairness, if Vince was booking, Sami probably wouldn't even be in that position, but even so. Right. So, down to what people are saying. Go to the press release. Yeah, we can go to the press release. Good shout. 8.7 for the show, said Dork Angel. 5 out of 5, 5 stars. 9 out of 10. I'm giving the pay-per-view 9. 8 out of 10 for the event, but -2 for the ending, said Little Bits. Crowd was epic, said Sean. 5.5 stars. Best match of Sami's career, 10 out of 10. Hayden said 4.5 out of 5. Chris said 5. Adam says 5. Wrestling Cult says 5. Sami said himself he's not the face. No, he's not the face, but he's not the face. He's not someone that's going to carry the belt for a long time, but I don't think the fans were calling for that. Like, I wasn't calling for that. I wasn't sitting here saying he needs to take over and be the face of the company, but I felt he had done enough to earn winning this match. And just no one's going to be able to tell me otherwise, not after what I've seen. We are going over to the press conference. And now, I mean, I really love the callbacks. The callbacks to the Royal Rumble. I mean, that was incredible. So we got Byron Saxton. And do you remember last time they did a press conference? One of the guys turned around and he was like, "I'm sorry, I just need to correct what I said earlier. I don't actually work for the company I just said I worked for." That was brilliant. He claimed he worked for a certain company and got completely mixed up. And he had to speak again and just say, "I just want to clarify, I don't actually work for the company I said I work for." Sami, better looks next time. William said, "I put the opposite predictions to Sonny, and I'm in the top 3. Sonny is in the bottom 3. Is the press conference on? It is on. Yeah, it's on. It's on YouTube. There's 10,000 watching it right now. Right, okay, so we've got a room full of journalists, as always. They're just talking to Austin Theory, and I don't actually know who's there. I mean, normally Sean Ross Sapp turns up to these things. Yeah, I mean, she did have a lot of questions there, in all fairness. Austin Theory is like, "Who are you? You've got 10 questions in one." I'll tell you what, these are going to be pretty difficult for the journalists. I'd imagine it's very interesting to watch the wrestlers in these environments because we haven't really seen WWE superstars interacting with journalists before. So this is sort of interesting to see how they will play it. Who do you want to defend your US Championship against at WrestleMania? You'd like it to be you, wouldn't you? Because then you'd be a relevant person, wouldn't you? So Theory said tonight he showcased his immortality. Ask a better question next time. Austin Theory really having a pop at these journalists. Right. What are your thoughts on Bobby Bray situation? I mean, I thought Bobby would probably be favorite because of... I thought Bobby would be favorite because he's a heel. And Brock is a face. And I think Brock Bray is difficult to book, to be honest. So I thought it would be Bobby. I think it's Bobby right now. He won the match. So I think it's going to be that. Where Brock goes from here, I really don't know. I don't think he's going to miss WrestleMania, but there's got to be repercussions for him taking out those referees. Last question for Theory. Come on, I haven't got all day, says Theory. A-Town. Days, it might be me, but I just don't connect with Cody, said Dallas Cowboys fan. I don't like how he returns and just gets handed the title, but you have people like Sami that can't even get one. I mean, the thing with Sami is... Sami. I've got Sami on the brain. The thing with Cody is you have to look at his full career. So, you know, he was someone that was the son of Dusty Rhodes, and you'd think that would give you a hell of a boost. Certainly got him in the door, but he then became, you know, they didn't have creative for him. He became like Dash-In, and they tried all these different things. He then became Stardust. And I mean, he was just going absolutely nowhere. I mean, had he have not walked away, he could potentially have just been stuck in the mid-card for his whole career. Dare I say, look at Goldust. You know, the exact same happened to Goldust. Goldust did walk away, but he went to WCW, obviously couldn't get things going there either. So even like Dustin tried, but Cody went away and actually did it. He went away and actually elevated himself. Came back as a much bigger star than when he left. And as a result, for that reason, I think he deserves to have this story completed, you know, because I think you have to look at his career. If you just look at since he came back, you know, he comes back, wins the Rumble, boom, now he's going to main event WrestleMania. I mean, it does look very easy, doesn't it, for Cody? It does look easy. Comes back, wins the Rumble, lovely, off to WrestleMania you go. And then you've got Sami who's having to scratch and claw to try and get anywhere. So I do understand why you would see it that way. But I think if you look at his whole career rather than just this little bit, I think you can see that it's been far, far from easy for Cody. Right, Theory walks off. Now we've got Edge coming in. So Edge is going to be the next person coming in. I can't imagine we're going to be hearing from Sami. I don't think we will. Beth is wearing a Bull Nakano shirt. So Beth has got a Bull Nakano shirt on. Cody's story does feel a little bit boring. Doesn't everyone want to win a championship? Yeah, I think, though, because of his dad and his brother and the fact they never did it, you can kind of... I want him to do it. I mean, I must admit, I want Cody to win, but I don't... It doesn't get in the way of Sami for me. It doesn't get in the way. Like, it's great that we've got that story and we can absolutely tell that story, but it doesn't get in the way. I feel like WrestleMania is just going to be super predictable. I mean, it's Roman, it's Cody, and Cody's going to win. And that's it. Like, tonight, I felt that Roman would win, but I did have hope. And I just wondered if Triple H was going to do it, if he was going to pull the trigger. And I did hope that he would, but obviously, you know, didn't. So Sami and KO are going to come to the press conference to sing American Pie, said Wrestle with Andy. They said Sami will come, said Jonah. Oh, really? I'm very surprised at that. I thought that, I mean, he is just, I mean, what a match. I said in that little separate video that I just chucked out, I mean, honestly, if someone wants to give that 5 stars, you'll get No complaints from me whatsoever. Absolutely no complaints from me. It's an absolutely incredible performance. 5 stars in that match. No complaints. Justice for Sami. Sami needs to be champ. Show is amazing. Sami was robbed. Sami should have won. You've messed him up. I mean, yeah, they've got a plan. They've got a plan. They're sticking with the plan. I mean, in all fairness, Jay's not allowed in Canada because of the DUIs. They've, I think, just managed to sort that and get him in. The last thing he needed to do was upset the local people. So, do you know what I mean? We've just let you in to screw over Sami. Oh, God. So, really, there's no way that Jay could turn on Sami. He's only just been welcomed back in the country. I've got to say, I really thought the way they used Kevin Owens sucked. I thought that really, really sucked. Him coming out last minute like that, like well after the match, after there'd been so much outside interference, after knowing that the Canadian people were desperate for Sami to win. You know, I thought it sucked. I thought that was really bad booking. Don't know. I mean, Going Go said Brock Bobby really hurt the show. Overall, I say 8.25. Without that match, I would give it a 9.25. Do you agree? Overall, great show. I don't know, to be honest, because I felt like the women's Elimination Chamber was all right, but I didn't think it was like anything crazy. I think one of the problems with the Elimination Chamber is that we've seen it quite a few times, and there's just not really much you can do anymore. Like, even Montez climbing up on the roof, great looking spot. People loved it. Chat went crazy for it. But I've seen that from Kalisto, and I've seen it done before. And actually, I think Kalisto did it better, because Kalisto actually even climbed into the center of the chamber and then jumped off the center, whereas Montez just jumped off the edge. So I feel like, you know, it's very difficult to like do spot, because it's spot heavy. It's very spot heavy, that match. And it's hard to do spots we just haven't seen before. So the women's one I thought was all right. You know, I wasn't bored. It was fine, but probably gets like a 3 out of 5 from me. It was fine. There was some nice stuff in there. I really like how Liv didn't submit. She kind of passed out from the pain. I thought that was good. I think Asuka winning is the right call. I thought Raquel looked good. Nikki looked crazed in there. I mean, yeah, there's some good stuff. There's stuff that I definitely took from it, but I can't say it was better than 3 or 3.25. You know what I mean? I'm not in like 4s in territory for that. Then Bobby Brock was a bit flat. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that. I think it did what it maybe needed to do, but I agree it was a bit flat. Then I thought the Edge Beth match was really good. I think that was the best match up until that point. A few moments, a little clunky maybe. You know, Dominic running off and then coming back, and maybe there was just a bit too many moving parts there, and I don't know. Brass knucks involved. I mean, it was good. It was a good match. I'm not down on it, but again, I'm probably like 3.75 for that. About 3.75. I mean, maybe a 4. Maybe, but I'm definitely no higher than a 4. Then the men's Elimination Chamber. Thought that was pretty good. Yeah, I mean, again, it's just hard to do spots. What I did like about that is, again, I thought Bronson looked really good. I thought Montez looked really good. I think what the men's did is it made a good few of them look really good. Theory retaining, I think, is the right call, but I think Montez looked great. Johnny Gargano looked great. Bronson Reed looked great. Damian Priest looked great. They managed to make them all look really good. I would probably say I just enjoyed the men's maybe a bit more than the women's. So I'd say the men's is a bit better. Is it better than Edge and Beth? Oh, it's tricky, isn't it? I've seen a lot of them spots before. Main event, legit. I honestly have no problems with that getting 5 stars. I have no problems with that getting 5 stars. So I think as an overall score, I think it's really difficult. I think it could be a 7.75 or an 8 for me. 7.75 or an 8. I think I'm around that kind of ballpark. I think there's definitely little tweaks and improvements I could make. The Brock match in particular definitely underwhelmed. Yeah, and the 2 chamber matches. I like the men's. Here's Triple H. Yeah, I think if I settled on an 8, I think that's fair. I'll tell you what we'll do, though. I said we'd put a poll up. We'll do that whilst we're just listening to Triple H. Bah! Hang on. Oh, can I subscribers mode only? Am I not subscribed to WWE? Okay. Only subscribers can comment. Well, I've subscribed. I literally just subscribed to WWE, and now you won't let me comment. Been robbed. It won't let me boo Triple H. I literally just subscribed to WWE just so I can boo. It won't let me boo. Oh, hang on. Will it let me do it now? There we go. Boo! Down with Triple H. Boo! We want Vince. We want Vince. We want Vince. Shut up, boomer. Triple H is a boomer. Boo! No one makes these kinds of events. No, you're right. Other people book them better. That's why no one makes these kinds of events. Right. What do you score? The crowd is the star. What do you score this show? 8 to 10. Let's go 7 to 7.75, 6 to 6.75, 5.75 or below. Yeah, I think I'm gonna settle on an 8. All said and done. I mean, it was a great show. I really enjoyed hanging out with you guys and enjoyed watching it. So. Triple H said there was moments where even in Gorilla, the crowd was just almost deafening. Largest WWE gate in Montreal history. 17,000 in attendance. I think he said it's been a long time since we've done over 15,000 here, and they did 17,000 something. Tonight was something amazing and special. Largest. People are commenting about days on the thing. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. Triple H. I got carried away, sorry. He says that, but he still gives Roman the win. I agree. I give it an 8, says Hayden. Maggie, shout out to you. Appreciate it. Stu said, Triple H heard the reactions and still bottled it. It was a historic night. This was about the Rougeos and Kowalski. He's talking about how all of those got us to where we are. Yeah, but Sami got you there more, didn't he, you douche? You can thank Killer Kowalski all you like, but it's Sami Zayn that got the people in the door. Pat Patterson. He's talking about Patterson. He would have enjoyed it, says Triple H. He doesn't. God damn it, that's the business. They go banana. AWC Legend said, you missed my other super chat. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I was throwing abuse to Triple H. I was throwing abuse to the boss. I don't think it's actually... Don't super chat again, AWC Legends. Don't need to super chat again, but just put it in the chat and I'll read whatever it is you said. He's just talking about how R.I.P. Patterson. Could you imagine this pay-per-view in a stadium if Sami won, said chilling with Dylan? Imagine that. Imagine if we could have done a WrestleMania. Imagine if this was WrestleMania. That was the end of it, and it was in Montreal, and Sami just won. That would be insane. Yeah, that would be insane. Alex gives it a 9. Maggie says, thank you, Roman. Tony said, if it was historic, Sami should have won. What do you think is going to happen with Jay and Sami? I don't know. I mean, they might... It could be a misunderstanding that now lead to the match that we all expected. I don't know that there's really an argument for Sami to get a rematch. I mean, he had his shot. This was his moment. Shane should take over from Triple H. AWC, did you put your thing in, bud? I wanted to get to your comment. He's just going on about how special it all was. I'm so glad he had a special evening. It'd be great if some of us could have. KO ruined it for me. Either return early or don't make it something kayfabe. It's so stupid, says Mac. Just leave at that. No rematch. Yeah, I can't really make an argument for one, to be honest. Oh, there's people in the WWE channel were saying, I hope Triple H has another heart attack. Oh, yeah. I've not said that. I did say I would slap him in the face if I saw him, though. I don't think that's as bad. No, shut up! Being a great player doesn't make you a great coach. Being a great wrestler might not make you a great executive, but your transition has been excellent. Oh, can we get married and go on a date? Shut up. Was there a question there? What was this? Oh, I just want you to know I think you're amazing. So now we're just sorry. Right now we're just talking about how great Triple H is. That's what we're doing right now. We're talking about how great Triple H is. But that's what we're doing right now. Exterminate. Exterminate. Oh, that's disgusting. I wouldn't wish that on anyone, says Maggie. Absolutely. Gio said, I've got a chair to wallop people. Get to Montreal. It seems like a big storyline run just for Sami to go into tag matches. It's a bit irrelevant at the moment. Kevin Owens should have returned to have handled the Jimmy problem. I know. Yes, I agree. I understand Jimmy interferes, Sami kicks out. Amazing. Right? But then deal with it. Yes, I agree. I suppose the question then would have been, well, if Kevin Owens had dealt with Jimmy, how would we have done the J moment? But, I mean, you could have had Kevin Owens come out, grab Jimmy, and they brawl to the back, you know? Take each other out of it. I mean, listen, at least there was no song. At least there was no song. You know, some people might be disappointed on that, but I must admit, it wasn't my favorite part of Clash at the Castle, watching Drew lose and then sing Don't Look Back in Anger or whatever it was. I think he did American Pie, and then I seem to recall him going, I don't even know if we're live anymore, but let's give this one a go. And so Sally can wait. I know it's too late. Okay. Good. Guess we're doing this now then. If we do a 3.5 hour show and something's bad for 5 minutes, we never hear the end of it. Yes. Yes. But the pin on Sami was only 3 seconds, wasn't it, Triple H? And do you think you're going to hear the end of that? Not on my watch. Not on my watch, Triple H. Someone in the chat's got a good question. They're saying, is Montez Ford all right? Is Montez okay? That's a really good question. Rather than talking about how great you are, right? How about we get an update on Montez? All right, next. Brandon Thurston. Oh, that's what he looks like. Yes, good question. Asking about the WWE sale. Depends on who's buying, what the outcome is. Good question. Stay out of it, to me. It's not... I helped in some small way create the magic we did tonight. Very politician answer. So how do you feel about the sale of WWE? Well, I just stay out of it. What I focus on is the magic we created tonight. And if I can contribute to that magic, off he went then into a politician answer. Wyatt will have another 10-minute entrance and 2-minute match, said Mac. Like Triple H will answer that. Be great if he did, though. How do you feel about the sale? Don't like it. Don't like it. Don't think we should be selling. I think Vince has lost his mind. How refreshing. 9 billion he wants for it. Is the man insane? I don't know what we're talking about here. Oh, I see what he's saying. So he's talking about, okay, maybe tonight won't be as great a reaction as last night, because last night was amazing at SmackDown. Those very special chants that they were doing. There was some very special chants. Pat Patterson gets mentioned again. It hurt the way Sami lost. I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight, said Theodore. H has always been an egomaniac. I can't believe people don't know that. H has always been Vince's errand boy. Why do you think he married the boss's daughter? I mean, I must admit, if Cody's going to win at WrestleMania, and I think I'm definitely ready to stop going to people's places where they're massively over just for Roman to win. I'm definitely done with that now. Don't need that anymore. It's done now. Sami blew the roof off this place. It was spectacular, says Triple H. You came here for one reason. Sami Zayn comes out. Sami, right, here's Sami. Guys, I'm so sorry I didn't get it done, but I've got to tell you. I want those tag belts. I want those tag belts. Usos, I'm coming for you. Sami. Honorary Hab. I think that's something Montreal related. Okay, first question. Congrats. One of the most incredible, exhilarating main events I've seen. How do you feel? Now it's done. How did tonight stack up with your expectation? I like that. That's a good question. There's a lot. Why do they ask so many questions? I'm feeling strange. Sami's feeling strange. He feels detached. Detached. I'm feeling I know what we did. I need to see it back. This is very interesting. I need to see how it played. Played very well, Sami. Played very well. Sami needs to hit the gym more, said Kieran. I feel strange. I feel detached. Exhaustion. Unhappy ending, yeah. This is a dream come true. He said it almost, he almost said something super inappropriate. What was he going to say? You know those dreams you have of Stephanie McMahon where she's not wearing any clothes? I mean, sorry, what? Should have said that. Should have gone for it, Sami. You know those dreams you have about naked Steph, naked Triple H? Yeah, you know those dreams. I wish I could have given that end. It's not your fault, Sami. It's not your fault, mate. I know what this is. We all know what this is. You dream of that happy ending, so close, no cigar. Yeah, he's sad. He's sad. Seeing their faces after that 3 count. They're hurt. They were deflated. Yeah. Sami's really feeling this. Imagine Sami knocking Triple H out. Get over it. Sami isn't winning for Cody's beat Roman. Why change the whole thing because Sami is over? Cody is just as over. Plus, he was in Sami's town, said Flash. Because the two didn't need to matter, did they? I mean, you could have Sami win here and then triple threat at WrestleMania. Cody still gets his moment. Cody never needed to beat Roman. Cody beating Roman, I mean, they've got no history, there's no beef, there's no problems, there's nothing there. It's just Cody's trying to win the belt and Roman has it right now. So the personal story, the personal beef was between Roman and Sami. It's not between Roman and Cody. As long as Cody gets the belt, that his story gets completed. But we haven't completed Sami's story. This isn't it, is it? This is it. Everything we've watched and invested in ends in him falling short in Montreal. Brilliant. I'm so glad I watched that journey then. The idea that Cody's more over than Sami as well. I mean, the numbers do not bear fruit there. I mean, SmackDown, what, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5 in recent weeks? This has been one of the hottest stories. Sami chants, Usi chants. The idea that Sami isn't over or is only over in Montreal is flawed. It's wrong. This was a lightning in a bottle moment. And, I mean, there is a window still for WrestleMania, but, I mean, WrestleMania is Cody, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I don't know where we go from here. I mean, I feel like it is going to be the tag titles, and I feel like we are just going to have to go with it. When will we see another WrestleMania in Canada, Sami? Can you answer that for us? I think there's a lot of business stuff above my pay grade, said Sami. Oh, that is true. I mean, Montreal couldn't have done much more to advertise Canada in such a great light. Sami says Santiago in Chile is a fantastic crowd. And I put Montreal up there with that. Montreal was, yeah, fantastic. Sami said, I think the whole world knows it. Yeah, Santiago, Chile just got put over big time. By a world-class city. He says we're a world-class city in pretty much every metric apart from our Olympic stadium, which is maybe why we don't have WrestleMania. Do they have an Olympic stadium or is it just trash? Two questions left for Sami. Slam Wrestling. Well done. WrestleMania in Birmingham. It makes perfect sense for Sami to win and make it a triple threat at WrestleMania, says Theodore. What about a US Open challenge at WrestleMania? Someone returns. You can do that, yeah. You can do that. For the first few months, me and Roman didn't appear on screen. The stars aligned back in August. He says, I don't know if any of you have got, yeah. I think was that when you walked in the locker room and the phone rang as well? From there, we were off to the races. Sami said before that he didn't know if Bloodline was going to work, if it was going to pan out. But as soon as he got on screen with Roman, Montreal was the turning point. Problem is, Sami can still win world titles, but this big moment, big story will never happen. Like Brian losing at 30 or Kofi losing at 35, says Kim. I agree. I think you're right. He can get back there, but I mean, oh my God, how are we ever going to get a story that gets him back to a title like this? How are we ever going to get a crowd like that? It was we all knew this was like a once in a lifetime. Sami said it himself, once in a lifetime, and they've decided to not pull the trigger on it. That ending is botchlamia, says John. Carmen said, Elimination Chamber 2023, I give it an 8. Had a fun night tonight. Wrestling, Indiana-based promotion, Backbreaker Wrestling. I have seen ARW Pro and Fire Pro Wrestling. Hey, Fire Pro Wrestling, I think it's on sale on Steam. I had an email come through about that. I think it's had a nice reduction if anyone was after that. Might have gone back up now, I don't know. But, yeah, Fire Pro Wrestling. Carmen, shout out to you. So we've heard from Triple H, we've heard from Edge and Beth, we've heard from Austin Theory. We're just wrapping up with Sami. As soon as we're done with Sami, we will shut the stream down. We've been streaming for 6.5 hours. We're in the era of content, says Sami. What's harder than doing something good? Being good is not good enough. Sami said, being good is not good enough. You've got to do something memorable. It's a really good point, isn't it? Got to stand out. It's very crowded. TV segments that people will remember. I hope that Montreal ovation is one of them. No one asking Sami about him and Kevin facing the Usos at WrestleMania, says Jim. I don't know that has really shown itself yet, though, because Sami didn't mean to spear Jay. I mean, him and Jay are on a good page. Jay didn't hit him with the chair. Sami was trying to spear Roman. The question could have been brought up because obviously everyone's talking about it. But okay, so Sami just talking about like the builds and how great the crowd have been. Pretty good night. Wins, losses, they come and go. I am aware that was special. No, good answers. He's pretty gutted. It's understandable. Said he feels weird. There we go. There we go. Right, guys. Imagine Sami knocks Triple H out. There'll be a queue. Okay. Really appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed tonight. Maybe didn't quite go the way expected with every little twist and turn, but we knew that it was going to be a challenge for Sami, and so it proved. If we have a look at the scores, then we have got 66% of people saying 8 to 10. 21 went for 7 to 7.5. Just 11% went below a 7. So 6% said 575 or below. 5% went 6 to 675. That was 540 votes, which is pretty good in all fairness. That'll give us a good sample size. And so, yeah, 66% of people saying 8 to 10. So it seems like it's a show that landed. It seems like it's a show that delivered. Certainly, there's going to be a lot of conversation around it, a lot of talking point coming out of it. I'd imagine that conversation is raging on social media right now. But we will be back, of course, on Monday with our Raw stream. Looking forward to that. Should be really fun. Really appreciate people joining us, as I said. And I think that's everything. The disappointment, it's going to linger for a little while, but we'll move on. We'll get over it. It was expected. And as we said, we move forwards. And thankfully, not long to wait until WrestleMania. So WrestleMania just around the corner. I'm pretty sure that will take any bad taste away. Bye for now.